Prologue. The fire roared at the center of the circle. Shadows flickered around it as dark figures leapt and danced with swords. Their robes swirled as they howled over other voices raised in ululating song. Men sat with stringed instruments across their knees, plucking out tunes and rhythms while they stamped their feet. At the edges of the fire, a line of Mongol warriors knelt bare-chested with their hands bound behind them. As one, they showed the cold face to their triumphant captors. Their officer, Korkask, had been beaten savagely in the battle. Blood caked his mouth and his right eye was swollen shut. He had known worse. Korkask was proud of the way the others refused to show fear. He watched the dark-skinned desert warriors shouting and chanting to the stars, waving curved blades marked with the blood of men he had known. They were a strange breed, Korkask thought. These men who bound their heads in many thicknesses of cloth and wore loose tunics over wide-legged trousers. Most were bearded, so that their mouths were just a red slash and black bristles. As a group, they were taller and more heavily muscled than the largest of the Mongol warriors. They reeked of strange spices, and many of the men chewed at dark roots, spitting brown clots on the ground at their feet. Korkask hid his distaste for them as they jerked and yelped and danced, building themselves into a frenzy. The Mongol officer shook his head wearily. He had been too confident, he knew that now. The 20 men Temujin had sent with him were all seasoned warriors, but they were not a raiding party. By trying to protect the carts of gifts and bribes, they had reacted too slowly and been caught. Korkask thought back to the months before and knew the peaceful mission had lulled him, made him drop his guard. He and his men had found themselves in a hard land of dizzying mountain passes. They had passed valleys set to straggling crops and traded simple gifts with farmers as poor as any they had ever seen. Yet game was plentiful, and his men had roasted fat deer on their fires. Perhaps that had been a mistake. The farmers had pointed to the mountains in warning, but he had not understood. He had no quarrel with the hill tribes, but in the night a host of warriors had overtaken them, coming out of the darkness with wild cries and curved swords slashing at the sleeping men. Korkask closed his eyes briefly. Only 8 of his companions had survived the struggle, though he hadn't seen his oldest son since the first clash of arms. The boy had been scouting the path ahead, and Korkask hoped he survived to carry word back to the Khan. That thought alone gave him pleasure to set against his vicious resentment. The carts had been looted of their trinkets, the silver and jade stolen by the tribesmen. As Korkask watched from under lowered brows, he saw many of them now dressed in Mongol dells with dark splashes of blood on the cloth. The chanting intensified until Korkask could see white spittle gather at the edges of the men's mouths. He held his back very straight as the leader of the tribe drew a curved blade and advanced on the line, screaming. Korkask exchanged glances with the others. "After tonight, we will be with the spirits and see the hills of home," he called to them. "The Khan will hear. He will sweep this land clean." His calm tone seemed to drive the Arab swordsman to an even higher pitch of fury. Shadows flickered across his face as he whirled the blade over a Mongol warrior. Korkask watched without expression. When death was inevitable, when he felt its breath on his neck, he had found all fear could be put aside and he could meet it calmly. That at least gave him some satisfaction. He hoped his wives would shed many tears when they heard. "Be strong, brother," Korkask called. Before the warrior could reply, the sword swept down and took his head. Blood gouted, and the Arabs hooted and beat their feet on the ground in appreciation. The swordsman grinned, his teeth very white against dark skin. Again the sword fell, and another Mongol toppled sideways on the dusty ground. Korkhask felt his throat constrict in anger until he could almost choke on it. This was a land of lakes and clear mountain rivers, 2,000 miles west of Yenqing. The villagers they had met were in awe of their strange faces, yet friendly. That very morning, Korkhask had been sent on his way with blessings and sticky sweets that gummed his teeth together. He had ridden under a blue sky and never guessed the hill tribes were passing word of his presence. He still didn't know why they had been attacked, unless it was simply to steal the gifts and trade goods they carried. He searched the hills for some glimpse of his son, hoping again that his death would be witnessed. He couldn't die badly if the boy watched. It was the last gift he could give him. The swordsman needed 3 blows to take the third head. When it finally came free, he held it up by the hair to his companions, laughing and chanting in their strange language. Korkhask had begun to learn a few words of the tongue, but the stream of sound was beyond him. He watched in grim silence as the killing continued, until at last he was the only man still alive. Korkhask raised his head to stare up without fear. Relief filled him as he caught a movement far beyond the firelight. Something white shifted in the gloom, and Korkhask smiled. His son was out there signaling. Before the boy gave himself away, Korkhask dipped his head. The distant flicker vanished, but Korkhask relaxed, all the tension flowing out of him. The Khan would be told. He looked up at the Arab warrior as he drew back the bloody length of steel. "My people will see you again," Korkhask said. The Afghan swordsman hesitated, unable to understand. "Dust be in thy mouth, infidel!" he shouted, the words a babble of sound to the Mongol officer. Korkhask shrugged wearily. "You have no idea what you have done," he said. The sword swept down. Part 1. Chapter 1. The wind had fallen on the high ridge. Dark clouds drifted above, making bands of shadow march across the earth. The morning was quiet, and the land seemed empty as the 2 men rode at the head of a narrow column. A jagoon of 100 young warriors. The Mongols could have been alone for 1,000 miles, with just creaking leather and snorting ponies to break the stillness. When they halted to listen, it was as if silence rolled back in over the dusty ground. Tsubodai was a general to the great Khan, and it showed in the way he held himself. His armor of iron scales over leather was well worn, with holes and rust in many places. His helmet was marked where it had saved his life more than once. All his equipment was battered, but the man himself remained as hard and unforgiving as the winter earth. In 3 years of raiding the north, he had lost only 1 minor skirmish and returned the following day to destroy the tribe before word could spread. He had mastered his trade in a land that seemed to grow colder with each mile into the wastes. He had no maps for his journey, just rumors of distant cities built on rivers frozen so solid that oxen could be roasted on the ice. At his right shoulder rode Jochi, the eldest son of the Khan himself. Barely 17, he was yet a warrior who might inherit the nation and perhaps command even Tsubodai in war. Jochi wore a similar set of greased leather and iron, as well as the saddle packs and weapons all the warriors carried. Tsubodai knew without asking that Jochi would have his ration of dried blood and milk, needing only water to make a nourishing broth. The land did not forgive those who took survival lightly, and both men had learned the lessons of winter. Jochi sensed the scrutiny, and his dark eyes flickered up, always guarded. He had spent more time with the young general than he ever had with his father, but old habits were hard to break. It was difficult for him to trust, though his respect for Tsubodai knew no limit. The general of the young wolves had a feel for war, though he denied it. Tsubodai believed in scouts, training, tactics, and archery above all else. But the men who followed him saw only that he won, no matter what the odds. As others could fashion a sword or a saddle, Tsubodai fashioned armies, and Jochi knew he was privileged to learn at his side. He wondered if his brother Chagatai had fared as well in the east. It was easy to daydream as he rode the hills, imagining his brothers and father struck dumb at the sight of how Jochi had grown and become strong. "What is the most important item in your packs?" Tsubodai said suddenly. Jochi raised his eyes to the brooding sky for an instant. Tsubodai delighted in testing him. "Meat, General. Without meat, I cannot fight." "Not your bow," Tsubodai said. "Without a bow, what are you?" "Nothing, General. But without meat, I am too weak to use the bow." Tsubodai grunted at hearing his own words repeated. "When the meat is all gone, how long can you live off blood and milk?" 16 days at most, with 3 remounts to share the wounds." Jochi did not have to think. He had been drilled in the answers ever since he and Tsubodai had ridden with 10,000 men from the shadow of the Qin Emperor's city. "How far could you travel in such a time?" Tsubodai said. Jochi shrugged. 1,600 miles with fresh remounts. Half again as far if I slept and ate in the saddle." Tsubodai saw that the young man was hardly concentrating, and his eyes glinted as he changed tack. "What is wrong with the ridge ahead?" he snapped. Jochi raised his head, startled. Quickly! Men are looking to you for a decision. Lives wait on your word." Jochi swallowed, but in Tsubodai he had learned from a master. "The sun is behind us, so we will be visible for miles as we reach the crest." Tsubodai began to nod, but Jochi went on. "The ground is dusty. If we cross the high point of the ridge at any speed, we will raise a cloud into the air." "That is good, Jochi," Tsubodai said. As he spoke, he dug in his heels and rode hard at the crest ahead. As Jochi had predicted, the 100 riders released a mist of reddish grit that billowed above their heads. Someone would surely see and report their position. Tsubodai didn't pause as he reached the ridge. Digging in his heels, he sent his mare over, the rear legs skittering on loose stones. Jochi matched him and then took a sharp breath of dust that made him cough into his hand. Tsubodai had come to a halt 50 paces beyond the ridge, where the broken ground began to dip to the valley. Without orders, his men formed a wide double rank around him, like a bow drawn on the ground. They were long familiar with the firebrand of a general who had been placed over them. Tsubodai stared into the distance, frowning. The surrounding hills enclosed a flat plain through which a river ran, swollen with spring rain. Along its banks, a slow-moving column trotted, bright with flags and banners. In other circumstances, it would have been a sight to take the breath, and even as his stomach clenched, Jochi felt a touch of admiration. 10, perhaps 11,000 Russian knights rode together, house colors in gold and red streaming back over their heads. Almost as many followed them in a baggage train of carts and remounts, women, boys, and servants. The sun chose that moment to break through the dark clouds in a great beam that lit the valley. The knights shone. Their horses were massive, shaggy animals, almost twice the weight of the Mongol ponies. Even the men who rode them were a strange breed to Jochi's eyes. They sat like they were made of stone, solid and heavy in metal cloth from their cheeks to their knees. Only their blue eyes and hands were unprotected. The armored knights had come prepared for battle, carrying long spears like lances, but tipped in steel. They rode with the weapons upright, the butts held in leather cups close behind the stirrups. Jochi could see axes and swords hanging down from waist belts, and every man rode with a leaf-shaped shield hooked to his saddle. The pennants streamed back over their heads, and they looked very fine in the bands of gold and shadow. "They must see us," Jochi murmured, glancing at the plume of dust above his head. The general heard him speak and turned in the saddle. "They are not men of the plains, Jochi. They are half blind over such a distance. Are you afraid? They are so large, these knights. I would be afraid." For an instant, Jochi glowered. From his father, it would have been mockery. Yet Zubodai spoke with a light in his eyes. The general was still in his 20s, young to command so many. Zubodai was not afraid, though. Jochi knew the general cared nothing for the massive war horses or the men who rode them. Instead, he placed his faith in the speed and arrows of his young wolves. The Jargoon was made up of 10 Arbans, each commanded by an officer. By Zubodai's order, only those 10 men wore heavy armor. The rest had only leather tunics under padded dells. Jochi knew Genghis preferred the heavy charge to the light, but Zubodai's men seemed to survive. They could hit and gallop faster than the ponderous Russian warriors, and there was no fear in their ranks. Like Zubodai, they looked hungrily down the slope at the column and waited to be seen. "You know your father sent a rider to bring me home," Zubodai said. Jochi nodded. "All the men know. I had hoped to go further north than this, but I am your father's man. He speaks and I obey, do you understand?" Jochi stared at the young general, forgetting for a moment the knights who rode in the valley below. "Of course," he said, his face showing nothing. Zubodai glanced back at him, amused. "I hope you do, Jochi. He is a man to follow your father. I wonder how he will respond when he sees how well you have grown." For a moment, anger twisted Jochi's face before he smoothed his features and took a deep breath. Zubodai had been more like a father than his own in many ways, but he didn't forget the man's true loyalty. At an order from Genghis, Zubodai would kill him. As he looked at the young general, he thought there would be some regret, but not enough to hold the blow. "He will need loyal men, Zubodai," Jochi said. "My father wouldn't call us back to build or rest. He will have found some new land to tear to pieces. Like the wolf, he is always hungry, even to the point of bursting his own stomach." Zubodai frowned to hear the Khan described in such a way. In 3 years he had seen no affection when Jochi spoke of his father, though sometimes there was a wistfulness that showed less and less as the seasons passed. Genghis had sent away a boy, but a man would return to him. Zubodai had made certain of that. For all his bitterness, Jochi was a cool head in battle, and the men looked on him with pride. He would do. "I have another question for you, Jochi," Zubodai said. Jochi smiled for an instant. "You always have, General," he replied. "We have drawn those iron knights after us for hundreds of miles, exhausting their horses. We have captured their scouts and put them to the question, though I do not know of this Jerusalem they seek, or who this white Christ is." Zubadai shrugged. "Perhaps I will meet him one day over the length of my sword, but the world is large, and I am but one man." As he spoke, he watched the armored knights and the trailing baggage lines behind them, waiting to be seen. "My question, Jochi, is this. These knights are nothing to me. Your father has called me back, and I could ride now while the ponies are fat with summer grass. Why then are we here, waiting for the challenge?" Jochi's eyes were cold as he replied. "My father would say it is what we do, that there is no better way for a man to spend his years than at war with enemies. He might also say, you enjoy it, General, and that is all the reason you need." Zubadai's gaze didn't waver. Perhaps he would say that, but you hide behind his words. Why are we here, Jochi? We do not want their big horses, even for meat. Why will I risk the lives of warriors to smash the column, you see?" Jochi shrugged irritably. "If it is not that, I do not know." "For you, Jochi," Zubadai said seriously. "When you return to your father, you will have seen all forms of battle in all seasons. You and I have captured towns and raided cities, ridden desert and forests so thick we could hardly cut our way through. Genghis will find no weakness in you." Zubadai smiled briefly at Jochi's stony expression. "I will be proud when men say you learned your skill under Zubadai the Valiant." Jochi had to grin at hearing the nickname from Zubadai himself. There were no secrets in the camps. "There it is," Zubadai muttered, pointing to a distant messenger racing to the head of the Russian column. "We have an enemy who leads from the front, a very brave man." Jochi could imagine the sudden dismay among the knights as they looked into the bowl of hills and saw the Mongol warriors. Zubadai grunted softly as an entire rank peeled off the column and began trotting up the slopes, the long spears ready. He showed his teeth as the gap began to narrow. They were charging uphill in their arrogance. He longed to teach them their error. "Do you have your paitsa, Jochi? Show it to me." Jochi reached behind him to where his bow holder was strapped to the saddle. He lifted a flap in the stiff leather and pulled out a plaque of solid gold stamped with a wolf's head in profile. At 20 ounces, it was heavy, but small enough for him to grip in his hand. Zubadai ignored the men rising doggedly up the hill to face the eldest son of Genghis. "You have that, and the right to command 1,000 by my hand, Jochi. Those who command a jagun have one of mere silver, like this." Zubadai held up a larger block of the whitish metal. "The difference is that the silver paitsa is given to a man elected by the officers of each arban below him." "I know this," Jochi said. Zubadai glanced back at the knights laboring closer. "The officers of this jagun have asked to have you lead them, Jochi. I had no part in it." He held out the silver paitsa, and Jochi took it joyfully, passing back the plaque of gold. Zubadai was solemn and deliberately formal, but his eyes were bright. "When you return to your father, Jochi, you will have known all ranks and positions." The general gestured, cutting the air with his hand. "On the right, the left, and the center." He looked over the heads of the straining knights cantering up the hill, seeing a flicker of movement on a crag in the distance. Zubadai nodded sharply. "It is time." You know what you have to do, Jochi. Command is yours." Without another word, Subodai clapped the younger man on the shoulder and rode back over the ridge, leaving the jagoon of riders in the care of one suddenly nervous leader. Jochi could feel the combined stares of the 100 men on his back as he struggled to hide his pleasure. Each Arban of 10 elected one man to lead them. Then those men elected one of their number to lead the 100 in war. To be so chosen was an honor. A voice in his mind whispered that they only honored his father, but he crushed it, refusing to doubt. He had earned the right, and confidence swelled in him. "Bow lines," Jochi called. He gripped his reins tightly to hide his tension as the men formed a wider line so that every bow could bear. Jochi glanced over his shoulder, but Subodai had truly gone, leaving him alone. The men still watched, and he forced the cold face, knowing they would remember his calm. As they raised their bows, he held up a clenched fist, waiting while his heart thumped painfully in his chest. At 400 paces, Jochi dropped his arm, and the first flight of arrows whipped into the air. It was too far, and those that reached the knights splintered on their shields, now held high and forward, so that almost the entire man was protected. The long shields showed their purpose as a second flight struck the ranks without a single rider going down. The powerful horses were not fast, but still the gap closed, and Jochi only watched. At 200 paces, he raised his fist once more, and another 100 arrows waited on creaking strings. At such a distance, he didn't know if the knight's armor would save them. Nothing ever had. "Shoot like you have never owned a bow," he shouted. The men around him grinned, and the arrows snapped out. Jochi winced instinctively at shafts that went clear over the enemy heads as if loosed by panicking fools. Only a few struck, and of those, still fewer brought a horse or man down. They could hear the thunder of the charge now, and saw the front ranks begin to lower their spears in anticipation. Facing them, Jochi smothered his fear in a sudden bloom of rage. He wanted nothing more than to draw his sword and kick his mount down the slope at the enemy. Shaking with frustration, he gave a different order. "Retreat over the ridge!" Jochi shouted. He wrenched at his reins, and his horse jerked into a run. His jagoon shouted incoherently, turning in chaos after their general. Behind him, he heard guttural voices yelling in triumph, and acid rose in his throat, though whether it was from fear or anger, he didn't know. Ilya Majaev blinked sweat out of his eyes when he saw the Mongols turn like the filthy cowards they were. As he had 1,000 times before, he took a loose grip on his reins and tapped himself on his chest, praying to Saint Sophia to bring enemies of the faith under his hooves. Beneath the chainmail and padded tunic lay a fragment of her fingerbone in a locket of gold, the most precious thing he possessed. The monks at Novgorod had assured him he would not be killed while he wore it, and he felt strong as his knights hammered over the ridge. His men had left the cathedral city 2 years before, carrying messages east for the prince before they finally turned south and began the long trek that would take them to Jerusalem. Ilya had pledged his life with the others to defend that holy place from the unbelievers who sought to destroy her monuments. It should have been a journey of prayer and fasting before they brought their skill in arms against godless men. Instead, they had been stung over and over by the Mongol army raiding the area. Ilya ached to have them close enough to kill, and he leaned forward in the saddle as his mount lunged after the fleeing riders. "Give them unto me, O Lord, and I will break their bones and trample on their false gods," he whispered to himself. The Mongols were racing wildly down the far slope, but the Russian horses were powerful and the gap closed steadily. Ilya sensed the mood of the men around him as they snarled and called to each other. They had lost companions to flights of arrows in the darkness. Scouts had vanished without a trace, or worse, been found with wounds to make a man vomit. In a year, Ilya had seen more towns burned than he could remember, the plumes of black smoke drawing him in desperate pursuit. The marauding Mongols were always gone by the time he arrived. He urged his mount to gallop, though the weary animal's sides were already heaving and clots of white saliva flicked up to strike his arms and chest. "On, brothers!" Ilya shouted to the rest. He knew they wouldn't tire with the tribesmen at last within reach. The Mongols were an affront to everything Ilya valued, from the peaceful streets of Novgorod to the quiet calm and dignity of the cathedral of his blessed saint. Ahead, the Mongol warriors raced in disarray through a cloud of their own dust. Ilya snapped orders, and his men closed into a solid column, 50 ranks of 20 abreast. They tied their reins to the saddle horns and leaned forward over the horses' necks with shield and spear, urging the animals on with just their knees. Surely there had never been such a force of men and iron in the history of the world. Ilya showed his teeth in anticipation of first blood. The route of the fleeing Mongols took them past a hill shrouded in ancient beech and elm trees. As Ilya thundered past it, he saw something move in the green gloom. He barely had time to shout a warning before the air was filled with whining shafts. Even then he didn't hesitate. He had seen the arrows break on his men's shields. He bawled an order to hold formation, knowing they could smash their way through. A horse screamed and thumped into him from his left, crushing his leg and almost unseating him. Ilya cursed in pain, taking a sharp breath as he saw the rider hanging limp. Flight after flight of arrows came from the dark trees, and in horror he saw his men falling from their saddles. Arrows passed through chainmail as if it were linen, punching out in a spray of blood. Ilya shouted wildly, kicking his exhausted mount on. Ahead he saw the Mongols wheel in perfect unison, their commander staring straight at him. The Mongols didn't stop to bend their bows. Their ponies lunged forward as one, the warriors loosing shafts as they rode. Ilya felt an arrow pluck at his arm, then the two forces clashed together and he braced himself. His long spear took a warrior in the chest, wrenching it from his grasp so quickly he thought he had broken his fingers. He drew his sword with a hand almost too numb to grip. Red dust was everywhere, and in the midst the Mongols rode like devils, calmly sending arrows into the packed ranks of his men. Ilya raised his shield and was knocked backwards as an arrow struck it, the head showing clearly through the wood. His right foot came out of the stirrup and he swayed, all balance lost. Another shaft hit him in the thigh before he could recover, and he cried out in pain, raising his sword as he rode at the archer. The Mongol watched him come, his face blank of any emotion. He was little more than a beardless boy, Ilya saw. The Russian swung his blade, but the Mongol ducked under the blow and shoved him as he passed. The world spun in silence for a moment, and then Ilya crashed to the ground, stunned. The nosepiece of his helmet had been jammed in with the impact, breaking his front teeth. Ilya rose, blind with tears and spitting blood and fragments. His left leg buckled, and he fell clumsily, desperate to find the sword that had fallen from his hand. He heard hoofbeats behind, just as he saw the weapon lying on the dusty ground. He reached for the relic at his chest and murmured a prayer as the Mongol blade came down on his neck, almost severing his head. He did not live to see the rest of his men slaughtered, too heavy and slow to defend against the warriors of Tsubodai, general to Genghis Khan. Jochi dismounted to examine the dead. Once he had ordered a dozen of his men to sweep the area and report the movement of the main column. The Russian chainmail had not saved them. Many of the sprawling bodies were struck through more than once. Only the helmets had held. Jochi couldn't find a single man brought down with a shaft to the head. He picked up a helmet and rubbed a finger over a bright slash of metal where an arrow had glanced away. It was a good design. The ambush had gone just as Tsubodai had planned, Jochi thought wryly. The general seemed to read the minds of their enemies. Jochi breathed deeply, making an effort to control the trembling that beset him after each battle. It wouldn't do for the men to see him shake. He didn't know they watched him stride with clenched fists and saw only that he was still hungry, a man never satisfied no matter what he had achieved. 3 other Jagoons had taken part in the ambush. Jochi saw the officers ride out of the trees where they had lain in wait all night. After years with Tsubodai, he knew each man like a brother, as Genghis had once told him to do. Mihaly and Altan were solid men, loyal but unimaginative. Jochi nodded to them both as they trotted their ponies to the field of the dead. The last of them, Kara, was a short, sinewy warrior with a scarred face from an old wound. Though he was faultlessly formal, Jochi sensed a dislike he couldn't understand. Perhaps the glowering man resented him for his father. Jochi had met many suspicious of his rise in the ranks. Tsubodai was not subtle in the way he included Jochi in every plan and stratagem, just as Genghis had once done with the young boy from the Urianhai who had become his general. Tsubodai looked to the future, while men like Kara imagined they saw only a spoiled young prince promoted beyond his skill. As Kara rode up and grunted at the sight of the dead knights, Jochi realized he was no longer the man's superior. He had accepted the silver with a battle looming and still felt the honor of being trusted with 100 lives. Yet it meant that for a time at least, Kara no longer had to watch himself around the Khan's son. One glance told Jochi the wiry little warrior had already thought it through. "Why are we waiting here?" Kara said suddenly. "Tsubodai will be attacking as we smell the grass and stand idle." Jochi resented the words, but he spoke lightly as if Kara had merely greeted him. If the man had been a true leader, he would already have begun the ride back to Tsubodai. In a flash of insight, Jochi understood that Kara still looked to him to respond, despite his drop in rank. Glancing at Mihaly and Altan, he found they too were watching him. Perhaps it was just their habit, but he felt an idea begin to form and knew he would not waste the moment. "Do you see their armor, Kara?" he responded. "The first piece hangs from the helmet, covering their faces except for the eyes. The second cloth of iron rings reaches right to their knees." "It did not stop our shafts," Kara said with a shrug. "When they are unhorsed, they move so slowly it's easy to bring them down. We do not need such poor protection, I think." Jochi grinned up at the man, enjoying the confusion it brought. "We do need it, Kara." High in the hills above the valley, Tsubodai waited on foot, his pony snuffling among dead pine needles. Almost 5,000 men rested around him, waiting for his decision. He waited on the scouts he had sent out. 200 had ridden in all directions, their reports allowing the general to form a picture of the area for many miles around. He knew Jochi's ambush had been a success almost before it was over. 1,000 fewer of the enemy left, only 10, but it was still too many. The column of knights moved slowly through the river valley, waiting for the attack group to return victorious. They hadn't brought bowmen into the wilderness, a mistake that would cost them dearly. Yet they were large men and so strong that Tsubodai couldn't risk a simple frontal assault. He had seen knights stuck with arrows who had still fought through to kill 2 or even 3 of his. They were warriors of great courage, but he thought it wouldn't be enough. Brave men come forward when they are attacked, and Tsubodai planned accordingly. Any army could be routed in the right conditions, he was certain of it. Not his own, of course, but that of an enemy. Two of the scouts galloped in to mark the latest position of the Russian force. Zubadai made them dismount and draw on the ground with sticks so he could be sure there was no misunderstanding. "How many scouts do they have out?" he asked. The warrior drawing with a stick replied without hesitation. 10 in the rear, General, on a wide sweep. 20 to the front and flanks." Zubadai nodded. He knew enough to move at last. "They must be killed, especially the ones behind the Knights' column. Take them when the sun is highest, and do not let even one escape. I will attack as soon as you signal by flag that the scouts are down. Repeat your orders." The warrior spoke quickly, word perfect as he had been trained to be. Zubadai allowed no confusion in the field. For all the use of flags to communicate over vast distances, he was still forced to rely on dawn, noon, and sunset as the only markers for time. He looked up through the trees at the thought, seeing that the sun was not far off midday. It wouldn't be long, and he felt the familiar flutter in his stomach that came before a battle. He had told Jochi it was to train him, and that was true, but not the whole truth. Zubadai had held back that the knights traveled with portable forges in their baggage train. Blacksmiths were more valuable than any other artisan they could capture, and Zubadai had been intrigued by reports of iron carts belching smoke as they rolled. Zubadai smiled to himself, enjoying the rising excitement. Like Genghis, he could find no love for the sacking of towns and cities. It was something that had to be done, of course, as a man would pour boiling water on a nest of ants. It was the battles Zubadai wanted, each one proving or increasing his mastery. He had found no greater joy than outthinking his enemies, confounding and destroying them. He had heard of the strange quest the knights were on, to a land so distant that no one knew its name. It didn't matter. Genghis wouldn't allow armed men to ride his lands, and all lands were his. Zubadai scuffed the drawings in the dirt with the toe of his boot. He turned to the second scout, who waited patiently in awe of the general. "Ride to Jochi and find what has delayed him," Zubadai ordered. "He will sit at my right hand for this attack." "Your will, Lord," the scout said, bowing before he scrambled to his horse and went careering through the trees at breakneck speed. Zubadai squinted through the branches at the sun. He would move very soon. In the thump and thunder of 10,000 horses, Anatoly Majayev glanced over his shoulder at the ridge little Ilya had disappeared behind. Where had his brother gone? He still thought of him as little Ilya, despite the fact that his brother outweighed him in both muscle and faith. Anatoly shook his head wearily. He had promised their mother he would look after him. Ilya would catch up, he was certain. He had not dared halt the column now that the Mongols had shown they were in the area. Anatoly had sent scouts all around, but they too seemed to have vanished. He looked behind again, straining his eyes for the banners of 1,000 men. Ahead, the valley narrowed in a pass through hills that could have been part of the Garden of Eden. The slopes were green with grass so thick a man couldn't hack through the roots in half a day. Anatoly loved this land, but his eyes were always on the horizon, and one day he would see Jerusalem. He muttered a prayer to the Virgin under his breath, and at that moment the pass darkened and he saw the Mongol army riding out against him. The scouts were dead then, as he had feared. Anatoly cursed and couldn't help but look back for Ilya once more. Shouts came from behind, and Anatoly turned completely in the saddle, swearing at the sight of another dark mass of riders coming up fast. How had they gone around him without being spotted? It defied belief to have the enemy move like ghosts through the hills. He knew his men could scatter the Mongols in a charge. Already they had unhooked their shields and raised them, looking to him for orders. As the eldest son of a baron, Anatoly was the most senior officer. Indeed, it had been his family who had financed the entire trip, using some of their vast fortune to earn the goodwill of the monasteries that had become so powerful in Russia. Anatoly knew he couldn't charge with the entire baggage train and rear ranks exposed. Nothing unnerved fighting men more than being struck from before and behind at the same time. He began to shout an order for 3 of his officers to take their sentries and wheel around to charge the rear. As he turned, a movement on the hills caught his eye, and he grinned in relief. In the distance, a line of Russian heavy horse came back over the ridge, banners flying lightly in the breeze. Anatoly judged the distances and made his decision. He called a scout over to him. "Ride to my brother and tell him to hit the force at our rear. He must prevent them from joining the battle." The young man raced away, unencumbered by armor or weapons. Anatoly turned to the front, his confidence swelling. With the rear secured, he outnumbered those who were galloping toward him. His orders had taken only moments, and he knew he could punch through the Mongols like an armored fist. Anatoly pointed his long spear over his horse's ears. "Charge formation! For the White Christ! Onward!" Anatoly's scout raced along at full gallop across the dusty ground. Speed was everything with 2 armies converging on the column. He rode with his body pressed as low as he could go, the horse's head lunging up and down by his own. He was young and excited, and rode almost to Ilya Majaev's men before pulling up in shock. Only 400 had come back over the crest, and they had been through hell. Brown slicks of blood showed on many men as they approached, and there was something odd about the way they rode. The scout suddenly understood and wrenched at his reins in panic. He was too late. An arrow took him under a flailing arm, and he tumbled over the horse's ears, making the animal bolt. Jochi and the other Mongols didn't look at the prone figure as they galloped past. It had taken a long time to pull the chainmail off the dead, but the ruse was working. No force rode out to cut them off, and though the Russians didn't know it, they were being attacked on 3 sides. As the slope lessened, Jochi dug in his heels and brought the heavy spear out of his leather socket. It was a cumbersome thing, and he had to strain to hold it steady as he and his men thundered toward the Russian flank. Anatoly was at full gallop, more than half a ton of flesh and iron focused on a spear point. He saw the front ranks shudder as the Mongol archers loosed their first shafts. The enemy were fast, but the column couldn't be held back or even turned at that speed. The noise of shield impacts and hooves was deafening, but he heard screams behind him and wrenched himself back to clarity. He was in command, and as his mind cleared, he shook his head in horror. He watched Ilya strike the main flank, cutting into the very men who had pledged themselves to the Majaev family on the pilgrimage. As he gaped, Anatoly saw the men were smaller and wore bloody iron. Some had lost their helmets in the first clash to reveal yelling Mongol faces. He blanched then, knowing his brother was dead and the twin attack would crush the rear ranks. He couldn't turn, and though he bawled frantic orders, no one heard him. Ahead, the Mongols let them come in, loosing shafts by the thousands into the Russian horsemen. The shields were battered, and the column jerked like a wounded animal. Men fell by the 100. It was as if a scythe had been drawn across the face of the column, cutting through living men. Behind, the Mongols rolled up the baggage train, killing anyone on the carts who raised a weapon. Anatoly strained to think, to make out details, but he was in among the enemy. His spear ripped along a horse's neck, opening a great gash that spattered him in warm blood. A sword flashed, and Anatoly took the blow on his helmet, almost losing consciousness. Something hit him in the chest, and suddenly he couldn't breathe, even to call for help. He strained for just a cupful of air, just a sip, but it didn't come, and he collapsed, hitting the ground hard enough to numb his final agony. At the fires that evening, Tsubodai rode through the camp of his 10,000. The dead knights had been stripped of anything valuable, and the general had pleased the men by refusing his personal tithe. For those who received no pay for their battles, the collection of blood-stained lockets, rings, and gems was something to covet in the new society Genghis was creating. A man could become wealthy in the army of the tribes, though they thought always in terms of the horses they could buy with their riches. The knights' forges were of more interest to Tsubodai, as were the spoked cartwheels themselves, ringed in iron and easier to repair than the solid discs the Mongols used. Tsubodai had already instructed the captured armorers to demonstrate the skill to his carpenters. Jochi was examining the forehoof of his favorite pony when Tsubodai trotted up to him. Before the younger man could bow, Tsubodai inclined his head, giving him honor. The Jagun Jochi had commanded stood with pride. Tsubodai lifted his hand to show Jochi the gold paitsa he had taken from him before noon. "You had me wondering how Russians could come back from the dead," Tsubodai said. "It was a bold stroke. Take this back, Jochi. You are worth more than silver, no matter what Jagun wants you to lead them." He tossed the gold plaque through the air, and Jochi caught it, struggling to keep his composure. Only the praise of Genghis himself would have meant more at that moment. "We will ride home tomorrow," Tsubodai said, as much for the men as Jochi. "Be ready at dawn." Chapter 2. Chagatai felt an itch in his left armpit where sweat dribbled under his best armor. Though he was the second son of the Khan, he sensed it wouldn't be right to give the spot a good scratch while he waited for the king of Koryo. He risked a quick glance at the man who had brought him to the distant walled city of Songdo. The Hall of Kings was stifling in the midday heat, but Jelmei showed no discomfort in his lacquered armor. Like the courtiers and the royal guards, the Mongol general could have been carved out of wood. Chagatai could hear water running in the far distance, the gentle sound somehow magnified in the oppressive heat and silence. The itch became maddening, and he struggled to think of something else. As his gaze rested on a high ceiling of white plaster and ancient pine beams, he reminded himself that he had no reason to feel intimidated. For all their dignity, the Wang dynasty had not been able to crush the Karakitai when those people came into their land from the Qin territory and built fortresses. If Jelmei hadn't volunteered his army to burn them out, the Koryan king would still be a near prisoner in his own palace. At 15 years old, Chagatai felt a vague smugness at the thought. He had all the pride and arrogance of a young warrior, yet in this case he knew it was justified. Jelmei and his warriors had come into the east to see what armies might stand against them and to view the ocean for the first time. They had found enemies in the Karakitai and driven them out of Koryo like whipped dogs. Chagatai knew it was only just that the king pay a tribute, whether he had asked for help or not. Sweating in the heavy air, Chagatai tortured himself with memory of the breeze off the sea in the south. The cool wind had been the only good thing about that blue vastness, in his opinion. Jelmei had been fascinated by the Koryan ships, but the thought of wanting to travel on water baffled Chagatai. If it couldn't be ridden, he had no use for it. Even the memory of the royal barge swaying at anchor made his stomach clench. A bell sounded out in the courtyard, the tone echoing through gardens where bees buzzed in hives around acacia blossoms. Chagatai pictured the Buddhist monks heaving on the log that struck the great bell, and he straightened, once more aware of how he stood. The king would be on his way, and his torment would come to an end. He could stand an itch a little longer. Just the thought of relief made it seem bearable. The bell boomed again, and servants slid back screens, opening the hall to the scent of pines from the surrounding hills. Despite himself, Chagatai let out a sigh as the intense heat began to lessen. The crowd moved subtly as they strained to see the king, and Chagatai used the distraction to dig 2 fingers into his armpit and scratch vigorously. He sensed Jelme's gaze flicker to him and resumed his impassive expression as the king of the Korean people entered at last. None of them were tall, Chagatai thought, as he saw the diminutive monarch waft through a carved doorway. He supposed the man's name was Wong, after his family, but who knew or cared how these wiry little people named each other? Chagatai looked instead at a pair of serving girls in the king's retinue. With their delicate golden skin, they were far more interesting than the man they served. The young warrior stared as the women fussed around their master, arranging his robes as he seated himself. The king didn't seem aware of the watching Mongols as he waited for his attendants to finish. His eyes were almost the same dark yellow as Genghis's, though they lacked his father's ability to inspire terror. Compared to the Khan, the Korean king was just a lamb. The servants finished their tasks at last, and the king's gaze finally focused on the arban of 10 warriors Jelme had brought. Chagatai wondered how the man could bear such thick cloth on a summer's day. When the king spoke, Chagatai couldn't understand a word. Like Jelme, he had to wait for the translation into the Chin language he had struggled to master. Even then he could hardly catch the meaning, and listened in growing frustration. He disliked foreign languages. Once a man knew the word for a horse, why use another? Obviously, Chagatai understood that men from far lands might not know the right way of speaking, but he felt they owed it to themselves to learn and not continue their gibberish as if all tongues were of equal value. "You have kept your promises," the translator said solemnly, interrupting Chagatai's thoughts. "The Karakitai fortresses have burned for many days, and that foul people have gone from the high and beautiful land." Silence fell again, and Chagatai shifted uncomfortably. The court of the Koryo seemed to delight in slowness. He recalled his experience of the drink they called nokcha. Jelme had frowned at the way Chagatai emptied his cup in a gulp and held it out for another. Apparently, the pale green liquid was too valuable to be drunk like water. As if one warrior should care how another ate or drank. Chagatai ate when he was hungry and often forgot to attend the elaborate meals of the court. He couldn't understand Jelme's interest in pointless rituals, but he hadn't spoken his thoughts aloud. When he ruled the Mongol nation, he wouldn't allow pretension, he vowed to himself. Food was not something to linger over or prepare in 1,000 flavors. It was no wonder that the Korean people had come so close to being conquered. They would be required to speak one language and eat perhaps no more than 2 or 3 different dishes, prepared quickly and without fuss. It would leave more time for training with weapons and exercise to make the body strong. Chagatai's wandering thoughts stilled as Jelme spoke at last, apparently having weighed every word. "It is fortunate that the Karakitai chose to attack my scouts. Our needs met in their destruction. I speak now for the great Khan, whose warriors have saved your country from a terrible enemy. Where is the tribute promised by your ministers?" As the translation droned, the king stiffened slightly in his seat. Chagatai wondered if the fool took some insult from the words. Perhaps he had forgotten the army camped outside the city. At a single command from Jelme, they would burn the polished beams around the king's head. It was still a mystery to Chagatai why they had not. Surely Genghis had sent them out to hone their skills? Chagatai appreciated distantly that there was an art in negotiating that he had yet to learn. Jelme had tried to explain the need to deal with foreign powers, but Chagatai couldn't see it. A man was either an enemy or a friend. If he was an enemy, everything he owned could be taken. Chagatai smiled as he completed the thought. A Khan needed no friends, only servants. Once more he daydreamed about ruling his people. The tribes would never accept his brother Jochi, if he was even the Khan's son at all. Chagatai had done his part in spreading the rumor that Jochi was the result of a rape many years before. Genghis had allowed the whispers to grow deep roots by his distant manner toward the boy. Chagatai smiled to himself at the memories, allowing his hand to drift past the hilt of his sword. His father had passed it into his hands over Jochi, a blade that had seen the birth of a nation. In his most private heart, Chagatai knew he would never take an oath to Jochi. One of the king's ministers leaned close to the throne to exchange whispered words. It went on long enough for the ranks of courtiers to wilt visibly in their robes and jewels, but at last the minister retreated. Once more the king spoke, his words translated smoothly. Honored allies may accept gifts in token of a new friendship, as has been discussed, the king said. 100,000 sheets of oiled paper have been prepared for you, the labor of many moons. The assembled crowd of Korean nobles murmured at the words, though Chagatai couldn't imagine why paper would be seen as valuable. 10,000 silk vests have been sewn, and the same weight added in jade and silver. 200,000 quan of iron and the same in bronze have come from the mines and the guild of metal workers. From my own stores, 60 tiger skins have been wrapped in silk and made ready to travel with you. Finally, 800 cartloads of oak and beech are the gift of the Wang dynasty, in thanks for the victory you have brought to the Korean people. Go now in peace and honor, and count us always as allies. Jelme nodded stiffly as the translator finished. I accept your tribute, Majesty. A slight flush had appeared on his neck. Chagatai wondered if the general would ignore the king's attempt to save face. Tribute was given to conquerors, and Jelme stood in silence for a long time as he considered the king's words. When he spoke again, his voice was firm. I ask only that 600 young men between the ages of 12 and 16 be added to it. I will train them in the skills of my people, and they will know many battles and great honor. Chagatai struggled not to show his approval. Let them choke on that with their talk of gifts and honored allies. Jelme's demand had revealed the true balance of power in the room, and the courtiers were visibly distressed. The silence stretched in the hall, and Chagatai watched with interest as the king's minister bowed close once more. He saw the king's knuckles whiten as his grip on the armrest tightened. Chagatai was tired of their posturing. Even the smooth-limbed women at the king's feet had lost their allure. He wanted to get out into the cool air and perhaps bathe in the river before the sun lost its heat. But Jelme didn't move a muscle, and his glare seemed to make the men around the king nervous. Their darting glances were wasted on the silent warriors as they stood and waited for a certain outcome. The city of Songdo had less than 60,000 inhabitants and an army of no more than 3,000. The king could assume whatever airs he wanted, but Chagatai knew the truth of the situation. When the answer came at last, it was no surprise. "We are honored that you would accept so many young men into your service, General," the king said. His expression was sour, but Jelmay responded to the interpreter, mouthing further expressions of goodwill that Chagatai drowned out. His father had called Jelmay home after 3 years of scouting the east. It would be good to see the mountains again, and Chagatai could barely restrain his impatience at the thought. Jelmay seemed to think this paper would be important, though Chagatai doubted Genghis would value it. In that, at least, his father was predictable. It was a good thing Jelmay had demanded silk and hardwoods as well. Those things were worth having. Without an obvious signal, the bell sounded again in the courtyard outside, ending the audience. Chagatai watched the servant girls as they readied their master to stand and fell in behind him. He sighed as the room relaxed subtly around him, taking pleasure in scratching his armpit once more. Home. Jochi would be coming back as well, with Zubodai. Chagatai wondered how his brother would have changed in 3 years. At 17 he would be fully grown, and no doubt Zubodai had trained him well. Chagatai cracked his neck with his hands, relishing the challenges to come.
This ends disc. Genghis, Bones of the Hills, Disc 2.
In the southern half of Qin lands, warriors of the Third Army of Genghis were drinking themselves senseless. At their backs, the citizens of Kaifeng waited behind high walls and gates, already despairing. Some of the Qin had accompanied the emperor himself as he had come south from Yanqing 3 years before. They had seen the smoke in the northern sky as that city burned. For a time, they thought the Mongols had passed them by, but then the army of Hassar came after them, drawing lines of destruction across the ground like a hot iron across flesh. The streets of Kaifeng were almost empty and would have been eerily silent if not for the distant cheering of the Mongol host. Those who had armed guards could climb to the walls and look down on the besieging army. What they saw brought no comfort or hope. To the Qin, even the casual nature of Hassar's siege was an insult. On this day, the great Khan's brother was amusing himself with a wrestling competition amongst his men. Hassar's host of Gers lacked a clear pattern, and his vast herds of animals wandered aimlessly over the land, only rarely disturbed by the long whips of herdsmen. The Mongols hadn't so much surrounded Kaifeng as made camp there. To the Qin, who hated and feared them, it was galling to see the enemy enjoying games and sports while Kaifeng began to go hungry. Though the Qin were no strangers to cruelty, the Mongols were more callous than they could comprehend. Hassar's army cared nothing at all for the suffering inhabitants of Kaifeng, and only resented them for delaying the fall of the city. They had been there for 3 months, and they showed a terrible, limitless patience. The emperor's city of Yanqing had fallen to these primitive horsemen. Its great armies had not held them. With that example, no one in Kaifeng had real hope. The streets had become lawless, and only the strong dared go out at all. Food was distributed from a central store, but some days they had nothing. No one could know if the food was running out, or if it had been stolen on the way. In the camp, Hassar rose to his feet, roaring in excitement with Hosa, as the wrestler known as Bob Guy, the bear, heaved his opponent up over his head. The vanquished man struggled at first, but Bob Guy stood unmoving, beaming like a stupid child at his general. The bets dwindled to a trickle, and then nothing. The man he held was so battered and exhausted that he only tugged feebly at Bob Guy's square fingertips. Hassar had found the wrestler among his Chin recruits, marking him apart immediately for his size and strength. He looked forward to having the massive idiot challenge one of the champions at home. If he judged the wagers well, he could beggar a few men in one match, his brother Temyagay among them. Bob Guy waited impassively with his squirming burden, waiting for Hassar's order. Few others could have supported a grown warrior for so long, and Bob Guy's face was pink and shiny with sweat. Hassar stared through the big wrestler, his thoughts returning to the message from Genghis. The scout his brother had sent still stood where Hassar had placed him hours before. Flies were sucking at the salt on the scout's skin, but the young man dared not move. Hassar's good mood vanished, and he gestured irritably to his wrestling champion. "Break him," he snapped. The crowd took a sharp breath as Bob Guy dropped suddenly to one knee, bringing his opponent down on the outstretched thigh. The crack of a broken spine sounded across the clearing, and all the men roared and exchanged betting tokens. Bob Guy beamed toothlessly at them. Hassar looked away as the crippled man's throat was cut. It was kindness not to leave him alive for dogs and rats. Sensing his thoughts turning darker, Hassar signaled for the next bout and a skin of black irog, anything to distract him from his gloom. If he had known Genghis would be recalling the armies, he'd have made better time heading into Chin lands. With Hosa and Genghis's son Ogadai, he'd spent leisurely years burning cities and executing their populations, all the time moving closer to where the boy emperor had taken refuge. It had been a very happy time for him. He was not a man given to thinking too hard about himself, but Hassar had come to enjoy being in command. For men like Genghis it came naturally. Hassar couldn't imagine Genghis allowing anyone to lead him to a toilet pit, never mind a battle. For Hassar it had come slowly, the need growing like moss. For 3 years he hadn't spoken to any of his brothers, Genghis, Kachiyun, or Temyagay. His warriors had expected him to know where to ride and what to do once they arrived. Hassar had found it exhausting at first, just as a lead dog will last only so long at the head of a pack. He knew that well, but he discovered another truth, that leading was as exciting as it was exhausting. His mistakes were his own, but his triumphs were also his own. As the seasons passed, Hassar had changed subtly, and he didn't want to go home. Waiting for Kai Feng to fall, he was father to 10,000 sons. He looked around at the men he had brought so far from home. His second-in-command, Samuka, was sober as always, watching the wrestling with detached amusement. Ogadai was yelling and sweating with drink, looking small at the shoulder of warriors. Hassar let his gaze drift over the boy, wondering how he would take the news of their return. At Ogadai's age, everything was new and exciting, and Hassar thought he would be pleased. His mood soured further as he studied his men. Every one of them had proved his worth. They had taken women by the 1,000, horses, coins, and weapons, too much to spend a lifetime cataloging. Hassar let out a long sigh. Yet Genghis was the great Khan, and Hassar could no more imagine rebelling against his older brother than he could sprout wings and fly across the walls of Kai Feng. Hosa seemed to sense the general's mood and raised a skin of black irog to him, the noise of the wrestling bout swelling around them both. Hassar smiled tightly without pleasure. With Samuka, Hosa had heard the scout's message. The day had been ruined, and both men knew it. The Shixia officer would once have shuddered at the thought of drinking with lice-ridden tribesmen, Before the Mongols had come, Hosa had lived a life of simple austerity, proud of his place in his king's army. He had woken each dawn for an hour of exercise before bathing, then begun the day with black tea and bread dipped in honey. Hosa's life had been almost perfect, and he sometimes longed for it, while dreading its dullness at the same time. On very dark nights, when all the pretenses of men are laid bare, Hosa knew he had found a place and a life he would never have enjoyed in the Shishya. He had risen to third in command of a Mongol army, and men like Hassar trusted him with their lives. The bites of fleas and lice were a small price to pay in return. Following Hassar's black gaze, Hosa, too, glowered drunkenly at Kaifeng. If all an emperor could do was cower behind high walls, he was no emperor as far as Hosa could see. He took another gulp of the clear Irog and winced as it stung a cut on his gums. Hosa did sometimes miss the peace and routines of his old life, but somewhere, he knew, they continued. That thought brought him comfort when he was tired or wounded. It also helped that he had a fortune in gold and silver. If he ever did return home, he would have wives, slaves, and wealth. The second match finished with a broken arm, and both men bowed to Hassar before he gave them leave to have their wounds treated. The day's events would cost him perhaps a dozen injured and a few killed, but it was worth it to inspire the others. They were not delicate young girls, after all. Hassar glared at the scout. It had been Hassar himself who had taken the lonely forts the Mongols now used as way stations for their messengers. They stretched in an unbroken line all the way back to the charred remains of Yenqing in the north. If Hassar had realized the new trade road would enable Genghis to send a recall order only 18 days before, he might not have done it. Would his brother understand if he waited another year for the fortress city to fall? Hassar kicked at a stone, startling the scout as he stood there. He knew the answer. Genghis would expect him to drop everything and return, bringing the Khan's son Ogedai with him. It was galling, and Hassar stared at Kaifeng as if he could bring the walls down with anger alone. He hardly saw the third bout of wrestling, though the hard-drinking crowd appreciated it. "Recite the orders again," Hassar said suddenly. Over the yelling warriors, he had to repeat himself twice to be heard. The scout bowed his head at a loss to understand the mood his message had created. "Come home and drink black Irag with our people, my brother. In the spring we will drink milk and blood." "That is all?" Hassar snapped. "Tell me how he looked when he sent you out." The scout shifted uncomfortably. The great Khan was discussing plans, Lord, with his senior men. They had maps weighted with stones of lead, but I did not hear what they said before I was summoned. Hosa raised his head at that, his eyes glassy with drink. "Milk and blood will mean he plans a new war," he called. The noise of the crowd dropped suddenly at his words. Ogedai had frozen to listen. Even the wrestlers paused, unsure whether they should go on. Hassar blinked and then shrugged. He didn't care who heard. "If my brother had his precious maps out, that must be it." He sighed to himself. If Genghis knew he stood before the walls of Kaifeng, surely he would wait. The boy emperor had escaped them at Yenqing. The thought of the imperial Qin court watching the Mongols leave was almost unbearable. "Has my brother summoned Subodai and Jelmei?" Hassar said. The messenger swallowed nervously under the eyes of so many. "I did not carry the messages, Lord." "You know, though. Scouts always know. Tell me, or I will have your tongue." The young messenger swallowed his doubts and spoke quickly. "2 other men rode out to bring the generals back to the Khan, Lord. This I heard." "And the armies at home? Are they drilling and making ready, or just waiting?" They are under orders to train the winter fat off them, Lord." Khassar saw Samuka grin, and he cursed under his breath. "Then it is war. Go back along the path I made and tell my brother I am coming. It is enough." "Shall I say you will be there before the end of summer, Lord?" the scout asked. "Yes," Khassar replied. He spat on the ground as the scout raced away. He had taken every city for 100 miles around Kaifeng, surrounding the emperor with destruction and cutting his supplies. Yet he would leave just when victory was assured. He saw Ogadai's eyes were wide with excitement, and Khassar looked away. It would be good to see his brothers again, he realized. He wondered idly if Jalmei or Tsubodai could match the wealth he had taken from the Qin cities. Whole forests had been cut to provide carts enough to carry it all. He had even recruited from among the Qin, so that he returned with 2,000 more men than he had taken with him. He sighed to himself. What he had wanted was to bring Genghis the bones of an emperor. He cared nothing for the other spoils of war. Chapter 3. Genghis let his mare have her head on the open plain, hitting full gallop so that the warm air rushed by him and sent his long black hair streaming in the wind. He wore only a light tunic that left his arms bare, revealing a dense web of white scars. The trousers that gripped the mare's flanks were old and dark with mutton fat, as were the soft boots and the stirrups. He carried no sword, though a leather bow case rested behind his thigh, and a small hunting quiver bounced on his shoulders, its leather strap running across his chest. The air was black with birds overhead, the noise of their wings clattering as hawks tore through them, bringing prey back to their masters. In the distance, 3,000 warriors had formed an unbroken ring that dawn, riding slowly and driving every living thing before them. It wouldn't be long before the center was filled with marmots, deer, foxes, rats, wild dogs, and 1,000 other small animals. Genghis could see the ground was dark with them, and he grinned in anticipation of the killing ahead. A deer ran bucking and snorting in panic through the circle, and Genghis took it easily, sending a shaft into its chest behind the foreleg. The buck collapsed, kicking, and he turned to see if his brother Kachian had witnessed the shot. There was little true sport in the circle hunt, though it helped to feed the tribes when meat was running low. Nevertheless, Genghis enjoyed it and awarded places at the center to men he wished to honor. As well as Kachian, Arslan was there, the first man to take an oath to him. The old swordsman was 60 years of age and knife-thin. He rode well, if stiffly, and Genghis saw him take a pigeon from the air as the bird flew overhead. The wrestler Tolui galloped across his vision, leaning low on the saddle to drop a fat marmot as it streaked across the grass in panic. A wolf came from a patch of long grass and made Tolui's pony shy, almost unseating him. Genghis laughed as the massive warrior struggled upright. It was a good day, and the circle was almost upon them. 100 of his most valued officers raced here and there as the ground darkened into a solid stream of animals. They swarmed so thickly that more were crushed by hooves than spitted on killing shafts. The circle of riders closed until they stood shoulder to shoulder, and the men in the middle emptied their quivers, enjoying themselves. Genghis spotted a mountain cat in the press and kicked his heels in after it. He saw Kachian on the same run and was pleased when his brother wheeled away to leave him the shot. Both men were in their late 30s, strong and supremely fit. With the armies returning, they would take the nation into new lands, and Genghis was glad of it. He had come back from the Qin capital worn out and racked by illness. It had taken almost a year for him to regain his health, but the weakness was now only a memory. As the end of summer approached, he felt his old strength, and with it the desire to crush those who had dared to kill his men. He wanted his enemies proud and strong so that he could cast them further down in his vengeance. Genghis reached for another arrow, and his fingers closed on nothing, making him sigh. The boys and girls of the camps would now run in with hammers and knives to finish the slaughter and begin preparing the carcasses for a great feast. The scouts for the Khan had reported that the armies of Khassar and Subadai were only a few days' ride away. His generals would be honored with rice wine and black ayrag when they returned. Genghis wondered how his sons would have grown in the years apart. It was exciting to think of riding to war with Chagatai and Ogadai, taking new lands so that they too could be Khans. He knew that Jochi was returning, but that was an old wound, and he didn't dwell on it. He was done with peaceful years with his wives and the young children. If the Sky Father had a purpose for him, it was not to spend his time quietly while the world slept. Genghis rode to Kachian as his brother clapped Arslan on the shoulders. Between them, the ground was red with blood and fur, and boys darted almost under the hooves as they yelled and called to each other in excitement. "Did you see the great cat I brought down?" Genghis said to the two men. "It took 2 arrows just to slow it." "It was a fine kill," Kachian shouted, his face glowing with sweat. One scrawny boy came too close to Kachian's stirrups as he spoke, and he reached down to cuff the lad, knocking him sprawling to the amusement of his companions. Arslan smiled as the little boy picked himself up and glared at the Khan's brother before racing off. "They are so young, this new generation," he said. "I can hardly remember being so small." Genghis nodded. The children of the tribes would never know the fear of being hunted as he and his brothers had. Listening to their laughter and high-pitched voices, he could only wonder at what he had achieved. Just a few herdsmen roamed the valleys and mountains of his homeland now. He had gathered the rest and made them a nation under one man and the Sky Father. Perhaps that was why he yearned to answer the challenge from the desert tribes. A man without enemies grew quickly soft and fat. A nation would fare badly without someone peering into their camps. He smiled at the thought. There was no shortage of enemies in the world, and he thanked the spirits that they teemed in their millions. He couldn't imagine a better way of spending a life, and he had good years ahead. Arslan spoke again, and the lightness had gone from his voice. "I have thought for many months, Lord, that it is time I gave up my position as general. I am getting too old to stand a campaign in winter, and perhaps too cautious. The men need someone younger who can risk it all on a single throw of the bones." "You have years in you yet," Kachian replied as seriously. Arslan shook his head, looking to see how Genghis reacted to his words. "It is time. I will wait for my son Jelme to return, but I do not wish to leave my homeland again. My oath is to you, Genghis, and I will not see it broken. If you say ride, I will ride until I fall." He spoke of death. No warrior could fall from a saddle while he still lived. Arslan paused to see the Khan understood his loyalty before going on. "No man can ride forever. My hips and shoulders ache, and my hands are stiff at the first touch of cold. Perhaps it is all the years of beating metal, I do not know." Genghis pursed his mouth, edging his mount closer so that he could grip his general's shoulder. "You have been with me from the first days," he said softly. "No one has served with more honor. If you want to see your final years out in peace, I will release you from your oath." Arslan bowed his head, visibly relieved. "Thank you, my Lord Khan." When he looked up, his face was flushed with emotion. I knew you when you were alone and hunted. I saw greatness in you then when I pledged my life. I have known this day would come, and prepared my second for command of my Taman. It is your decision, but I recommend Zorgadai to replace me." "No one could replace you," Genghis said immediately. "But I will honor your choice and your wisdom this last time. I know this Zorgadai, the one they call Jebeh, the arrow." Arslan grimaced slightly. "As you say, you met him first when we rode against the Basud clan years ago. He killed your horse." Genghis let out a surprised exclamation. "I thought I knew the name. By the spirits, he could shoot a bow. Was it 300 paces? I remember I almost broke my head open." "He has mellowed a little, Lord, but not too much. He has been loyal to you ever since you spared him that day." Genghis nodded. "Then pass your gold paitsa to him and invite him to my council tent. We will make the feast a celebration of your life. The storytellers will sing your praises to the Sky Father, and the young warriors will know a great man is gone from their ranks." He thought for a moment as Arslan colored in pride. "You will have 1,000 horses from my own herd, and 12 women as servants for your wife. I will send 3 young men to guard you in your old age. You will not be lonely in your retirement, General. You will have sheep and goats enough to make you fat for 100 years. Arslan dismounted and touched his head to Genghis's foot in the stirrup. "You honor me, Lord, but I need very little. With your permission, I will take my wife and just a small herd of breeding goats and horses. Together, we will find a quiet place by a stream and there remain. There are no thieves in the hills any longer, and if by chance there are, my bow and sword still speak for me." He smiled at the man he had seen grow from a boy to a conqueror of nations. "Perhaps I will build a small forge and make one last sword to be buried with me. I hear the sounds of the hammer in my mind even now, and I am at peace." Genghis found tears in his eyes as he viewed the man who had been like a second father to him. He too dismounted and embraced Arslan briefly, causing the shouting children around them to fall silent and staring. "It is a good dream, old man. But first we wait on your son Jelmay and feast a good life." The lands around the Orkhon River were a deeper green than could be found anywhere else. The river itself was wide and clear. It had to be to support 200,000 men and women, with twice that number of horses when Khassar and Zubardai arrived within a day of each other. Under the Khan's ruling hand, the nation had grown, and there were always children squalling somewhere. Since his return from the Qin capital, Genghis had made a near-permanent camp at the river, rejecting the plain of Avrag. It was true that Avrag would always be sacred as the place he had forged a nation, but it was a dry, flat land. In comparison, a nearby waterfall beat the waters of the Orkhon into white spray, and the horses and sheep could drink their fill. Genghis had swum many times in its deep pools, regaining his strength. Khassar had come in first and embraced his brothers, Genghis, Kachyun, even Temugay, who was no warrior but ran the camps and settled disputes between families. Khassar brought Ogadai with him. The boy was barely 13 years old, but stood muscular and long-limbed with the promise of his father's height. In the sharp planes of Ogadai's face, the brothers could see an echo of the boy who had once kept them alive when they were banished and alone, just a few scraps of food away from starvation and death. Khassar gripped the back of Ogadai's neck as he sent him forward to see his father, showing his pride. "He is a good hand with a bow and sword, brother. Hussar said, tilting a skin of black eye-rag and directing a line of the spirit down his throat. Genghis heard the delighted cry of his wife Berthe from the family gare and knew his son would be surrounded by women in just a few moments. "You have grown, Ogadai," he said awkwardly. "I will want to hear all about your travels tonight." He watched as Ogadai bowed formally, the boy's face hiding any emotion. 3 years was a long time to be away, but Genghis was pleased with the stripling warrior who had returned to him. Ogadai had the same yellow eyes, and Genghis approved his stillness and calm. He didn't test it by embracing him, not with so many warriors watching who would perhaps follow Ogadai in a charge one day. "Are you old enough to drink, boy?" Genghis asked, hefting a skin in his hands. When his son nodded, he tossed it over, and Ogadai took it cleanly, overwhelmed with the sights and sounds of his people all around. As his mother came forward and embraced him, he remained stiff, trying to show his father that he was not a little boy to melt into her arms. Berthe hardly seemed to notice, and held his face in both hands, weeping at his safe return. "Let him stand, Berthe," Genghis muttered at her shoulder. "He is old enough to fight and ride with me." His wife ignored him, and Genghis sighed to himself, his mood mellow. Genghis felt his chest tighten as he saw Zubodai trotting through the crowded plain toward him, Jochi at his side. Both men dismounted, and Genghis saw Jochi walked with the springy step of a natural warrior. He had grown an inch taller than the Khan, though his dark eyes still reminded Genghis that some other man may have fathered him. He hadn't known how he would react to Jochi, but on instinct, Genghis spoke directly to Zubodai, ignoring him. "Have you carried them all before you, General?" he said. Zubodai responded with a chuckle. "I have seen many strange things, my Lord Khan. I would have gone further if you had not called us back. Is it war, then?" A shadow crossed Genghis's face, but he shook his head. "Later, Zubodai, later. I'll have dogs for you to whip, but Arslan is stepping down as my general, and when Jelme comes in we will feast his life." Zubodai showed sadness as he heard the news. "I owe him a great deal, Lord. My poet is a fine man. May I offer his service?" Genghis grinned. "For the swordsmith, General, I have a dozen poets and storytellers fighting like cats for the honor, but your man may as well join them." Genghis could feel Jochi's mother watching him as he spoke. Berthe would be looking for some public acceptance of her firstborn son before she too welcomed him home. As silence fell, Genghis turned at last to Jochi. It was hard not to bristle under that flat black stare. It had been a long time in the camps since any man dared to meet the eyes of the Khan in such a way, and Genghis felt his heart thump faster, as if he faced an enemy. "I am pleased to see you well and strong, father," Jochi said, his voice deeper than Genghis had expected. "When I left you, you were still weak from the assassin's poison." Genghis saw Zubodai's hand twitch, as if he wanted to raise it to Jochi in warning. The general had sharper wits than Jochi, it seemed. The young warrior stood proudly before him as if he were not a rape-born whelp, barely welcome in the gares of his family. Genghis struggled with his temper, very aware of the silent presence of his wife. "It seems I am a difficult man to kill," he said softly. "You are welcome in my camp, Jochi." His son remained still, though for Genghis to grant him guest rights like any common warrior was a subtle barb. He hadn't said the words to Zubodai or Khassar. They were not needed between friends. "You honor me, my Lord Khan," Jochi said, bowing his head so that his father could not see his furious eyes. Genghis nodded, weighing the young man as Jochi took his mother's hands gently in his own and bowed, his face pale and strained. Berte's eyes filled with tears of joy, but there was more restraint between mother and son than there had been with Ogadai. In such an atmosphere, she couldn't embrace the tall young warrior. Before Genghis could speak again, Jochi turned to his younger brother, and all the stiffness left him in a rush. "I see you, little man," Jochi said. Ogadai grinned and came forward to punch Jochi on the shoulder, prompting a brief wrestling match that ended with his head jammed into Jochi's armpit. Genghis watched irritably, wanting to say something else that would prick Jochi's easy manner. Instead, Jochi walked Ogadai away over his muffled protests at having his head rubbed. The Khan hadn't actually dismissed his son, and Genghis opened his mouth to have him brought back. "Your son has learned well, Lord," Zubodai said before he could speak. "He has commanded 1,000 in battles against the warriors of Russia, and the men respect him." Genghis scowled, knowing the moment had somehow escaped him. "You have not raised him too fast?" he said. A weaker man might have agreed under those yellow eyes, but Zubodai shook his head immediately, loyal to the young man he had fostered for 3 years. "He learned quickly what it means to command, Lord, to have every man look to you alone for strength. My poet has many verses about Jochi, and the men speak well of the Khan's son. He can lead. I have no greater praise." Genghis glanced over to where Jochi was laughing with Ogadai. Together they looked younger, more like the boys who had grown in his gare. He nodded grudgingly, but when he spoke again, Zubodai's hopes fell. "Bad blood may come to the surface at any time, General. In a charge or a battle, he could turn. Be careful not to risk your life on that one." Zubodai could not contradict the Khan without giving insult, though he burned to speak against the unfairness. In the end, his struggle remained internal, and he bowed his head. "Jelmei and Chagatai are only 3 days away," Genghis said, his expression lightening. "You will see a son of mine then, Zubodai, and know why I am proud of him. We will light the land with lamps and eat and drink enough so that men will talk of it for years." "As you say, Lord," Zubodai replied, hiding his distress. Over 3 years he had seen Jochi grow into a fine man, one capable of leading armies. Zubodai had seen no weaknesses in him, and he knew he was a good judge of men. As he followed the Khan's gaze to his oldest son, Zubodai grieved for the hurt Jochi must feel. No man should ever be rejected by his father. If Jochi had every other general at his feet and the scorn of Genghis, he would feel only the scorn. As Genghis turned away with Khassar and Kachiyun, Zubodai shook his head slightly before he reasserted the cold face and joined the other men in preparing for the feast. Jelmei and Chagatai were coming, and Zubodai didn't look forward to seeing Genghis praise his second son over the first. Chapter 4. Something wrenched Jelmei from a deep sleep. In complete darkness he sat up, listening intently. The smoke hole in his gare was covered, and his eyes couldn't adjust to the lack of light. At his side a Chin woman stirred, and he reached out to touch her face. "Be quiet," he whispered. He knew the sounds of the camp, the whickering of ponies, the laughter or weeping in the night that eased him into sleep. He knew the sounds of his people and the slightest change in them. Like a wild dog, some part of him never fully slept. He was too much an old hand to dismiss the prickling sense of danger as a bad dream. In silence, he threw back his furs and stood bare-chested, wearing just an old pair of leggings. It was low and distant, but the sound of the scout's horn was unmistakable. As the note died away, Jelmei grabbed for a sword hanging from the central pole. He pulled on soft boots, threw a heavy coat over his shoulders, and ducked out into the night. The camp was already waking around him, warriors mounting with murmurs and clicks to their animals. They were barely a day's ride from Genghis, and Jelme had no idea who could be mad enough to risk the legs of precious horses in the dark. One marmot hole in the wrong place and a foreleg could snap. Jelme couldn't imagine an enemy on the empty plains, not one who would dare to attack him. Still, he would make ready. He would not be surprised in his own camp. Chagatai came running across the black grass, his stumbling gait showing the quantity of eye-rag he had put away that evening. The young man winced as lamps were lit around Jelme's gear, but the general had no sympathy. A warrior should always be ready to ride, and he ignored the sallow features of Genghis's son. "Take 100 men, Chagatai," he snapped, his strain showing. "Scout around for an enemy, anything. Someone is out tonight." The young prince moved away quickly, already whistling for his sub-officers. Jelme drew men in, organizing them without hesitation. The scouts had given him time, and he didn't waste it. Ranks coalesced in the blackness, and the night was suddenly noisy as every man, woman, and child prepared weapons or stowed supplies and bound up carts. Heavily armed guards ran in pairs through the camp, looking for assassins or thieves. Jelme sat at the center of the storm, sensing the swirl of movement all around him. There were no cries of alarm, not yet, though he heard the distant scout's horn sound once more. In the flickering, hissing light of mutton-fat lamps, his servants brought his favorite gelding, and he took the full quiver handed up to him. By the time Jelme trotted out into the darkness, his army was alert and ready. The first 5,000 warriors rode with him, a force of blooded men well practiced in battle. No one liked to fight in the dark, and if they had to charge, men and horses would be killed. Jelme clenched his jaw against the cold, feeling it for the first time since he had woken. Genghis galloped in the darkness, blind, drunk, and so light he felt the stirrups served a purpose in preventing him from floating away. As tradition demanded, he had begun each skin of eye-rag by flicking a few drops for the spirits that guarded his people. He had spat more over the feast fires so that the flash sent him reeling in sweet smoke. Despite all that, a fair amount had reached his throat, and he had lost count of the skins he had thrown down. The feast had begun 2 days before. Genghis had welcomed his returning sons and generals formally, honoring them all before the people. Even Jochi's constant glower had softened as great platters of meat from the hunt were served. Khassar and Ogadai, too, had fallen on the best cuts with a cry of pleasure. They had eaten many strange things in the years away, but no one in Koryo or Chin lands could have brought a platter of green earth mutton to the groaning tables. That meat had been buried the previous winter and brought out whole for the return of the generals. Khassar's eyes had filled with tears, though he claimed it was the bitterness of the rotted meat rather than nostalgia for the rare delicacy. No one believed him, but it didn't matter. The feast had built to a climax of noise and debauchery. The strongest warriors prowled through the gairs looking for women. Those of the people were safe, but Chin slaves or captured Russian women were fair game. Their cries were loud in the night, almost drowned by the drums and horns around the fires. Poems had begun that would take a full day to finish. Some were sung in the ancient style of 2 tones from the same throat. Others were spoken aloud, competing in the chaos for any who would listen. The fires around Genghis grew more crowded as the first night wore into dawn. Khassar hadn't slept even then, Genghis thought, looking for his brother's shadow in the dark. As the second day came to an end, Genghis had seen how the poets kept back their ballads for Arslan, waiting on the general's son. It had been then that Genghis refilled Arslan's cup with his own hand. "Chagatai and Jelme are just a short ride from here, Arslan," he had said over the twang and screech of wind and string. "Will you come with me to meet our sons? Arslan had smiled drunkenly, nodding. "I will take the poets to them to hear the tales of you, old man," Genghis told him, slurring his words. It was a grand idea, and with a warm feeling he summoned his council of generals to him. Zubodai and Jochi called for horses as Hassar and Ogadai came staggering up. Ogadai had looked a little green, and Genghis had ignored the sour smell of vomit around his son. It was Kachian who had brought the Khan's grey mare, a fine animal. "This is madness, brother," Kachian called to him cheerfully. "Who rides fast at night? Someone will go down." Genghis gestured at the darkness and then his companions. "We are not afraid," he had declared, the drunken men around him cheering the sentiment. "I have my family and my generals. I have the swordsmith Arslan and Zubodai the valiant. Let the ground fear us if we fall. We will crack it open with our hard heads. Are you ready?" "I will match you, brother," Kachian had replied, catching the wild mood. Both men trotted to the head of their small column. It grew by the moments as others joined them. The shaman Kokchu was there, one of the few who seemed sober. Genghis had looked for his last brother, Temugay, and saw him on foot, shaking his round head in disapproval. It didn't matter, Genghis thought. The useless bastard never could ride. He had looked around him, at his family, checking to see they all had full skins of irag and rice wine. It wouldn't do to run short. A dozen poets had joined them, their faces bright with excitement. One had already begun declaiming lines, and Genghis was tempted to kick him off his pony and leave him behind. There was a little starlight, and he could see his sons, brothers, and generals. He chuckled for an instant at the idea of some poor thief stepping out in front of this group of cutthroats. "I will give a white mare to any man who beats me into the camp of Jelmay and my son Chagatai." He had paused a heartbeat to let this sink in and catch the wild grins of the men. "Ride hard, if you have the heart." He had roared then, thumping in his heels and jerking his mare into a gallop through the camp. The others were almost as quick, yelling as they raced in pursuit. Perhaps 2,000 had followed the Khan into the deep darkness, all those who had been within reach of their horses as the Khan leapt up. Not one faltered, though the ground was hard, and to fall was to throw a life and not know if it would come down. Riding at full speed over rushing black ground helped to clear Genghis's head a little, though an ache had come to throb behind his left eye. There was a river somewhere near, he recalled. The thought of dipping his head into the freezing water was very tempting. His light mood tore into shreds as he sensed a flanking movement in the darkness. For a single heartbeat he wondered if he had risked his life without banners, drums, or anything else that marked him out as Khan. Then he kicked his mount forward and yelled madly. It had to be Jelmay's men forming horns on either side of him. He rode like a maniac toward the center of the line, where he knew he would find his general. Hassar and Kachian were close behind, and then Genghis saw Jochi come past, riding flat on the saddle and yipping to his mount as he went, urging the animal on. Together, the spear point of the ragged column plunged toward Jelmay's lines, taking their lead from the Khan. 2 fell as their horses struck unseen obstacles. More crashed into the sprawling men and ponies in the darkness, unable to stop. Another 3 broke legs and were thrown. Some of the men bounced to their feet laughing and unhurt, while others wouldn't rise again. Genghis knew none of it, so intent was he on the menace of Jelmay's men and catching his own errant son. Jochi did not call out a warning to Jelmay's lines, so Genghis could not. If his son chose to ride right down the throats of nervous men with drawn bows, Genghis could only swallow the sudden chill tugging at his drunkenness. He could only ride. Jelme squinted into the blackness, his men ready. The warriors who rode like madmen in the dark were almost upon him. He had extended the wings around their columns so that they rode into a deepening cup. Though he could hardly see more than a black mass in the starlight, he could fill the air with shafts in a heartbeat. He hesitated. It had to be Genghis riding at the front. Who else could be so reckless? Yet no warning had been called. Jelme knew he wouldn't let an enemy crash straight into his best men. He would send a storm of arrows first. He squinted, turning his head left and right to make the moving shadows clear. Could it be the Conn? He could have sworn he heard someone singing in the column that was charging right at him. In the dark, he alone stood in the light of a torch to be seen. He raised his arm, and all along the lines, thousands of bows bent as one. "On my order!" Jelme bellowed, as loud as he could. He could feel sweat chilling in the wind on his face, but he was not afraid. There was no one to ask, no one to tell him what to do. It was his decision alone. Jelme took one last look at the black riders coming, and he smiled tightly, shaking his head like a nervous twitch. He could not know. "Stand down!" he roared suddenly. "Let them come in! Wide formation!" His officers repeated the orders down the line to those that couldn't hear him. Jelme could only wait to see whether the riders would stop or hit his lines and begin the killing. He watched the blur of shadows come to 100 paces, deep in the cup made by the wings. 50 paces, and still they followed the man who led them into the mouth of their destruction. Jelme saw some of them slow, and men in the wings began calling out as they heard the voices of friends and family. Jelme relaxed, thanking the Sky Father that his instinct had been correct. He turned back to the front, and his jaw dropped open as the tight-knit front rank punched into his own men with a crash loud enough to hurt the ears. Horses and warriors went down, and suddenly every hand held a sword or a drawn bow once again. "Torches! Bring torches there!" Jelme snapped. Slaves ran up through the ranks to light the scene of groaning men and kicking, sprawling horses. Jelme recognized Genghis in the heart of it, and he paled slightly, wondering if the Conn would demand his head. Should he have fallen back or opened a path for them through the host? He let out a slow breath as Genghis opened his eyes and swore, sitting up with an effort. Jelme gestured for 2 warriors to help the Conn to his feet, though he batted away their arms. "Where are you, General?" Genghis called, shaking his head. Jelme stood forward, swallowing nervously as he saw Genghis touch his jaw and come away with a smear of blood. "I am here, my Lord Conn," he said, standing painfully straight. He dared not look at the other men lying around and groaning, though he recognized Chassar's angry voice as he tried to get someone unconscious off him. Genghis turned to Jelme, and his eyes focused at last. "You will note, General, that no other man reached your lines before me?" Jelme blinked. "I believe so, my Lord Conn," he said. Genghis nodded blearily to those behind him, satisfied. "The night is barely begun, and already I have a sore head." Genghis grinned, and Jelme saw he had broken a tooth on the right side of his face in the impact. He watched as Genghis spat blood onto the grass, glaring at a nearby warrior who shrank back visibly. "Light fires, Jelme. Your father is somewhere around, though he was not as quick as me, not even close. If Arslan is still alive, we will toast his life in rice wine and irag and whatever food you have." "You are welcome in my camp, my Lord Conn," Jelme said formally. As he caught the riotous mood of the men who had ridden in, he began to grin. Even his father was chuckling in disbelief as he pulled himself upright and leaned on a stoic young warrior for support. "You didn't stop, then?" Jelme murmured wryly to his father. Arslan shrugged and shook his head, his eyes shining at the memory. Who could stop? He pulls us all in. Gelmay's 10,000 continued the feast in the wilderness. Even the youngest children were woken and brought to see the great Conn as he strode through the camp. Genghis made a point of laying his hand on the heads of young ones, but he was distracted and impatient. He had heard horns sound the recall to the flanking riders and knew Chagatai was coming in. He couldn't fault Gelmay for his preparations, but he wanted to see his son. Gelmay's servants brought wine and cold food to the newcomers as huge fires of fine Corian lumber were built and lit, casting pools of gold and darkness. The damp grass was covered in heavy sheets of felt and linen. When he took his place of honor, Genghis sat cross-legged with Arslan on his right hand. Kachion, Hassar, and Subodai joined him in front of the roaring flames, passing a skin of rice wine from one to the other. As the places in the circle filled, Jochi secured a place on Hassar's right so that Ogadai was further down the line. The senior men didn't seem to notice the way the circle filled, though Jochi thought Kachion saw everything. The shaman Kokchu gave thanks to the Skyfather for the conquests Gelmay had made and the riches he had brought back. Jochi watched the shaman spin and shriek, throwing drops of irag to the winds and spirits. Jochi felt one droplet touch his face and trickle down his chin. As Kokchu sank back to his place, musicians cracked out rhythms across the camp as if released. The thump of sticks blurred, and wailing notes mingled and turned around each other, calling back and forth across the flames. Men and women pounded out songs and poems in the firelight, dancing until sweat spattered off them. Those who had come in with Gelmay were pleased to honor the great Conn. The fire's heat was strong on Jochi's face, licking out from a heart of orange embers and strange paths to the core. As he sat, Jochi stared at his father's generals and met Kachion's eyes for an instant before sliding away. Even in that brief contact, there had been some communication. Jochi did not look back, knowing that Kachion would be watching him with sharp interest. The eyes showed the soul, and they were always hardest to mask. When Chagatai rode in, it was to the yelling accompaniment of his jagoon of warriors. Gelmay was pleased to see the waxy look to Chagatai's skin had vanished with a bit of fast riding. Genghis's second son looked vital and strong as he jumped down over the horse's shoulder. Genghis rose to greet him, and the warriors shouted in appreciation as the father took his son's arm and pounded him on the back. "You have grown tall, boy," Genghis said. His eyes were glassy from drink, and his face was mottled and puffy. Chagatai bowed deeply to his father, the model of a perfect son. Chagatai maintained a cool manner as he gripped hands and clapped shoulders with his father's men. To Jochi's slow-burning irritation, his brother walked well, his back straight and white teeth flashing as he laughed and smiled. At 15, his skin was barely scarred beyond the wrists and forearms and unmarked by disease. Genghis looked upon him with visible pride. When Jochi saw Chagatai welcomed to a seat close to Genghis, he was glad that the great fire hid his flush of anger. Chagatai had glanced at Jochi for an instant of cold recognition. He had not bothered to find words for his older brother, even after 3 years. Jochi's face remained calm, but it was astonishing how anger sprang in him from just that glance. For a few heartbeats he wanted nothing more than to stride through the drunken fools and strike Chagatai to the ground. He could feel his own strength swell in his shoulders as he imagined the blow. Yet he had learned patience with Subodai. As Genghis filled Chagatai's cup, Jochi sat and dreamed of murder, smiling with all the rest. Chapter 5. As dawn came, Subodai's poet was in the middle of telling the tale of the Badger's Mouth, where Arslan had fought the largest army ever seen by any of the people. With Genghis and the generals watching, the poet was more honest than usual as he told Arslan's exploits. They had all done well in that mountain pass before Yenqing. Each man recalled those bloody days with pride and awe, mingling with the wine in their blood. No one else would ever understand what it had meant to stand together there against the Qin Empire and see it humbled. The badger's mouth had been the womb that shoved them out into a new world, stronger and more dangerous. They had gone east, and Yenqing had burned. The rising sun brought sight of thousands of riders streaming across the land from the camp by the Orkhon River, many with women and children on the saddles. Genghis was the Khan and could ride where he wished, but they all wanted to hear the stories of Arslan. As the morning sun rose in the sky, poems and tales were declaimed from 100 throats, over and over until the poets and shamans were hoarse. Even Genghis hadn't realized so many would want to hear of the early days, but his people sat rapt for the performances, including those who were drinking heavily and stuffing their faces with greasy mutton and goat meat. He heard again how Arslan had rescued him from a pit, and he blinked in painful memory at names he hadn't recalled for years. Arslan had been the first man to take oath to him, to promise horses, gares, salt, and blood. That, when Genghis had nothing but his mother and sister, a few wild brothers, and starvation as his companions. It had been an immense act of trust, and Genghis found himself reminded and moved once more by the changes Arslan had wrought and witnessed. That was the purpose of the truth-telling of a man's life, that all those who heard would remember what he had meant to them and what he had accomplished as he flung the years. The recitals broke off for the storytellers to rest their throats in preparation for the evening performances. By then it was clear that the entire Mongol nation would drift into that place. It wasn't where Genghis had intended to honor his first general. The river was too far away, the grazing was sparse, and the ground itself was rocky and dry. Yet it was that lack of permanence that made him grunt in satisfaction as he peed into the earth. His people should not become used to comfort, he told himself blearily. Their hard lives kept them stronger than those who lived in cities. As Genghis tucked himself away, his thoughts were interrupted by shouts and cheers nearby. Warriors seemed to be clustering around one spot like a swarm of bees. As Genghis blinked, he saw Chagatai climb a cart to address them. Genghis frowned as another sound stilled the crowd, a yowling, coughing roar that made the hairs on his neck bristle. Genghis dropped his hand to his sword hilt as he strode through his people, letting them fall back before him rather than touch the Khan and lose a hand or a head. His generals had gathered around an iron cage on the cart, but Genghis didn't look at them, nor at Chagatai, who stood like a proud owner. The animal behind the bars was larger than any great cat he had ever seen. Genghis could only shake his head in amazement, closing one eye against the ache from his broken tooth and a throbbing headache. To numb the pain, he gestured for more irog and scored his throat with a line of it. Even then his eyes didn't leave the beast that prowled back and forth, showing its curved white teeth in a display of anger. He had heard of the orange and black striped tiger, but to see its jaws and hear the thump of its tail as it padded back and forth in the cage set his own heart beating quickly. There was a challenge in its yellow eyes that raked the awed crowd. "Is it not a gift for a Khan?" Chagatai said. Genghis merely glanced at him, but Chagatai lost some of his cockiness in that warning. The crowd around them had fallen silent as they waited for the Khan's reaction. Jelme was visibly uncomfortable, and Genghis nodded to him in appreciation. "I have never seen such an animal, General. How did you capture him?" "The tiger is a gift to you, Lord, from the king of Koryo. It was raised from a cub, but they cannot be tamed. I am told it will run down even a man on a horse and kill both the mount and the rider." Genghis stood very close to the bars, staring into the tiger's eyes. As they met his, the animal moved without warning, his weight rocking the cage as it hit the bars. Genghis was too drunk to dodge and felt a tearing impact on his arm as a paw lunged at him. He looked in dim surprise at the blood on his torn sleeve. A single claw had caught him and gashed his flesh deeply. "So fast," he said in wonder. "I have seen slower snakes. And at such a size. I can believe the tale of it killing a man and his horse. Those jaws could break a skull." He swayed slightly as he spoke, but no one there mentioned the wound, in case it shamed the Khan. "In Koryo, there are warriors who hunt the tigers," Chagatai said more humbly, "though they work in groups and use bows, spears, and nets." Chagatai's gaze fell on Jochi as he spoke, and his expression became thoughtful. His older brother was as fascinated by the beast as Genghis himself, and stood too close to the bars. "Be careful, Jochi," Chagatai warned him loudly. "He will strike you, too." Jochi glared. He wanted to contradict him, but he couldn't boast of his speed while his father stood and bled. "Have you hunted one of these tigers in Koryan land?" Jochi asked. Chagatai shrugged. "They are not common around the king's palaces." Under Jochi's flat stare, he couldn't help going on. "I would have taken part if one had been found." "Perhaps," Jochi said, frowning. "Though I doubt Jelme would have risked the life of a young boy against such a monster." Chagatai's whole face flushed as some of the men chuckled. Moments before, he had been the master of the crowd. Somehow his father and Jochi had stolen his moment from him, so that he had to defend his pride. At 15 years old he had only spite, and he lashed out without a thought at the only one he dared challenge. "You think you could face a tiger, Jochi? I would wager a fortune to see that." Jelme opened his mouth, but Jochi's anger leapt, and he spoke rashly. "Name your terms, brother," he said. "I will consider teaching your cat a little respect. He has shed my father's blood, after all." "This is drunken foolishness," Jelme snapped. "No, let him try," Chagatai replied as fast. "I will wager 100 cartloads of my share of the Koryan tribute. Ivory, metal, gold, and lumber." He waved a hand as if it mattered nothing. "If you kill the tiger, it will be yours. And you will kneel to me in front of all the tribes," Jochi said. Anger consumed him, making him reckless. His eyes glittered as he stared up at Chagatai, but the younger man still sneered. "For that you will have to do more than kill a tiger, brother. For that you will have to be Conn. Perhaps not even that will be enough." Jochi's hand dropped to his sword hilt, and he would have drawn if Jelme had not laid a hand on his wrist. "Will you fight like children in front of the camp? On the night my father is honored. The tiger is a king's gift to the Khan. No one else may decide what is to be done with him." His eyes were furious, and Chagatai dipped his gaze, instantly meek. During his training, he had endured harsh punishments and scathing lectures from the general. The habit of obedience ran deep. Genghis spoke at last, having watched the entire exchange. "I accept the gift," he said. His yellow eyes seemed the same color as those of the big cat yowling at their backs. Jochi and Chagatai bowed their heads low rather than have the Khan's temper erupt. When he was drunk, Genghis was likely to knock a man down for staring. "We could pack a circle with armed warriors," Genghis said thoughtfully, "pointing swords and lances to the center. One man could face the beast then if he wanted." "These animals are more dangerous than anything else I have seen," Jelme said, his voice strained. "With women and children all around, He was caught between the need to obey his Conn and the madness of what Genghis seemed to be considering. "Move the women and children back, General," Genghis replied with a shrug. Jelmay's training was too ingrained to argue, and he bowed his head to the inevitable. Chagatai did not dare look at him. "Very well, Lord. I could have my men tie heavy planks together all the way around. We could use the catapults to form the structure." Genghis nodded, not caring how the problems were solved. He turned to Jochi as the young man stood stunned at where his bickering and pride had led. Even Chagatai seemed awed, but Genghis was making all the decisions, and they could only look on. "Kill this beast, and perhaps your brother will bend a knee to you," Genghis said softly. "The tribes will be watching, boy. Will they see a Conn in you?" "Or a corpse, or both," Jochi said without hesitation. He couldn't back down, not with his father and Chagatai waiting for it. He looked up at the tiger in its cage and knew it would kill him, but somehow he couldn't care. He had ridden with death before, in Zubodai's charges. At 17, he could gamble with his life and think nothing of it. He took a deep breath and shrugged. "I am ready," Jochi said. "Then form the circle and place the cage within it," Genghis said. As Jelmay began to send his men for wood and ropes, Jochi beckoned to Chagatai. Still stunned, the younger brother leapt lightly down, rocking the cart and bringing a snarl from the tiger that scraped along the nerves. "I will need a good sword if I am to face that animal," Jochi said. "Yours." Chagatai narrowed his eyes, fighting to hide his triumph. Jochi could not survive against a tiger. He knew the Koryans wouldn't hunt one without at least 8 men, and those well trained. He was staring into the eyes of a dead man, and he could not believe his luck. On a sudden impulse, he unstrapped the sword Genghis had given him 3 years before. He felt the loss as its weight left him, but still his heart was full. "I will have it back when that beast has torn your head off," he murmured. No one else could hear. "Perhaps," Jochi said. He couldn't resist a glance at the animal in the cage. Chagatai saw the look and chuckled aloud. "It is only fitting, Jochi. I could never have accepted a rape-born bastard as Conn." He walked away, leaving Jochi staring at his back in rage. As the sun set, the circle took shape on the plain's grass. Under Jelmay's watchful eye, it was a solid construction of oak and beech brought from Koryo, bound with heavy ropes and buttressed at all points by catapult platforms. 40 paces across, there was no entrance and no escape from the ring. Jochi would have to climb over the barricades and open the cage himself. As Jelmay ordered torches lit all around the circle, the entire nation pressed as close as they could. At first it looked as if only those who could climb the walls would have a view. But Genghis wanted the people to see, so Jelmay had used carts as platforms in an outer ring, raising men on pyramids of pine ladders nailed roughly together. They swarmed over the towers like ants, and more than one drunken fool fell onto the heads of those below, packed so tightly that the ground was hidden from sight. Genghis and his generals had the best places on the ring, and the Khan had led them in drinking themselves almost blind as the 3rd day wore on. Arslan had been toasted and honored, but by then the whole camp knew a Khan's son would fight a foreign beast, and they were excited at the closeness of death. Temugay had come with the last of the carts from the camp by the Orkhon River. He took most of the bets from the warriors, though only on the length of the fight to come. No one gambled on Jochi to win against the striped horror that lashed its tail and padded back and forth, staring out at them. As night fell, the only light on the plains was that circle, a golden eye surrounded by the heaving mass of the Mongol nation. Without being asked, the drummer boys had begun to beat the rhythms of war. Jochi had retired to Jelme's own ger to rest that afternoon, and they waited on him, eyes turning constantly to catch the first glimpse of the Khan's sun coming out.
This ends Disc 2. Genghis, Bones of the Hills, Disc 3.
Jelme stood and looked down on the young man seated on a low bed, his father's sword across his knees. Jochi wore the heavy armor Tsubodai had given him, layered in finger-width scales of iron over thick cloth from his neck to his knees. The smell of sour sweat was strong in the ger. "They're calling for you," Jelme said. "I hear," Jochi replied, his mouth tightening. "I can't say you don't have to go." "You do." Jelme began to reach out with his hand, intending to place it on the younger man's shoulder. Instead, he let it fall and sighed. "I can say that this is a stupid thing to be doing. If I'd known how it would turn out, I'd have turned the cat loose in the Koryan forests." "It's done," Jochi murmured. He looked up at his father's general with a bitter twist to his mouth. "I'll just have to kill that great cat now, won't I?" Jelme smiled tightly. Outside, the noise of the crowd had grown in volume, and now he could hear Jochi's name being chanted. It would be a glorious moment, but Jelme knew the boy could not survive it. As the circle was being constructed and the cage lifted down from the cart, he had studied the animal and seen the smooth power of its muscles. Faster than a man and 4 times as heavy, it would be impossible to stop. He was silent with foreboding as Jochi came to his feet and flexed his shoulders. The Khan's first son had inherited his father's blinding speed, but it would not be enough. The general saw sweat dripping down Jochi's face in a fat bead. Genghis hadn't allowed him room to interpret his orders, but he still struggled against ingrained obedience. Jelme had brought the tiger to the Khan. He could not simply send a boy to his death. When he spoke at last, his voice was barely a murmur. "I will be on the walls with a good bow. If you fall, try to hang on and I'll kill it." He saw a flicker of hope in the young man's eyes at that. Jelme recalled the only hunt he had seen in Koryo, when a tiger had taken a shaft in the heart and still disemboweled an experienced netman. "You cannot show fear," Jelme said softly, "no matter what happens. If you are to die tonight, die well, for your father's honor." In response, Jochi turned a furious gaze on the general. "If he depends on me for his honor, he is weaker than I realized," Jochi snapped. "Nevertheless, all men die," Jelme went on, ignoring the outburst. "It could be tonight, next year, or in 40 years, when you are toothless and weak. All you can do is choose how you stand when it comes." For an instant, Jochi's face cracked into a smile. "You are not building my confidence, General. I would value those 40 years. Jelme shrugged, touched at the way Jochi showed courage. "Then I should say this. Kill it, and your brother will kneel to you in front of the tribes. Your name will be known, and when you wear its skin, all men will look on you with awe. Is that better?" "Yes, it is," Jochi replied. "If I am killed, be ready with your bow. I do not want to be eaten." With a deep breath, he showed his teeth for an instant, then ducked under the low doorway and out into the night. His people roared to see him, the sound filling the plains and drowning the growls of the waiting tiger. The crowd parted to let him through, and Jochi didn't see their staring, cheering faces as he approached the walls of the ring. The light from torches fluttered and spat as he climbed lively to the top, then leapt to the grass below. The tiger watched him with a terrifying focus, and he didn't want to open the cage. Jochi looked up at the faces of his people. His mother was the only woman he could see, and he could barely meet her eyes in case it unmanned him. As his gaze drifted over her, he saw Berthe's hands twitch on the wood as if she wanted to reach out to her firstborn son. His father's face was set and unreadable, but his uncle Kachyun nodded to him as their eyes met. Tsubodai wore the cold face, and, in doing so, hid the pain Jochi knew he would be feeling. The general could do nothing to thwart the Khan's will, but Jochi knew he at least would not relish the fight. On instinct, Jochi bowed his head to the general, and Tsubodai returned the gesture. The tiger roared and opened his great mouth to gnaw at a bar in frustration, angered by the ring of baying men. The animal was a young male, Jochi saw, unscarred and inexperienced. He felt his hands shake and the familiar dry mouth before battle. His bladder made itself felt, and he took a strong grip on the wolf's head sword of his father. It was a fine blade, and he had wanted it for a long time. He hadn't known his grandfather Yasugei, and had only hoped the old man's spirit would give him strength. He stood tall, and another deep breath brought calm. Chagatai watched him with eyes that shone in the torchlight. Jochi held his gaze for a time, showing the boy his contempt before he turned to the cage. The noise of the warriors swelled as he approached the bars and raised his hand to the iron pin that held the door shut. The tiger seemed to sense his intention and stood waiting. Their eyes met, and Jochi murmured a greeting to the big cat. "You are strong and fast," he said under his breath, "and so am I. If I kill you, I will carry your skin in pride to the end of my days." He yanked on the pin and threw back the cage door, moving quickly away. The crowd fell silent, every warrior staring at the striped shape that came sliding out like oil. Jochi backed for 6 long strides and stood with his sword held forward and down, ready to lunge. His heart hammered in his chest, and he felt heavy-footed and clumsy in comparison with this beast he had come to kill. At first, the tiger ignored him. It padded around the walls, looking for a way out. Its tail twitched in irritation and discomfort as the crowd resumed their roaring. Jochi looked on as the animal stretched to its full length against a wall, its clawed feet digging furrows in the hard wood. In the cage, its strength and grace had been less obvious. Moving, it was simply deadly, and Jochi swallowed nervously, waiting to be attacked. It was aware of him. He saw its golden eyes pass over his, and then fasten as it sank into a crouch, its head up. Its tail lashed on the grass, and once more the crowd fell silent. Jochi offered up his soul to the Sky Father. No man could stand against such a monster, he was certain. The shaking in his hands died away, and he stood waiting. The tiger attacked. When it came, it was with such an explosion of speed that Jochi was almost caught motionless. In 3 steps it went from a statue to a blur and leapt straight at him. Jochi didn't try to use the sword. He threw himself to one side and was still too slow. The shoulder of the beast caught him and sent him rolling on the grass, desperate to regain his feet. He caught a glimpse of the animal landing and turning at impossible speed before it was on him once more. A jaw larger than his head clamped on his armored left arm, and he cried out in pain and shock as the pressure came on. He brought his right arm forward, thrusting the blade into the tawny chest as he went over backwards. They rolled together, and the crowd went berserk. bellowing encouragement to the brave man fighting below. Jochi felt pummeling blows as the cat's rear paws raked him. His armor protected his belly, though the iron scales went flying as they caught in claws as long as his fingers. He felt the bones in his arm grind, and the lower limbs of the tiger kept up their strikes, thumping and battering him on the grass. The animal's breath was hot on his face as he shoved his sword in again and again, stronger in his terror than he had ever been. He couldn't rise with its weight on him, and when the tiger tried to release his arm to bite again, he jammed the armored sleeve deeper into its throat to spite the pain. The tiger coughed around the obstruction, wrenching its head from side to side to free its teeth. Jochi hung on as tendons tore, tears of agony filling his eyes. Had he hurt it? He didn't know. The steel blade stabbed and stabbed, lost in the thick fur. He felt new pain in his legs as the beast clawed his armor to tatters. His sword was knocked from his hand, and he drew a knife, plunging it into the matted neck as his left arm gave way. Jochi screamed as stinking blood fountained over his face, blinding him. He could see nothing, and the watching warriors were far away, their voices like the whispering of leaves. He felt death coming in a great wind, but he still worked the knife in deeper, sawing back and forth. The tiger slumped suddenly, its weight pinning him. Jochi was lost in a world of pain and didn't see Zubodai and Jelme leap down into the circle, bows drawn. He heard his father's voice, but he couldn't make out the words over the rasping breath of the tiger so close to his face. It still lived, but the blows to his belly and legs had stopped. Its panting filled the world, and he worked his blade mindlessly even then. As Jelme covered him with a bow, Zubodai used his foot to shove the tiger off the broken warrior. The great head lolled as it fell on its side, but the chest still rose and fell, and the eyes sparkled with rage and hatred. Blood gouted from its throat, and the white chest was slick and foul with it. All those around the ring watched as the animal struggled to regain its feet, then collapsed, falling still at last. Zubodai reached down to Jochi, knocking away the hand that came blindly at him with a knife. The young man's left arm hung limp, and his legs were gouged and dribbling blood from gashes right to his calves and feet. Not an inch of skin showed under the mask of blood that had almost drowned him. Zubodai took away Jochi's knife and cleared his eyes with his thumb so that Jochi could see. Even then the young man was dazed, unaware that he had survived. "Can you stand? Can you hear me?" Zubodai shouted to him. Jochi flailed, leaving a bloody print on the general's dell robe. Zubodai took his wrist and lifted him to his feet. Jochi couldn't stand on his own, and he was a dead weight on the general until Jelme dropped his bow and took him under an armpit. The two generals supported the Khan's son between them and turned him to face his father. "He lives, my Lord Conn," Zubodai declared in triumph. There was awe in the faces around the circle, as Jelme had predicted. Only Chagatai struggled to hide his fury. Jelme saw the bitterness in the young man he had trained for 3 years, and his mouth became hard. Jochi deserved much honor for his courage, and Jelme conferred briefly with Zubodai, letting him take the full weight as he stepped away. The general reached down to the bloody sword that lay on the grass, taking it in his hand. "He has earned this blade, my lord, has he not?" he said, holding it up so that the wolf's head hilt was visible to all. The warriors bellowed their approval, thumping the sides of the ring. Genghis showed them nothing, his face a mask. Jelme stood waiting as the Khan's son bled. The Khan's thoughts swirled, pride and bloodlust mingling with irritation. He too had expected Jochi to die, and he hadn't planned for this outcome. His headache returned as he stared down into the circle, and his mouth tasted sour. At last he nodded, and Jelme bowed to his will. Unheard by those around the ring, Jelme spoke to Jochi as he pressed the blade into unfeeling fingers. "They will remember this, boy," he said into Jochi's ear. The young man gave no sign that he heard, and Jelme realized he was unconscious. "His wounds may kill him yet," Zubodai said to Jelme. The general shrugged. "That is in the hands of the Sky Father. What matters is that he stood face to face with that beast. No one who saw it will forget." As he spoke, Jelme looked up once more to Chagatai. The bitter face had vanished, and he sighed. He was shifting his grip on Jochi's limp form when voices were raised outside the rim. Genghis had snapped an order into the darkness, and the crowd swirled around a point hidden from sight to those who stood in the ring. As Jelme looked to Genghis, the Khan raised a hand, keeping him there with Zubodai and his burden. Chagatai appeared once more at his father's side, staggering as warriors pressed him forward. They had all heard his terms, and it seemed Genghis would not let him vanish into the darkness. The Khan didn't look at him, but a muttered order made Chagatai flush and climb over the wooden barrier. Jelme and Zubodai watched in silence as Chagatai leapt down and approached them. An older man could have done it with a flourish, giving and receiving honor in a grand gesture. Chagatai lacked the skill to turn the situation to his advantage. He stood before his unconscious brother, shaking with anger and humiliation. In silence, Chagatai looked up once more at his father. There was no reprieve. He dropped quickly to one knee, and the crowd roared and hooted. Chagatai rose more slowly, his face cold as he stalked to the wooden walls and accepted a hand to heave him back over. Jelme nodded wearily to himself. "I think you had the better son to train, my friend," he murmured to Zubodai. "I hope his father knows it," Zubodai replied. The two men shared a glance of understanding before they called warriors down to begin skinning the tiger. The meat would feed as many as possible, half-burned scraps forced into the mouths of warriors. There were many who desired the speed and ferocity of such an animal. Jelme wondered if Chagatai would taste the meat or just his own rage that night. Chapter 6. It was another 3 days before Genghis came to see Jochi. After the riotous night that followed the fight with the tiger, almost all the camp had slept, and Genghis himself had risen only to vomit for an entire day and night after 3 spent solidly drinking. Another day had been spent in moving the great host back to the banks of the river Orkhon. Jelme's camp had been a fine place to feast Arslan's life, but the herds and horses needed water and sweet grass. With his customary vitality, Genghis had recovered during the ride, though his bowels remained watery as he stood before the ger of the shaman Kokchu. It depressed him to think he would once have thrown off the effects of so much drink in just a night's sleep. Genghis opened the small door onto a peaceful scene that reminded him of the death of his father. He swallowed acid and ducked inside, his gaze hard as he looked over the bandaged figure in the shadows. Kokchu was washing Jochi, and he twisted round in irritation before he saw who it was. The shaman came to his feet from kneeling and bowed low before the Khan. The shade was a relief after the hard sunlight, and Genghis relaxed slightly, pleased to be away from the bustling camp. "Has he woken?" he asked. Kokchu shook his head solemnly. "Only for a few moments, Lord. His wounds have let a fever into his body, and he wakes and cries out before sleeping once more." Genghis came closer, drawn by memories. At Jochi's side lay the sword he had won, a blade that Genghis himself had inherited. In its scabbard it brought back many memories, and he couldn't help but sniff the air for the scent of rot. It was painful to recall the time he had come to his father as he died, the wasted body racked with poison. Genghis breathed deeply over the supine form of his son. Kokchu watched him closely, and Genghis returned the stare rather than let it rest on him unchallenged. "Will he live, shaman? I have lost count of the times I have been asked." Kokchu looked back at the young warrior lying so still. The chest barely rose and fell, and he could not say. He gestured at the bandages wrapping both legs and the splinted arm. "You see his wounds, Lord. The beast broke 2 bones in his lower arm, as well as 3 ribs. He has dislocated a finger on his right hand, though that is minor enough. The gashes have swollen and weep pus." He shook his head. "I have seen men recover from worse." "Have you sealed the cuts?" Genghis asked. Kokchu hesitated before speaking too quickly. In the fall of Yenqing, he had taken books on medicine and magic that were worth more than all the gold and jade. He hadn't expected to have his treatment challenged, and spoke without his usual confidence. "I have Qin texts that are astonishing, Lord, for what they know of the body. Their practice is to pour boiling wine into a gash before stitching. I have done that, as well as poultices to bring out the fever." "Then you have not sealed them in the manner of our people," Genghis replied, his eyes cold. "Have an iron brazier brought to the gare, and burn the cuts properly. I have seen it work." Kokchu knew better than to argue further. "Your will, Lord." For the father, he would press red iron against each wound, though he now considered it a crude practice beneath a man of his learning. He hid his distaste, and Genghis seemed satisfied. Kokchu saw the Khan intended to leave and spoke again, still trying to understand the man who led the tribes. "The pain will be intense, Lord. If it wakes him, shall I give him a message from you?" Genghis turned his pale eyes on the shaman. He left without another word. The generals gathered in the Khan's gare, half again as high and twice as wide as any other in the camp. Hassar and Kachyun had come with Temugay, though he would only be responsible for the camp itself and wouldn't ride with them. Subodai, Jelmay, and Chagatai had been summoned and took their places on the ring of low beds that served as couches for the Khan's council. The gare was as bare as that of the poorest herder, and they were all reminded that Genghis cared nothing for wealth or its trappings. The last pair to enter before Genghis was Arslan and the young man he had chosen as his successor. Jebeh, the arrow, seemed unimpressed by the presence of so many leaders of his people in one place. As Arslan gestured for him to take a seat, he nodded to them as if he had every right to be there. The other men merely watched him, though they greeted Arslan openly, putting aside the cold face to show their appreciation of the old man. He also wouldn't ride with them. All the men present knew that Arslan had tied packs to 3 mares and 3 stallions, and that his wife and a small herd would travel with him into the wilderness. Jelmay's eyes were bright with pride for his father, and he made a point of vacating his seat for Arslan. The 2 men exchanged glances, and though they didn't speak, Arslan, too, seemed moved that the moment was finally upon him. When Genghis entered the gare, the men within sat subtly straighter. He took his place on a pile of saddles and blankets facing the door, and gestured to a servant for a cup of goat's milk to calm his stomach. Arslan waited until the Khan had finished the drink before speaking. "My lord, I commend this man to you, Jebeh, whom you named." Genghis looked across the Gare at the new face, taking in his breadth of shoulder. Jabber wore an open robe over a bare chest, and his reddish skin shone with health and mutton fat. Even sitting, he seemed poised and alert, a warrior born. He made Genghis feel old. "You are welcome in my Gare, Jabber. With Arslan to speak for you, you will always be welcome. In the days to come, you will be tested. Be sure you honor his name in all that you do." "I will, Lord," Jabber replied. His confidence was obvious, and Khassar grinned to himself as Genghis looked away. Genghis took a deep breath and rested his hands on his knees. He knew as well as anyone that this meeting of generals would change the world, and he enjoyed the quiet moment while they waited for him to speak. "When you left me to finish the siege of Yenqing, I sent envoys to far lands. Some brought back trade goods and made alliances in my name. Others were attacked or have simply not returned." He paused, but no man spoke. They were hardly breathing as they listened to the man who would send them out like wolves on the hunt. The entire camp knew war was coming, and it was a pleasure to be the first to hear the details. "One group went into the west, more than 2,000 miles. A single scout returned when the rest were slaughtered. At first I didn't think too much of it. It was not so long ago that a raiding party in our own land would have been killed by whichever tribe came first upon them." Some of the older men nodded, though Zubadai and Jabber could barely recall those times. "I learned from the scout that the leader of that land is one who calls himself Shah Allah ad-Din Mohammed." Genghis pronounced the name with difficulty, then gestured to Temujin. "On my brother's advice, I sent a group of 400 warriors, well armed, but only as a threat. They traveled to the closest city, Otrar, and met the governor there. They took letters with my words on them for the Shah." Genghis grimaced at the memory. "I expected him to hand over the men involved, or at least to send word where they had their camp. I called him beloved son, and mentioned only trade and friendship." At that he stared coldly at Temujin until his brother looked away. It had been his advice that had failed so spectacularly. "The bazaar in Otrar is a public place. I sent 3 spies with the warriors to witness their treatment." He showed his teeth for an instant as anger swelled in him. "The governor commands a garrison of 20,000. They arrested my men and tore up my words in a gesture for the crowd." Once more he glared at Temujin. "Even then, I did not react. This Shah is served by a fool, but I thought perhaps he could yet be made to walk a straight path. I learned of greater cities than Otrar in the east, and I sent 3 senior officers to the Shah himself, demanding that the governor be bound and handed over to me for punishment and my men freed. In this, too, I was scorned." His face had grown flushed, and the men in the Gare felt their own hearts beat faster in response. "Shah Mohammed sent their heads back to me," Genghis went on. He clenched his right fist slowly. "I am not the author of this trouble, but I have prayed to the Sky Father to give me the strength to exact vengeance." In the distance they heard a man's voice screaming, and more than one head jerked at hearing it. Genghis too listened and nodded, satisfied. "It is Jochi. My shaman is tending his wounds." He looked at Chagatai as he spoke, and his son blurted out a question. "Will he too ride with us?" Genghis's eyes turned distant. "He killed the tiger in front of the people, and our numbers have grown." His expression hardened at the memory of Chagatai kneeling. "As you have a place, so will he if he lives. We will cross the Altai Mountains to the west and show these desert men whom they have chosen to insult." "And the Chin lands?" Hassa said. "There are cities more wealthy than any we have seen yet, and they lie untouched in the south." Genghis was quiet at that. He still dreamed of bringing the southern Chin Empire under his feet. Taking his nation into the west had its risks, and it was tempting to send at least one of the men in the Gair to crush his ancestral enemy. He remembered the estimates of Chin numbers and grimaced again. Against millions, one Taman would not be enough. Reluctantly, he had decided the Chin must wait to see him on their horizon. "They will still be there, my brother, when we come back for them. You will see Chin lands again, I promise you." Hassar frowned at that, and would have spoken again, but Genghis went on. "Ask yourself this. For what purpose do we go to war and risk our lives? Is it for gold coins and to build the sort of palaces we tear down? I cannot care for those things. A man spends his life in struggle, from the pain of birth to the last breath." He looked round at them all then, his gaze falling finally on Jabeh and Chagatai. "There are some who will tell you they seek happiness, that there is nothing more to our lives than that simple aim. I tell you now that the sheep are happy on the plains and the hawks are happy in the air. For us, happiness is a small thing, one to be discounted in a man's life. We strive and we suffer, because we know through those things that we are alive." He snorted. "You may want to see the Chin cities humbled, Hassa, but can I let this challenge go unanswered? How long will it be before every small king dares to spit on my shadow?" His voice grew harder as he spoke, so that it filled the Gair. Outside they could hear another scream from Jochi, and it seemed a fitting counterpoint under those yellow eyes. "Can I let my people's deaths go unavenged? Never in this world." He had them all. He knew it, as he had always known. "When I am gone, I do not want men to say, 'Look at his piles of wealth, his cities, his palaces, and fine clothes.'" Genghis paused for a moment. "Instead, I want them to say, 'Make sure he is truly dead. He is a vicious old man, and he conquered half the world.'" He chuckled at the idea, and some of the tension went out of the group. "We are not here to earn riches with a bow. The wolf doesn't think of fine things, only that his pack is strong and no other wolf dares to cross his path. That is enough." His gaze swept them, and he was satisfied. Genghis stood, and his manner changed to one of respect as he gestured to Arslan. "Your horses are ready, General," he said. "I will think of you resting your bones as we ride." "Long life and victory, my lord," Arslan said. As they all stood, the Gair became suddenly crowded. Having the highest rank, Genghis could have left first, but he stood back for Arslan to step out into the light. One by one they followed until only Jabeh remained to stare round at the Khan's Gair. The young warrior took it all in and nodded to himself, strangely satisfied at the lack of ornament. He felt the Khan was a man to follow, and everything Arslan had told him had been confirmed. Jabeh grinned lightly with no one to see him. He had been born on a hillside and raised in winters so terrible that his father brought the sheep into the only Gair to protect them. His eyes were bright at the memory. Now he would lead a Taman for the Khan. If Genghis only knew it, he had loosed a wolf. Jabeh nodded to himself, satisfied. He would show the Khan what he could do. In time, every man and woman of the tribes would know his name. Outside, Arslan checked his packs and mounts one more time, refusing to let the seriousness of the moment alter his routines. Genghis watched him test each knot and give instructions to 3 herd boys who would accompany him to his first camp. No one spoke until the old man was ready. When he was satisfied, Arslan embraced Jelmeh, and they could all see the son's eyes were proud. Finally, Arslan stood before Genghis. "I was there at the beginning, Lord," Arslan said. "If I were younger, I would ride with you to the end." "I know it, General," Genghis replied. He gestured to the vast camp on the banks of the river. "Without you, none of this would be here. I will honor your name always." Arslan had never been a man who enjoyed physical contact, but he took Genghis's hand in the warrior's grip and then mounted. His young wife looked up at her husband, proud to see great men honor him with their presence. "Goodbye, old friend," Genghis called as Arslan clicked his tongue and the ponies moved away. The herd boys used their sticks to move the animals with their master. In the distance they could hear the Khan's son crying out, a mournful wail that seemed to go on and on. Moving such a vast host of people and animals was no small task. As well as 100,000 warriors, 250,000 ponies had to be herded, with as many again of sheep, goats, yaks, camels, and oxen. The need for grazing land had grown to the point that the nation could remain in one place for only a month at a time. On a frozen dawn, with the sun barely touching the east, Genghis rode through the busy camp, noting every detail of the cart lines with the huddled figures of women and young children on them. The columns stretched for miles, always surrounded by the herds. He had lived with the sounds of animals all his life and hardly noticed the constant bleating of goats and sheep. His generals were ready. His sons were. It remained to be seen whether the Arab nations were ready to meet them in war. In their arrogance, they had invited annihilation. Jochi had survived having his wounds burned. As Genghis had promoted Chagatai to lead a Taman of 10,000 warriors, he could hardly do less for an older son, especially one who had triumphed against a savage beast. The people talked of it still. Yet it would be months before Jochi was able to take his place at their head. Until then, he would travel with the women and children, tended by servants while he healed. In the middle of the host, Genghis trotted past the ger of his second wife, Chakahai, who had once been a princess of the Shishya kingdom. Her father had remained a loyal vassal for almost a decade, and the tribute kept the Mongols in silk and valuable timber. Genghis cursed softly to himself as he realized he had not arranged a way for the tribute to follow him into the west. He couldn't trust the king to hold it for him. It was one more thing to tell Temugeb before the tribes moved. Genghis passed the cart where Chakahai sat in furs with the 3 children she had borne. His oldest daughter bowed her head and smiled to see her father. He didn't leave the path to find the carts of Berthe and his mother, Huelun. The 2 women had become inseparable over the years and would be together somewhere. Genghis grimaced at the thought. He passed the 2 men boiling goat meat on a small fire while they waited. They had a stack of unleavened bread pouches ready to pack with meat for the trip. Seeing the Khan himself, one of the men offered up a wooden platter with the head on it, touching the white eyes with a finger to make sure Genghis saw them. Genghis shook his head, and the man bowed deeply. As the Khan moved on, the warrior threw one of the eyes into the air for the Sky Father before popping the other in his mouth and chewing lustily. Genghis smiled at the sight. His people had not yet forgotten the old ways or been spoiled by looted riches. He thought of the new way stations that stretched in lines into the east and south, manned by crippled warriors and the elderly. A scout could change horses at a dozen of those places, covering land faster than Genghis would once have believed possible. They had come a long way from the hungry, quarreling tribes he had known as a boy, but they were still the same. In a mass of carts and animals, Genghis dismounted at last, having ridden more than a mile from the head of the column. His sister Temujin was there, she who had been a babe in arms when his own tribe had abandoned him years before. She had grown into a fine young woman and married a warrior from the Olkunut. Genghis had met the man only once at the wedding, but he had seemed healthy, and Temujin was pleased with the match. As he adjusted the belly strap on his pony, she was ordering Chin servants to collect the last of her belongings. Her gear had been stored before dawn, leaving a black circle on the grass. As she saw Genghis, Temujin smiled and went to him, taking his reins. "Don't worry, brother. We are ready, though I cannot find my best iron pot. No doubt it is at the bottom of the packs under everything else." She spoke lightly, but her eyes were questioning. The Khan had not visited her even once since she had been properly married. For him to come as they rode to war made her uneasy. "It will not be long now," Genghis told her, losing some of his stiffness. He liked Temujin, though she would always be a child to him in some ways. She couldn't remember the first winters alone, when the brothers and their mother were hunted and starving. "Is my husband well?" she asked. "I have not seen Palchuk in 3 days now." "I don't know," Genghis admitted. "He is with Jebeh. I have decided to have Palchuk command 1,000 and carry the gold paitza." Temujin clapped her hands with pleasure. "You are a good brother, Genghis. He will be pleased." A slight frown crossed her face as she considered giving her husband the good news. "Is it for him you have done this, or for me?" Genghis blinked at her changing moods. "For you, sister. Should I not raise my own family? Can I have my only sister's husband in the ranks?" He saw her expression remained troubled. This sort of thing was beyond him, though he struggled to understand. "He will not refuse, Temujin," Genghis said. "I know that," she replied, "but he will worry that the promotion comes from you." "It does," Genghis replied. Temujin raised her eyes at her brother's failings for an instant. "I mean it will matter to him that he didn't earn the new rank." "Let him prove he is worthy of it, then," Genghis said with a shrug. "I can always take the paitza back." Temujin glared at her brother. "You wouldn't dare. Better not to raise him at all than lift and drop him as you please." Genghis sighed to himself. "I will have Jebeh tell him. He is still reordering Arslan's Taman. It will not be so strange unless your precious husband is an idiot." "You are a good man, Genghis," Temujin replied. Genghis looked around to see who was close enough to hear. "Keep it quiet, woman." He chuckled to himself, remounting and taking back the reins. "Leave the pot behind if you cannot find it, Temujin. It is time to go." The restless urge that had made him tour the carts faded away as he rode back to the front. He nodded to his generals and saw that they too felt the same simple pleasure. Their people were on the move again, and every day would bring a new horizon. There was nothing like the sense of freedom it brought with all the world before them. As he reached his brothers and his generals, Genghis blew a long note on a scout horn and urged his pony to a trot. Slowly, the nation moved behind him. Chapter 7. It was snowing in the high passes. The Altai Mountains were further west than most of the families had ever traveled. Only the Turkic tribes, the Uyghurs and the Urianhai, knew them well, and then as a place to avoid, a place of poor hunting and death in the winter. Though the mounted warriors could have crossed the range in a single day, the heavily laden carts were ponderous, built for grassy plains and ill-suited to deep snowdrifts and goat paths. Tsubodai's new spoked wheels did better than the solid discs that broke too easily, but only a few carts had been converted, and progress was slow. Every day there seemed to be some new obstacle, and there were times when the slopes were so steep that the carts had to be lowered on ropes held by teams of straining warriors. When the air was at its thinnest and men and animals grew exhausted, they were lucky to make 5 miles in a day. Every peak was followed by a twisting valley and another dogged climb to the best way through. The range seemed to go on endlessly, and the families huddled miserably in their furs, exposed to the wind. When they halted, the rush to raise gears before sunset was hampered by frozen fingers. Almost all the people slept under the carts each night, covered in blankets and surrounded by the warm bodies of goats and sheep tethered to the wheels. Goats had to be killed to feed them, and the vast herds dwindled visibly as they traveled. 30 days out from the river Orkhon, Genghis called a halt early in the day. The clouds had come down so low that they touched the peaks around them. Snow had begun to fall as the tribes made a temporary camp in the lee of a vast cliff, soaring into whiteness above their heads. There was at least some protection from the biting wind in that place, and Genghis gave the order rather than take them over an exposed ridge that would see them still traveling as the light faded. He had riders out for 100 miles and more ahead of them, a stream of young warriors who scouted the best path through and reported on anything they found. The mountains marked the end of the world, Genghis knew, and as he watched his servants kill a young goat, he wondered how Arab cities would look. Would they resemble Chin fortresses of stone? Further than the scouts, he had sent spies to learn what they could of the markets and defenses. Anything could be useful in the campaign to come. The first ones out were beginning to return to him, exhausted and hungry. He had the beginnings of a picture in his head, but it was still in fragments. His brothers sat with him in the Khan's ger on its cart, above the heads of all the others. Looking out into the whiteness, Genghis could see gers like a host of pale shells, thin trails of smoke rising from them to the skies. It was a cold and hostile place, but he was not discouraged. His nation had no use for cities, and the life of the tribes went on all around him, from feuds and friendship to family celebrations and weddings. They didn't have to stop to live. Life went on regardless. Genghis rubbed his hands together, blowing into them as he watched his Chin servants make a cut in the kid goat's chest before reaching in and squeezing the main vein around the heart. The goat stopped kicking, and they began to skin it expertly. Every piece would be used, and the skin would wrap one of his young children against the winter cold. Genghis watched as the servants emptied the stomach onto the ground, shoving out a mulch of half-digested grass. Roasting the flesh inside the flaccid white bag was faster than the slow boil the tribes preferred. The meat would be tough and hard on the teeth, but in such cold it was important to eat quickly and take strength. At the thought, Genghis tested the stump he had broken in his drunken ride to Jelmeh and winced. It hurt constantly, and he thought he might have to get Kokchu to pull the root out. His mood grew sour at the prospect. "They'll have it on the fire in a little while," Genghis said to his brothers. "Not soon enough for me," Khassar replied. "I haven't eaten since dawn." Around them in the pass, thousands of hot meals were being prepared. The animals themselves would get barely a handful of dry grass, but there was no help for it. Over the constant bleating, they could all hear the sounds and chatter of their people, and despite the cold, there was contentment in it. They rode to war, and the mood was light in the camp. In the distance, the generals heard a thin cheering, and they looked at Kachin, who usually knew everything that went on in the Gers. Under the stares of his brothers, he shrugged. "Yao Shu is training the young warriors," he said. Temugay tutted under his breath, but Kachin ignored him. It was no secret that Temugay disliked the Buddhist monk he and Khassar had brought back from Qin lands. Though Yao Shu was ever courteous, he had fallen out with the shaman Kokchu when Temugay had been Kokchu's most willing disciple. Perhaps because of those memories, Temugay regarded him with irritation, especially when he preached his weak Buddhist faith to fighting men. Genghis had ignored Temugay's protests, seeing only jealousy for a holy man who could fight better with his hands and feet than most men with swords. They listened as another cheer went up, louder this time, as if more men had gathered to watch. The women would be preparing food in the camp, but it was common enough for the men to wrestle or train when the Gers were up. In the high passes, it was often the only way to stay warm. Khassar stood and dipped his head to Genghis. "If that goat won't be ready for a while, I'll go and watch, brother. Yao Shu makes our wrestlers look slow and clumsy." Genghis nodded, seeing how Temugay grimaced. He looked outside at the bloated goat's stomach and sniffed the air hungrily. Kachin saw Genghis wanted an excuse to watch the training and smiled to himself. "It could be Chagatai, brother. He and Ogadai spent a great deal of time with Yao Shu." It was enough. "We'll all go," Genghis said, his face lighting up. Before Temugay could protest, the Khan stepped out into the cold wind. The rest followed, though Temugay looked back at the roasting goat, his mouth watering. Yao Shu was bare-chested despite the altitude. He seemed not to feel the cold, and as Chagatai walked in a circle, making him turn, the falling snowflakes rested as they touched the monk's shoulders. Yao Shu was breathing lightly, though Chagatai was already flushed and bruised from the bout. He eyed the monk's stick, wary of a sudden strike. Though the little Buddhist disdained swords, he used the stick as if he had been born to it. Chagatai felt stabbing aches in his ribs and left leg where he had been struck. He hadn't yet landed a blow of his own, and his temper simmered close to the surface. The crowd had grown, swelling with idle warriors. There was little else to do, and they were always curious. The pass was too narrow for more than a few hundred of them to watch the practice, and they pushed and squabbled amongst themselves as they tried to give the fighters room. Chagatai sensed the movement in the crowd before he saw his father and uncles walking through, the ranks pressing back rather than jostle their generals. He clenched his jaw, resolving to get in at least one good blow while Genghis watched. To think was to act, and Chagatai darted in, bringing his stick around in a short chopping blow. If Yao Shu had remained still, it would have cracked him in the head, but he ducked and tapped Chagatai sharply in the lower ribs before stepping away. It was not a hard strike, but Chagatai colored with anger. Yao Shu shook his head. "Remain calm," the monk murmured. It was the boy's chief failing in the practice bouts. There was nothing wrong with his balance or reflexes, but his temper undid him every time. Yao Shu had worked for weeks to get Chagatai to stay cold in battle, to put aside rage as much as fear. The two emotions seemed permanently linked in the young warrior, and Yao Shu was resigned to slow progress. Chagatai circled, reversing his gait just as it looked like he might attack. Yao Shu swayed back to meet the stick as it came in low. He blocked it with ease, snapping out his left fist against Chaghatai's cheek. He saw the boy's eyes flare, and rage took over, as it had done many times before. Chaghatai came in fast, his stick blurring. The crowd whooped at the cracking sounds as he was blocked again and again. Chaghatai's arms were burning when he tried to step away, and at that moment the monk trapped his foot under his own, sending Chaghatai sprawling. Their movements had taken them away from the open ground between two gares. Yao Shu would have spoken to Chaghatai, but he sensed someone close behind him and turned, always alert. It was Kachyun who stood there, his face showing nothing. Yao Shu bowed briefly to the general, still listening for the sound of Chaghatai coming at him again. Kachyun bent his head close, though the noisy crowd could hardly have overheard. "Will you give him nothing, monk?" Kachyun murmured. "With his father watching and men the boy will command?" Yao Shu looked up at the Mongol general blankly. He had trained to master his body. The thought of letting a blustering child like Chaghatai strike him was a strange concept. If it had been a more modest warrior, one who wouldn't crow about it for months, Yao Shu might have agreed. For the Khan's spoiled second son, he only shook his head. Kachyun would have spoken again, but both of them jerked as Chaghatai attacked from behind, desperate for any advantage. Kachyun firmed his mouth in annoyance as he watched Yao Shu step clear with smooth strides, almost sliding across the ground. The monk was always in balance, and Kachyun knew Chaghatai wouldn't touch him that day. He watched coldly as Yao Shu blocked 2 more blows, then attacked harder and faster than before, giving Kachyun his answer. All the warriors heard Chaghatai's oof as the stick thumped air from his lungs. Before he could recover, Yao Shu struck him on the right hand so that it sprang open and the stick fell. Without pausing, the monk passed his weapon through Chaghatai's legs so that the boy went tumbling on the frozen ground. The crowd didn't cheer as Yao Shu bowed to the prostrate son of a Khan. They expected Chaghatai to return the gesture, but instead he rose with his cheeks flaming and stalked from the open space without looking back. Yao Shu held the pose longer than necessary, showing his own anger at having been ignored. It was his habit to discuss the bouts with the young warriors, explaining where they had failed and done well. In 5 years with the tribes, he had trained many of the men Genghis commanded and kept a school of 20 of the most promising. Chaghatai was not one of those, but Yao Shu had learned enough of the world to understand his permission to remain came at a price. Today it had been too high for him. He passed Kachyun without even glancing at the general. Though many in the crowd looked at Genghis to see how he reacted to his son's rudeness, the Khan showed them the cold face. He turned to Temugay and Khassar after watching the monk pass Kachyun. "That goat will be ready by now," he said. Temugay smiled for an instant, though it was not at news of hot food. In his innocence, the monk had made enemies of violent men. Perhaps they would teach him humility. The day had turned out rather better than Temugay could have hoped. Yao Shu was a small man, but he still had to duck low to pass into the gare of the Khan's second wife. As he entered, he bowed to Chaghatai as befitted a princess of the Xia. In truth, he cared nothing for the titles of men, but he admired the way the woman had made her place in Mongol society. It could not have been more alien to the court she had once known, but she had survived, and Yao Shu liked her. Hosa was already there, sipping the black tea her father sent to the camp. Yao Shu nodded to him, accepting a steaming cup from Chaghatai's own hands before settling himself. The camp was a small place in some ways, despite the vast, sprawling size of it. Yao Shu suspected Kachyun would know exactly how many times the 3 of them met and perhaps even had listeners outside. The thought made the tea seem sour in his mouth, and Yao Shu grimaced lightly. This was not his world. He had come to the camps to spread the gentle teachings of the Buddha. He didn't know yet if that had been the right choice. The Mongols were a strange people. They seemed to accept whatever he told them, especially if he phrased the lessons in stories. Yao Shu had passed on much of the wisdom he had learned as a boy, but when the war horn sounded, the Mongols shrugged off his teachings and rushed to kill. There was no understanding them, but he had accepted it as his path. As he sipped, he wondered if Chaka Hai was so accepting of her role. Yao Shu hardly spoke for a long time as Hosa and Chaka Hai discussed the welfare of Qin soldiers in the Khan's tamans. Perhaps 8,000 men in the camp had once lived in Qin cities or been soldiers for the emperor himself. Yet as many had come from the Turkic tribes in the north. The Qin recruits should have had little influence, but Chaka Hai had seen to it that all senior men were served by her people. Through them, she knew as well as Kachin himself what went on in the camps. Yao Shu watched the delicate woman as she assured Hosa she would speak to her husband about the death rites for Qin soldiers. Yao Shu emptied his tea, taking pleasure in the bitter taste and the sound of his own language in his ears. That was something he missed, without a doubt. His drifting thoughts were dragged sharply back at his own name. "Perhaps Yao Shu can tell us," Chaka Hai said. "He has been with my husband's sons as much as any other." Yao Shu realized he hadn't heard the question and covered his embarrassment by holding out his bowl to be refilled. "What do you want to know?" he asked. Chaka Hai sighed. "You have not been listening, my friend. I asked when Jochi would be fit enough to take his place with his men." "In another turn of the moon, perhaps," Yao Shu replied immediately. "His wounds have remained clear, though his legs and arm will always be scarred from the hot irons. He has to rebuild the muscles there. I can work with him. At least he listens, unlike his foolish brother." Both Chaka Hai and Hosa stiffened slightly as he spoke. The servants had been sent away on an errand, but there were always ears to hear. "I watched the practice earlier," Hosa said. He hesitated, aware of delicate ground. "What did General Kachin say to you?" Yao Shu looked up, irritated at the way Hosa's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. "It is not important, Hosa, any more than it is important to guard my words in this gare. I speak truth as I find it." He sighed audibly. "And yet I was once 15 years old and stupid. Perhaps Chagatai could still grow into a strong man, I do not know. As it stands, he is too much of an angry boy." For the monk it was an astonishing outburst, and Hosa blinked in surprise. "That angry boy may lead the tribes one day," Chaka Hai said softly. Yao Shu snorted into his tea. "I think sometimes that I have been among the tribes for too long. I should care nothing for which man inherits the horsetail standard of his father, or even if these new enemies see it trampled into the dirt." "You have friends here, Yao Shu," Hosa said. "Why should you not care what happens to us?" The monk frowned to himself. "I thought once that I could be a voice for reason in this camp, that I might have an influence on the Khan and his brothers." He made a dismissive sound in his throat. "Such is the arrogance of young men. I thought then that I might bring peace to the fierce hearts of the sons." Yao Shu's cheeks flushed slightly under his skin. "Instead, Perhaps I will watch as Chagatai comes to lead his father's people and takes them on to more destruction than any of us could imagine." "As you said, he is yet a boy," Chakahai murmured, moved to see Yao Shu so distressed. "He will learn, or Jochi will lead the tribes." The monk's face softened at her tone, and he reached out to pat her on her shoulder. "It has been a difficult day, Princess. Ignore what I have said. Tomorrow I will be a different man, with the past gone and the future unknown, as always. I am sorry to have brought my anger here." His mouth twisted wryly. "At times I think I am a bad Buddhist, but I would not be anywhere else." Chakahai smiled at him, nodding. Hosa refilled his own cup with the precious tea, deep in thought. When he spoke, his voice was very low and hard to hear. "If Genghis falls in battle, it will be Kachyun who is Khan. He has sons of his own, and all of this would be like leaves in the wind." Chakahai tilted her head to listen. She was beautiful in the lamplight, making Hosa think again that the Khan was a lucky man to have such a woman waiting in his gers. "If my husband named an heir from among his sons, I think Kachyun would honor it." "If you push him to it, he will name Chagatai," Hosa said. "The whole camp knows he doesn't favor Jochi, while Ogadai and Tolui are still too young." He paused, suspecting that Genghis wouldn't be pleased to have other men talking to his wife on such a subject. Still, he was curious. "Have you spoken to the Khan about it?" "Not yet," Chakahai replied. "But you are right. I do not want Kachyun's sons to inherit. Where would I be then? It is not so long since the tribes abandoned the families of dead Khans." "Genghis knows that better than anyone," Hosa said. "He wouldn't want you to suffer as his mother suffered." Chakahai nodded. It was such a pleasure to be able to speak openly in her own language, so far from the guttural breathiness of Mongol speech. She realized she would rather go back to her father than see Chagatai become Khan as things stood. Yet Hosa spoke the truth. Kachyun had his own wives and children. Would any of them treat her with kindness if her husband fell? Kachyun perhaps would give her honor, perhaps even send her back to the Xixia king. Yet there would always be some who looked to the old Khan's wives and sons for a figurehead. Kachyun would be safest in having them all killed on the same day his brother fell in battle. She bit her lip as she thought it through, disturbed to have such dark thoughts come to her gare. Genghis wouldn't accept Jochi, she was almost certain. He had been laid up to heal for more than a month, and a leader needed to be seen by his men if he weren't to be forgotten. Even then she didn't know him, only that Chagatai would be a poor choice. Her children would not long survive his rise, she was certain. She wondered if she had the skill to bring Chagatai to her side. "I will think about it," she told the two men. "We will find the right path through." Outside the gare they could hear the wind moaning through the carts and homes of the Mongol nation. Both men heard the sadness in Chakahai's voice as she dismissed them back to their posts to sleep. As Yao Shu stepped out into the wind and snow, he shivered, pulling his dell close around his shoulders. It wasn't just the cold, which he hardly noticed after so many years wearing just a thin robe. At times he felt he had taken a wrong turn in coming among the people of the horse. He liked them, for all their childlike arrogance and belief that they could order the world to suit them. The Khan was a man to follow, and Yao Shu had been impressed by him. Yet he had failed to find the right ears for the words of the Buddha. Only little Tolui seemed open to them, and then only because he was so young. Chagatai laughed coarsely at any philosophy that didn't involve grinding enemies under his heels, and Jochi seemed to listen with detached interest, letting the words and ideas flow over him without sinking in. Yao Shu was lost in thought as he walked the snowy paths through the camp. Even then he remained aware of his surroundings, and he knew the men were there as soon as they began to surround him. He sighed to himself. There was only one foolish boy who would have sent warriors to attack him that night. Yao Shu hadn't even brought his practice stick to the Gare of Chakahai, believing himself safe. Still, he was not a child to be ambushed by fools. He wondered if Chagatai had told them to kill him or just break a few bones. It didn't matter. His response would be the same. As the snow swirled, Yao Shu darted between two gares and attacked the first dark shape to loom up before him. The man was too slow, and Yao Shu dropped him neatly with a strike to the chin while he blocked the back foot with his own. He didn't intend to kill in that mountain pass, but he heard other voices answer the sound and knew there were many of them. Footsteps pattered lightly from all directions, and Yao Shu controlled the growing anger in his chest. It was unlikely that he knew the men or they him. There would be no malice in the assault unless he killed one of them. He shrugged to himself, thinking again that time amongst the tribes had changed him subtly. The Buddha would have let them come in without raising a hand in anger. Yao Shu shrugged as he padded toward another shadow. At least he was no longer cold. "Where is he?" a man hissed only a pace away. Yao Shu stepped in behind him, pushing the man down before he could resist and slipping past. The warrior's surprised yell echoed back from the high hills, and Yao Shu heard other men closing fast. The first to reach him was met with an explosive punch into the lower ribs. Yao Shu felt them break under his hand and drew back before he jammed the shards into vital organs. He ducked on instinct as something else moved, but in the whiteness he hadn't seen two warriors, and one of them tackled him around the waist, throwing him to the hard ground. Yao Shu kicked out, and his foot jarred against something solid, hurting him. He came to his feet as a ring of men closed and looked around at the unsmiling faces. It distressed him to see 3 of them were from his own training group. They, at least, would not meet his eyes. The others were strangers carrying heavy sticks. "We have you now, monk," one of them growled. Yao Shu readied himself, dropping slightly on bent legs so that he was in perfect balance. He couldn't defeat so many, but he was once again ready to teach. 8 men fell into the center of the circle, and Yao Shu almost slipped between 2 and was away. By chance, one of them snagged his robe. Yao Shu felt fingers slip over the skin of his skull, and he brought his head back sharply. The hard fingers vanished, and the monk struck out with his right foot. Another man fell back with a cry, his knee shattered, but by then they had struck him many times, and Yao Shu was dazed. He still hammered blows with hands, knees, and head wherever he could, but they knocked him down. The heavy sticks rose and fell with mindless anger. He didn't cry out, even when one of them stamped on his right foot and broke the small bones. Before he lost consciousness, Yao Shu thought he heard Kachiyun's voice shouting and felt the hands on him falling away. The words of his own teachers spiraled in his mind then as he collapsed in the snow. They had told him that holding on to anger was like grasping a hot coal. Only he would be burned by it. Yet as the men scattered and he felt strong arms lift him up, Yao Shu held the hot coal closely and felt only warmth.
This ends Disc 3. Genghis, Bones of the Hills, Disc 4.
Chapter 8. Yao Shu looked up as Kachyun came into the gare where the wounded were treated. By day, sick men and women traveled on the carts, well wrapped in furs. There were always some who needed a poisoned toe lanced or a wound bound. Yao Shu knew 3 of the men with him. They were the ones he had injured himself. He hadn't spoken to them, and they seemed embarrassed by his silence and wouldn't meet his eyes. Kachyun brightened as he greeted Jochi, sitting on the edge of his bed and chatting lightly with him. He admired the striped tiger skin at Jochi's feet, running his hands over the stiff folds and flattened head as they talked. Yao Shu could see the 2 men were friends. Tsubodai, too, visited each dawn, and despite his seclusion, Jochi was well informed. Yao Shu watched the pair talk with some curiosity as he tested the splints on his foot and winced. When conversation died away, Kachyun turned to the monk, visibly searching for words. He knew as well as anyone that it could only have been Chagatai who ordered the beating. He knew also that it would never be proven. Chagatai strutted around the camp, and there were more than a few warriors who looked on him with approval. There was no shame for them in taking revenge, and Kachyun could guess what Genghis thought about it. The Khan wouldn't have relied on others to make his point, but he wouldn't have lost sleep about it if he had. The camp was a hard world, and Kachyun wondered how to explain that to Yao Shu. "Kokchu says you will be walking in just a few weeks," he said. Yao Shu shrugged. "I heal, General. The body is just an animal, after all. Dogs and foxes heal, and so do I." "I have not heard anything else about the men who attacked you," Kachyun lied. Yao Shu's eyes drifted to the others in the small gare, and Kachyun flushed slightly. "There is always someone fighting in the camp," he said, spreading his hands. Yao Shu looked calmly at him, surprised that the general seemed to be feeling guilt. He had played no part in it, after all, and was he responsible for Chagatai? He was not. In fact, the beating could have been much worse if Kachyun hadn't come and scattered them. The warriors had vanished back to their gares, bearing their wounded away. Yao Shu suspected Kachyun could have named each one if he wanted to, perhaps with the names of their families as well. It didn't matter. The Mongols loved revenge, but Yao Shu felt no anger toward young fools following orders. He had vowed to teach Chagatai another lesson in the fullness of time. It troubled the monk that his faith came second to such a base desire, but he still relished the prospect. He could hardly speak of it with Chagatai's own men in the gare, but they too were healing, and it wouldn't be long before he was alone with Jochi. Though he might have gained an enemy in Chagatai, Yao Shu had seen the fight with the tiger. As he glanced at the great striped skin draped over Jochi's low bed, he thought he had surely gained an ally as well. The Xixia princess would be pleased, he thought wryly. Kachyun stood automatically when he heard Genghis's voice outside. The Khan entered, and Yao Shu saw his whole face was swollen and red, the left eye almost closed. The Khan registered the presence of the men in the gare and nodded to Yao Shu before speaking to Kachyun. He ignored Jochi as if he were not present. "Where is Kokchu, brother? I have to get this broken tooth out of my head." The shaman came in as he spoke, bringing with him the strange odor that made Yao Shu wrinkle his nose. He couldn't like the skinny magic worker. He had found the shaman competent at splinting broken bones, but Kokchu treated the sick as if they were an annoyance, then fawned on the generals and Genghis himself without shame. "The tooth, Kokchu," Genghis growled. "It is time." Sweat beaded his brow, and Yao Shu sensed he was in great pain, though the Khan made a fetish of never showing it. Yao Shu sometimes wondered if they were insane, these Mongols. Pain was merely a part of life, to be embraced and understood, not crushed. "Yes, Lord Conn," Kokchu replied. "I will take it out and give you herbs for the swelling. Lie back, Lord, and open your mouth as far as you can." With an ill grace, Genghis took the last bed in the gare and tilted his head far enough so that Yao Shu could see inflamed flesh. The Mongols had very good teeth, he thought. The brown stump looked out of place in the white ones. Yao Shu wondered if their diet of meat was responsible for their strength and violence. He shunned flesh himself, believing it to be responsible for bad humors in the blood. Still, the Mongols seemed to thrive on it, bad humors and all. Kokchu unrolled a leather tube to reveal a small pair of blacksmith's pincers and a set of narrow knives. Yao Shu saw Genghis's eyes swivel to see the tools. Then the Khan met his gaze, and a stillness came over him that was impressive to watch. The man had decided to treat the ordeal as a test, Yao Shu could see. The monk wondered if his self-discipline would hold. Kokchu clacked the ends of the pincers together and took a deep breath to steady his hands. He looked into the Khan's open mouth and pursed his lips. "I will be quick as I can, Lord, but I have to take out the root." "Do your work, shaman. Get it out," Genghis snapped, and again Yao Shu saw the pain must have been immense for him to speak in such a way. As Kokchu probed the broken tooth, the Khan clenched his hands, then let them fall loose, lying as if he slept. Yao Shu watched with interest as Kokchu dug deep with the pincers, trying to get a purchase. The metal tool slipped twice as he brought pressure to bear. With a grimace, the shaman turned back to his roll and selected a knife. "I have to cut the gum, Lord," he said nervously. Yao Shu could see the shaman was shaking as if his own life were at stake. Perhaps it was. Genghis didn't bother to reply, though once again the hands tensed and relaxed as he fought his body for control. The Khan stiffened as Kokchu leaned on the knife, digging deeply. Genghis choked on a flood of pus and blood, waving Kokchu away so he could spit on the floor before settling back. His eyes were wild, Yao Shu saw, quietly awed at the man's strength of will. Once more Kokchu cut and jerked the blade, then reached in with the pincers, took a grip, and heaved. The shaman almost fell as a long shard of root came out, and Genghis grunted, rising to spit once more. "That is almost all of it, Lord," the shaman said. Genghis glared at him, then lay back again. The second piece came out quickly, and the Khan sat up, holding his aching jaw, and clearly relieved to have it end. The rim of his mouth was red, and Yao Shu watched as Genghis swallowed bitterness. Jochi, too, had observed the extraction, though he had tried to make it look as if he hadn't. As Genghis rose again, Jochi lay back on his bed and stared at the ribs of birch that made up the ceiling of the gare. Yao Shu thought the Khan would leave without speaking to his son, and was surprised when Genghis paused and tapped Jochi on the leg. "You can walk, can't you?" Genghis said. Jochi turned his head slowly. "Yes, I can walk." "Then you can ride." Genghis noticed the wolf's head sword that Jochi never let out of his sight, and his right hand twitched to hold it. It rested on the tiger skin, and Genghis ran his fingers through the stiff fur. "If you can walk, you can ride," Genghis told him again. He might have turned away then, but some impulse held him in place. "I thought that cat would kill you," Genghis said. "It nearly did," Jochi replied. To his surprise, Genghis grinned at him, showing red teeth. "Still you beat it. You have a taman, and we ride to conquer." Yao Shu saw that the Khan was trying to mend bridges between them. Jochi would command 10,000 men, a position of immense trust and not lightly given. To Yao Shu's private disappointment, Jochi sneered. What else could I possibly want from you, my lord?" A stillness came into the gare then, until Genghis shrugged. "As you say, boy. I have given you more than enough." The stream of carts and animals took days to spill out of the mountains to the plains. To the south and west lay the cities ruled by Shah Mohammed. Every man and woman of the people had heard of the challenge to their Khan and the deaths of their envoys. They were impatient to bring vengeance. Around the core of the people, scouts rode out in wide circles as they moved, leaving the cold mountains behind. The generals had gambled with Knucklebones for the right to take a Taman raiding, and it had been Jabeh who had thrown 4 horses and won. When Genghis heard, he had summoned Arslan's replacement to him for orders. Jabeh had found the Khan with his brothers, deep in conversation as they planned the war to come. When Genghis finally noticed the young man standing by the door, he had nodded to him, barely looking up from new maps being drawn with charcoal and ink. "I need information more than piles of the dead, General," Genghis had said. "The Shah can call on cities as great as any in Chin lands. He will not be idle as we cross his lands. We must meet his armies, but when we do, it will be on my terms. Until that day, I need everything you can learn. If a town has less than 200 warriors, let them surrender. Send their traders and merchants to me, men who know a little of the world around them." "And if they will not surrender, Lord?" Jabeh had asked. Khassar had chuckled without looking up, but the Khan's yellow gaze had lifted from the maps. "Then clear the way," Genghis had replied. As Jabeh turned to leave, Genghis had whistled softly. Jabeh had turned to him questioningly. "They are your warriors now, Jabeh, not mine, nor any other man here. They will look to you first. Remember that. I have seen brave warriors who broke and ran, then stood against impossible odds just a few months later. The only difference was that their officers had changed. Never believe another man can do your job. You understand?" "Yes, Lord," Jabeh had replied. He had struggled not to show his delight, though he felt lightheaded with it. It was his first independent command. 10,000 men would look to him alone, their lives and honor in his hands. Genghis had smiled wryly to himself, fully aware of the young man's sweating palms and thumping heart. "Then go," the Khan had said, returning to his maps. On a spring morning, Jabeh had ridden out with 10,000 veterans eager to make his name. Within just a few days, Arab merchants rode into the camp as if the devil himself were behind them. They were willing to barter and sell information to this new force in the land, and Genghis welcomed a stream of them to his gare, sending them away with their pouches full of silver. Behind them, distant plumes of smoke rose sluggishly into the heat. Jochi joined his men 2 days after he had seen Genghis in the gare for the sick. He was thin and pale from 6 weeks of seclusion, but he mounted his favorite horse stiffly, setting his jaw against the pain. His left arm was splinted, and the wounds on his legs cracked and wept, but he smiled as he trotted to the ranks. His men had been told he was coming, and they formed up to greet their general and the Khan's first son. Jochi's expression remained stern, concentrating on his own weakness. He raised a hand in greeting, and they cheered his survival and the tiger skin he had placed between the saddle and the horse's skin. The dried head would always snarl at his pommel. When he took his place in the front rank, he turned his pony and looked back at the men his father had given him. Of the 10,000, more than 4,000 were from the Chin cities. They were mounted and armored in the Mongol style, but he knew they couldn't shoot arrows as fast or as well as his brethren. 2,000 more were from the Turkic tribes to the north and west, dark-skinned men who knew the Arab lands better than the Mongols themselves. He thought his father had given them to Jochi as those of lesser blood, but they were fierce and they knew the ground and the hunting. Jochi was pleased with them. The last 4,000 were of the people, the Naimans, the Oirat, and the Jajirat. Jochi cast his gaze over their ranks, and it was there that he sensed a weakness in their grim faces. The Mongols knew Jochi was not a favorite son of the Khan, perhaps not even his son at all. He read subtle doubt in the way they looked at each other and didn't cheer as lustily as the others. Jochi felt his energy flag and summoned his will. He would have liked longer for his arm to heal, yet he had seen Subodai bind men together, and he was eager to begin the work. "I see men before me," he called to them. His voice was strong, and many grinned. "I see warriors, but I do not yet see an army." The grins faltered, and he gestured to the vast array of carts rolling out of the mountains behind them. "Our people have enough men to keep out the wolves," he said. "Ride with me today, and I will see what I can make of you." He dug in his heels, though his legs had already begun to ache. Behind him, 10,000 men began to trot out onto the plains. He would run them ragged, he told himself, until they were blind with exhaustion, or until his limbs hurt so much he couldn't stand it any longer. Jochi smiled at the thought. He would endure. He always had. The city of Otrar was one of the many jewels of Khwarezm, made rich at the crossroads of ancient empires. It had guarded the west for 1,000 years, taking a part of the wealth that flowed along the trade roads. Its walls protected thousands of brick houses, some of them 3 stories high and painted white against the hard sun. The streets were always busy, and a man could buy anything in the world in Otrar if he had enough gold. Its governor, Inalchuk, gave offerings each day in the mosque and made public displays of his devotion to the teachings of the Prophet. In private he drank forbidden wine and kept a house of women chosen from the slaves of 12 races, all picked for his pleasure. As the sun dipped toward the hills, Otrar cooled slowly, and the streets lost their mad energy as men and women returned home. Inalchuk wiped sweat from his eyes and lunged at his sword instructor. The man was quick, and there were times when Inalchuk thought he allowed his master to take points. He didn't mind, as long as the instructor was clever. If he left too obvious an opening, Inalchuk struck with greater force, leaving a welt or a bruise. It was a game, as all things were games. Out of the corner of his eye, Inalchuk saw his chief scribe halt on the edge of the courtyard. His instructor darted at him to punish the moment of inattention, and Inalchuk fell back before striking low so that the point of his blunt sword sank into the man's stomach. The instructor fell heavily, and Inalchuk laughed. "You will not tempt me to lift you up, Akram. Once is enough for each trick." The instructor smiled and leapt to his feet, but the light was fading, and Inalchuk bowed to him before handing over the blade. As the sun set, Inalchuk heard the voices of the muezzins call the greatness of God across Otrar. It was time for evening prayers, and the courtyard began to fill with the members of his household. They carried mats and lined up in rows, their heads bowed. Inalchuk led them in the responses, the thoughts and worries of the day vanishing as he took the first position. As they chanted in unison, Inalchuk looked forward to breaking the day's fast. Ramadan was close to its end, and even he didn't dare to ignore its disciplines. Servants chattered like birds, and he knew better than to provide them with evidence against him for the Sharia courts. As he prostrated himself, touching his forehead to the ground, he thought of the women he would choose to bathe him. Even in the holy month, all things were possible after sunset, and a man was king in his own home. He would have honey brought and dribble it onto the back of his current favorite as he enjoyed her. "Allahu Akbar," he said aloud, God is great. Honey was a wonderful thing, he thought, the gift of Allah to all men. Chuk could have eaten it every day if it were not for his expanding waist. There was a price for every pleasure, it seemed. He prostrated himself once more, a model of piety in front of his household. The sun had set during the ritual, and Chuk was starving. He rolled his prayer mat and walked swiftly through the yard, his scribe falling in behind him. "Where is the army of the Khan?" Chuk called over his shoulder. His scribe fussed with a sheaf of papers, as he always did, though Chuk didn't doubt he had the answer ready. Zayed bin Salah had grown old in his service, but age had not dulled his intelligence. "The Mongol army moves slowly, master," Zayed said. "Allah be thanked for that. They darkened the earth all the way back to the mountains." Chuk frowned, the image of honey-covered skin vanishing from his imagination. "More than we thought before?" "Perhaps 100,000 fighting men, master, though I cannot be sure with so many carts. They ride as a great snake on the land." Chuk smiled at the image. "Even such a snake has but one head, Zayed. If the Khan is troublesome, I will have the assassins cut it off." The scribe grimaced, showing teeth like yellow ivory. "I would rather embrace a scorpion than deal with those Shia mystics, master. They are dangerous in more than just their daggers. Do they not reject the caliphs? They are not true men of Islam, I think." Chuk laughed, clapping Zayed on the shoulder. "They frighten you, little Zayed, but they can be bought, and there is no one as good. Did they not leave a poisoned cake on Saladin's own chest as he slept? That is what matters. They honor their contracts, and all their dark madness is just for show." Zayed shuddered delicately. The assassins ruled in their mountain fortresses, and even the Shah himself couldn't command them to come out. They worshipped death and violence, and Zayed felt Chuk shouldn't be so casual in speaking of them, even in his own home. He hoped his silence would be taken as a subtle reproof, but Chuk went on as another thought struck him. "You have not mentioned word from Shah Mohammed," he said. "Can it be that he hasn't yet answered?" Zayed shook his head. "There are no reinforcements yet, master. I have men waiting for them to the south. I will know as soon as they appear." They had reached the bathing complex in the governor's house. As a male slave, Zayed couldn't pass through the door, and Chuk paused with him, thinking through his orders. "My cousin has more than 1,000,000 men under arms, Zayed, more than enough to crush this army of carts and skinny goats. Send another message with my personal seal. Tell him 200,000 Mongol warriors have come through the mountains. Perhaps he will understand that my garrison can only retreat before so many." "The Shah may not believe they will strike at Otrar, master. There are other cities without our walls." Chuk made a tutting sound and ran a hand down the oiled curls of his beard. "Where else would they come? It was here that I had the Khan's men flogged in the marketplace. Here that we made a pile of hands as high as a man's waist. Did my cousin not guide me in that? I have followed his orders in the knowledge that his army would be ready to throw these Mongols back on their heels. Now I have called, and still he delays." Zayed didn't respond. The walls of Otrar had never been broken, but Arab merchants were beginning to come in from Chin lands. They talked of the Mongols using machines that could smash cities. It was not beyond possibility that the Shah had decided to let the Otrar garrison test the mettle of the Mongol Khan. 20,000 men rested within the walls, but Zayed didn't feel confident. "Remind my cousin that I once saved his life when we were boys together," Inalchuk said. "He has never repaid that debt to me." Zayed bowed his head. "I will have word sent to him, master, by the fastest horses." Inalchuk nodded curtly, disappearing inside the door. Zayed watched him go and frowned to himself. The master would rut like a dog in heat until dawn, leaving the campaign planning to his servants. Zayed didn't understand lust any more than he understood men like the assassins who chose to eat the sticky brown lumps of hashish that banished fear and made them writhe with the desire to kill. When he was young, his body had tormented him, but one blessing of old age was relief from the demands of flesh. The only true pleasure he had ever known came from planning and scholarship. Zayed realized dimly that he would need to eat to sustain himself in the long night ahead. He had more than 100 spies in the path of the Mongol army, and their reports came in every hour. He heard his master's rhythmic grunting begin, and shook his head as if at a wayward child. To act in such a way when the world was ready to topple mystified him. Zayed didn't doubt Shah Mohammed had visions of becoming a new Saladin. Inalchuk had been just a child, but Zayed remembered the reign of the great king. He cherished memories of Saladin's warriors passing through Bukhara to Jerusalem more than 30 years before. It had been a golden time. The Shah wouldn't let Otrar fall, Zayed was almost certain. There were many leaders who had come to his banners, but they would be watching for weakness. It was the curse of all strong men, and the Shah couldn't give up a wealthy city. After all, the Chin had never been weaker. If Genghis could be stopped at Otrar, there was a world to win. Zayed heard his master's grunting passion grow in volume and sighed. No doubt Inalchuk had his own eyes on the Shah's throne. If the Mongols could be broken quickly, perhaps it was even in his reach. The corridor was cool after sunset, and Zayed barely noticed the slaves lighting oil lamps along its length. He wasn't tired. That, too, was a blessing of old age, that he needed very little sleep. He shuffled away into the gloom, his mind on 1,000 things he had to do before dawn. Chapter 9. Jebeh had lost count of the miles he had ridden in a month away from the Khan's army. At first he had headed south, coming across a vast lake in the shape of a crescent. Jebeh had never seen such a body of fresh water, so wide that even the sharp-eyed scouts couldn't see the other side. For days he and his men had speared fat green fish they couldn't name, feasting on the flesh before moving on. Jebeh had decided against trying to swim the horses across, and took his Taman along the clay banks. The land teemed with animals they could eat, from gazelles and ibex to a brown bear that came bellowing out of a copse and almost reached a raiding group before arrows brought it down. Jebeh had the bearskin draped over his horse's back, thick with rotting fat. He hoped to smoke-cure the skin before it was too far gone. Falcons and eagles soared the warm winds above their heads, and the hills and green valleys reminded Jebeh of home. As Genghis had ordered, he left small villages alone, his men riding past in a dark mass as farmers ran or stared in dull fear. Such men reminded Jebeh of cattle, and he could only shudder at living such a life, trapped in one place for all time. He had destroyed 4 large towns and more than a dozen road forts, leaving the loot buried in marked spots in the hills. His men were coming to know him as leader, and they rode with their heads up, enjoying his style of striking fast and covering huge distances in just a few days. Arslan had been more cautious as a general, but he had taught Jebeh well, and the younger man drove them hard. He had a name to make among the generals, and he allowed no weakness or hesitation in those who followed him. If a town surrendered quickly, Jebeh sent its merchants north and east to where he thought Genghis might have reached with the slower carts. He promised them gold and tempted them with Qin coins as proof of the generosity they would receive. Many of them had been forced to watch their homes burn to the ground and had no love for the young Mongol general, but they accepted the gifts and rode away. They couldn't rebuild with Genghis coming south, and Gebeh found them more pragmatic than his own people, more accepting of the fate that can raise one man and break another with no cause or reason. He didn't admire the attitude, though it suited his own purposes well enough. By the end of the new moon, which Gebeh had learned was the Arab month of Ramadan, he reached a new range of mountains to the south of the Crescent Lake. Otrar was to the west, and further on lay the golden cities of the Shah, with names Gebeh could hardly pronounce. He learned of Samarkand and Bukhara, and had Arab farmers draw their locations on rough maps that Genghis would value. Gebeh didn't travel to those walled places. When he did, it would be with the Mongol host at his back. As the moon vanished, Gebeh rode on one last sweep into the hills of the south, mapping sources of water and keeping his men fit. He was almost ready to return and go to war. Though his Taman had stayed out for more than a moon's turn, he had no gears with him and made his camp in a sheltered valley, with scouts posted on all the peaks around him. It was one of those who rode back into camp, his pony lathered with sweat. "I have seen riders, General, in the distance." "Did they spot you?" Gebeh asked. The young warrior shook his head proudly. "Not in this life, General. It was in the last light before the sunset, and I came straight back." The man hesitated, and Gebeh waited for him to speak again. "I thought they could have been Mongols, General, from the way they rode. It was just a glimpse before the light went, but there were 6 men riding together, and they could have been ours." Gebeh stood up, his meal of rabbit forgotten at his feet. "Who else would have come so far south?" he muttered. With a low whistle, he had his men leaving their rations and mounting all around. It was too dark to ride fast, but he had seen a trail leading through the hills before sunset, and Gebeh couldn't resist moving closer in the darkness. By dawn he would be in position. He passed on his orders to his officers and let them inform the men. In no time at all they were clicking gently to their mounts, moving into a column. Without a moon, the night was very dark, but they followed his orders, and Gebeh grinned to himself. If it was Hasar, or better still, Tsubodai, he would like nothing more than to surprise a Mongol force at dawn. As he walked his mount to the head of the line, he sent scouts out with whispered orders, knowing that the Khan's generals would take pleasure in doing the same to him. Unlike the older men, he had a name to win for himself, and he relished the challenge of a new land. Tsubodai's rise had shown Genghis valued talent over blood, every time. Jochi woke from sleep like a dead man in pine woods, halfway up a mountain slope. He lay still in pitch darkness, raising his left hand before his face and blinking wearily. The Arabs judged dawn as the time when a black thread could be distinguished from a white one, and it wasn't yet light enough for that. He yawned and knew he wouldn't sleep again now that his battered body had dragged itself awake. His legs were stiff in the mornings, and he began each day by rubbing oil into the raised scars from the hot irons and the tiger's claws. He worked the ridged skin with his thumbs, grunting in relief as the muscles relaxed. It was then that he heard hoofbeats in the darkness and one of his scouts calling. "Over here," he said. The scout dismounted and came to kneel by him. It was one of the Qin recruits, and Jochi handed him the pot of oil to continue as he listened. The scout talked quickly in his own language, but Jochi interrupted only once to ask for the meaning of a word. "In 3 weeks we've seen no sign of an armed force, and now they come creeping at us in the dark," Jochi said, wincing as the Qin warrior's thumbs worked a tender spot. "We could be miles away by dawn, General," the scout murmured. Jochi shook his head. His men would allow him to run if he had some plan to draw an enemy into an ambush. To simply retreat would undermine him with all the groups of his Taman. He cursed softly. In the moonless night, he couldn't know where the enemy were or how many came against him. His best trackers would be useless. His one advantage was that he knew the land. The isolated valley to the south had been his training ground for half a month, and he had used it to work his men to a new edge of toughness. Along with his scouts, he knew every back trail and piece of cover from one end to the other. "Fetch my Minghan officers to me," he said to the scout. The 10 senior officers could spread his orders quickly to the individual thousands of his Taman. Genghis had created the system, and it worked well. Jochi had only added Zubodai's idea of naming each 1,000 and each jagun of 100 men. It led to less confusion in battle, and he was pleased with them. The Chin scout handed him the pot of oil and bowed his head before scurrying away. Jochi stood and was pleased to find his legs had stopped aching, at least for a while. By the time his men were walking their mounts up to the ridge that led down into the valley beyond, 2 more scouts had come in. The sun wasn't yet up, but the gray light of the wolf dawn was over the hills when men felt life stir in their limbs. Jochi saw the scouts were chuckling and gestured for them to come to his side. They, too, were of Chin stock, but the usually impassive warriors were visibly amused at something. "What is it?" Jochi asked impatiently. The 2 men exchanged a glance. "Those coming are Mongols, General." Jochi blinked in confusion. It was true that he could make out the faces of the scouts in the dim light, but they had ridden through darkness to get back to him. "How do you know?" he demanded. To his surprise, one of them tapped his nose. "The smell, General. The breeze is north to south, and there is no mistaking it. Arab warriors do not use rancid mutton fat." The scouts clearly expected Jochi to be relieved, but instead he narrowed his eyes, dismissing them with a sharp gesture. It could only be Arslan's Taman, led by the new man his father had promoted. He hadn't had the chance to know Jebeh before Genghis sent him out. Jochi showed his teeth in the darkness. He would meet him on his own terms, at least, on land Jebeh couldn't know as well. Jochi passed on new orders, and they increased the pace, needing to be in the valley before dawn. They had all heard the news of another Taman in the area, and, like their general, were eager to show what they could do. Destroying Shah Mohammed's armies couldn't bring them the satisfaction of confounding their own. With the sun above the horizon, Jebeh moved slowly forward. His warriors had crept through the last of the darkness, moving stealthily to surround a valley where they could hear warriors and horses. The whinnying calls carried far in the bowl of hills, and Jebeh had left 40 mares in season well back, where they would not call to stallions. The first light made the young general smile to see the terrain ahead. Warriors moved in dark smudges on the land, surrounded on all sides by slopes and crags. The shamans told stories of great stones hurtling from the stars and gouging valleys. This looked like such a place. Jebeh spotted a prominent ridge where he could direct the flanking groups and use the tree cover to move toward it, always out of sight from those on the valley floor. He didn't intend to take lives, only to show the Mongol Taman that he could have destroyed them. They would not forget the sight of his armed lines coming thundering down the slopes. Jebeh's eyes were sharp over distance, and he was pleased to see no sign of alarm in those he watched. They were clearly training, and he could see a line of distant discs that could only be straw archery targets. Rank after rank galloped and shot their arrows at full speed before looping back for another try. Jebeh chuckled as he heard the distant calls of Mongol horns. With 2 senior men and 2 flag-bearers, Jebeh tied his reins to a pine tree and crouched, moving slowly to the ridge. For the last few paces he approached on his stomach, worming forward until he could see the entire green valley. It was still too far to recognize the general, but Jabez nodded at the sharp formations as they wheeled and maneuvered. Whoever it was had trained his men well. Half a mile away, Jabez saw a flash of red, gone as quickly as it had appeared on a high crag. His left flank had found themselves a slope they could ride, and they were ready. He waited for the right flank to do the same, and his heart beat faster when a flag of blue flickered. Something nagged at him then, spoiling his concentration. Where were the other scouts, the men who were meant to watch for exactly this sort of attack? The valley floor was vulnerable to any hostile force, and Jabez couldn't think of one of Genghis's generals who would leave himself blind. His men had orders to disarm the scouts before they could sound their horns, but that was down to luck. Perhaps the Sky Father was watching over his endeavors this day, and the scouts had been taken in silence. He shook his head warily. "Where are the scouts?" he muttered. The closest man to him was Palchuk, who had married Genghis's sister Temulun. Jabez had found him a solid choice, for all he suspected Genghis had broken his own rules to promote him. "There is no large army close to this place," Palchuk said, shrugging. "Perhaps they have brought the scouts further in." On the other side of the valley, Jabez saw a twinkle of light. The distance was too far for flags to be seen, but his man carried a piece of chin glass and used it to reflect the sun. Jabez put aside his doubts and stood. 100 paces behind the general lay 2,000 men with their ponies beside them. The animals were well trained and hardly made a sound as the men removed their arms from the necks and allowed them to stand. "Keep the bows in the saddle holders," Jabez called. "We are training men, not killing them." Palchuk chuckled softly as he and Jabez mounted with the rest. They would charge on 4 fronts, converging in the center, where Jabez would meet the general. He reminded himself not to gloat when the man acknowledged him. As Jabez raised his arm to give the order, he saw a red flash on the left, as if his flank were signaling again. "What are they doing?" he said aloud. Before Palchuk could answer, men erupted from the ground on every side. Jabez's warriors shouted in confusion as warriors stood up from shallow pits holding drawn bows. They had waited through the last of the darkness in complete silence, covered in a thick layer of leaf mulch and dead pine needles. In just moments, more and more of them were aiming sharp arrows at Jabez as he turned his mount in amazement. He saw Jochi come striding out from between the trees and threw his head back to laugh. The Khan's son didn't reply until he had walked to Jabez's stirrup. Jochi dropped his hand to the wolf's head sword. "Your men are taken, General," he said. "No one is coming, and you are mine." Only then did Jochi smile, and those closest surrounded Jabez, grinning evilly. "I knew there should have been more scouts out," Jabez said. Accepting the mood, he handed over his own sword. Jochi bowed to him and handed it back, his face bright with success. As Jabez watched in amusement, Jochi blew a long note on a scout's horn that echoed across the valley. Far below, the warriors stopped their maneuvers, and their cheering voices carried even to the heights. "You are welcome in my camp, General," Jochi said. "Will you ride down to the valley with me?" Jabez bowed to the inevitable. He waited until Jochi's men had put aside their weapons and horses had been brought up to the ridge. "How did you know I would direct my men from here?" he asked Jochi. The Khan's son shrugged. "It's where I would have chosen." "And you were trained by Zubodai," Jabez replied wryly. Jochi smiled, choosing not to mention the men he had hidden at 4 other places along the ridge. The hours of silent waiting had been damp and cold, but seeing Jabez's expression when they stood up had made the discomfort worthwhile. The 2 generals rode together down the slope to the valley, comfortable in each other's presence. "I have been giving thought to a name for my Taman," Jochi said. Jabez looked at him, raising his eyebrows. Subodai has his young wolves, and it has a better ring than Jochi's warriors or Jabez's Taman, don't you think?" Jabez had witnessed this strange young man standing his ground when a tiger leapt at him. The striped skin lay under Jochi's saddle, and Jabez was uncomfortably aware of the rotting bearskin he sat upon. Jochi didn't seem to have noticed it. "Are you thinking of tigers or something of that sort?" Jabez said warily. "Oh, no, it doesn't have to be an animal," Jochi said, and then he did glance at the bearskin. Jabez felt his cheeks flush and chuckled again. He liked this Khan's son, no matter what was said of him in the camps. Whether he was truly Genghis's son or not, Jabez relaxed. He sensed none of the blustering arrogance he had seen in Chagatai, and it pleased him. They had ridden down to where Jochi's men waited in perfect squares. Jabez inclined his head to the officers, giving them honor in front of their men. "They look dangerous enough," Jabez said. "What about the Iron Lance?" "Iron Lance," Jochi repeated, testing the sound. "I like iron, but I have too few lances to make the name work. It wouldn't seem right to make them retrain to fit the name." "Iron Horse, then," Jabez replied, caught up in the game. "They all have mounts, at least." Jochi reined in. "I like that. Subodai has the young wolves. I have the Iron Horse. Yes, it is very stirring." He smiled as he spoke, and suddenly both men were laughing, to the confusion of the officers around them. "How did you know we were coming?" Jabez asked. "I smelled that bearskin," Jochi replied, setting them both off again. Jochi's men had hunted well and had meat enough for all Jabez's warriors. Taking the lead from the two generals who sat together like old friends, the Tamans mingled easily and the mood was light. Only the scouts stayed high on the hills, and this time Jochi sent men out for miles, as he had every day of the training. He couldn't be surprised in his valley. Jabez allowed his men to train with Jochi and spent most of the day discussing tactics and the terrain they had covered. He accepted Jochi's offer to sleep in the makeshift camp, and it wasn't until the following dawn that he decided to leave. It had been a pleasant break from hard riding and trail rations. Jabez had eaten well, and Jochi had provided the last of a stock of irog for the senior men. Jochi hadn't once referred to the way he had surprised the other general on the heights, and Jabez knew he was in his debt. The men would be talking about it for months. "I will leave you with your Iron Horse, General," Jabez said as the sun rose. "Perhaps I will find a name for my own men in time." "I will think on it," Jochi promised. For a moment he lost his light manner. "I have few friends, Jabez. Shall I call you one of them?" Jabez didn't reply at first. The Khan's son walked a hard path, and he felt a chill at the thought of being caught between Genghis and this tall young man. Perhaps it was the debt he owed, or simply because he truly liked Jochi, but he had always been impulsive. With a quick gesture he drew a knife and gashed his palm, holding it out. Jochi stared, then nodded. He copied the gesture, and the two men clasped their right hands together. It was no small thing, and the men around them were silent as they looked on. In the distance, two scouts were riding in, and the moment was broken as they both turned. From the sheer speed, they knew in an instant that the scouts had news, and Jabez put aside his plans to leave until he had heard. They were Jochi's men, and Jabez could only stand and listen as they reported. "The enemy are in sight, General. 30 miles south and coming west." "How many?" Jabez said, unable to stop himself. The scout saw Jochi nod and answered. "I cannot count such a force of men and horses, General. More than all the Khan's warriors, perhaps twice as many. They travel with huge beasts I haven't seen before, armored in gold." "The Shah is in the field," Jochi said with satisfaction. "My iron horse will ride to see them. Will your bearskins come with us?" "I do not like bearskins at all," Jebeh replied. "It is a fine name, but we will discuss it as we ride," Jochi replied, whistling for his horse and bow. Chapter 10. Though they made good time on the hill trails that Jochi knew well, it took most of the day for the Tamans to reach the point where the scout had seen the Shah's army. In mountainous lands, it was sometimes possible for two armies to pass only a valley apart and never know the other was there. Yet if the scout's estimates were right, such a host could not be hidden. In late afternoon, the generals were close enough to see a trail of reddish dust that hung in the air like a false horizon. Jebeh and Jochi came together to discuss a plan for the first contact with the army of the Shah. With older men, deciding who would ride to the other might have been delicate. Jochi was the son of the Khan, while Jebeh was 7 years more experienced. With the red lines still fresh on their palms, neither made an issue of it. They rode to a central point to discuss their plans and observe the enemy. Jebeh had lost the light mood of the morning. He nodded to Jochi as they trotted abreast, ahead of 20,000. As a man, he liked the Khan's son, but he didn't know him as a general, and Jebeh felt the first prickle of annoyance that he had to allow for another force on the field. The Mongol armies rode through a high pass toward the dust trail. Ahead, the light was brighter as the land opened out, and both men aimed their mounts at a ridge that overlooked the plains beyond. Jochi, at least, had scouted it before. The dust hung like storm clouds in the distance, and he could only swallow dryly as he imagined an enemy force large enough to cause such a sight. At last the generals halted, both men raising an arm to stop the warriors at their back. Their own dust trail moved in sluggish tails on the warm breeze. The enemy would know they were watched, but it was impossible to move such large forces without being seen in daylight. Jochi and Jebeh sat their mounts in grim silence as they watched a bannered host rumble west, just a mile away. It was an army to dwarf the Khan's Tamans, both in foot soldiers and a huge number of mounted men riding the wings. The foot of the valley was flat for miles, but still seemed too small to hold such a mass. Jochi could see spears like the pines of a forest even at such a distance. In the brass light of the sun, iron armor glittered in the ranks. He looked across to Jebeh to see how he was reacting and found the general leaning low in his saddle, staring in fascination. "You see the bows?" Jebeh asked, squinting. Jochi had not, but he nodded, wishing Zubodai was there to assess this force they would face in battle. Jebeh spoke as if he was already making his report. "Double-curved, like ours. They have good shields as well, larger than our own. So many camels. I have never seen so many in one place, nor seen them ridden to war. They will be faster over rough ground than our horses. We must be sure not to let them use that advantage." There was something about Jebeh that always lightened Jochi's mood. "Do not forget those huge beasts," he said, "with horns, or teeth, or whatever they are. They too will be new to our men." "Elephants," Jebeh replied. "Jelme talked of seeing one at the Korean court. They are fearsome animals." He gestured at the black wings of the Shah's army, cutting the air with his hands. "They use their cavalry on the edges, protecting the center. That is where we will find their generals." From the ridge he could see the entire structure of the Shah's army laid out before him. A smaller group of horsemen rode in the center, their ranks perfect. Jebeh sucked his teeth while he considered. "You see the boxes on the backs of those elephants, surrounded by riders? Those will be senior men." He paused and whistled to himself. They are fine horsemen. See how they keep formation?" Jochi glanced sideways as he replied. "Frightening, aren't they?" Jabez chuckled. "Do not be afraid, Jochi. I am here now." Jochi snorted, though in fact he was afraid. His father's army could be swallowed up in so many, and he couldn't see a weakness in the dark lines. Both men were aware that they had been spotted almost as soon as they showed themselves on the ridge. Riders were racing up and down the Shah's lines, and the Mongol generals watched with interest, learning everything they could. There was much they didn't understand. Though Jabez had heard elephants described, the reality of seeing those huge animals looming over the riders was intimidating. The great heads looked armored in bone as well as glittering metal. If they could be made to charge, he couldn't see how to stop them. As Jabez turned to point out a detail to Jochi, a vast host of Arab horsemen broke away from the main column and formed up in swirling dust. Horn calls brought the rest to a halt, and even in that, they could see the discipline of the Shah's men. Jabez and Jochi looked at each other in wild surmise. "They are going to attack us," Jabez said. "You should withdraw, Jochi, and take word to your father. Everything we have seen here will be useful in the days to come." Jochi shook his head. His father wouldn't look kindly on him if he simply left. The information could be carried by a single scout, and they hadn't come to the Shah's lands to retreat before his armies. Jochi felt a pang of resentment that Jabez was with him. He had come a long way to lead his warriors, and it didn't sit well with him to defer to a more senior man. "We have the high ground, at least," Jochi said. He remembered the Russian knights who had labored up a hill at him and knew the worth of such an advantage. In the distance, the massive Arab formations kicked into a fast trot, and Jochi felt a sudden panic. He knew he couldn't lead the Taman straight at the enemy horsemen. There were easier ways to waste lives. He considered a running blow that would lead the Arabs out along the plain. His men were fit as only Mongols knew fitness, but he didn't know if the Chin soldiers in his ranks would fall behind and be destroyed. Jabez seemed blithely unaware of Jochi's whirling thoughts as he spoke. "They will have to come straight up at us, with their Shah watching. They will not know how many men we have behind this ridge. I should think they are as surprised as we are to meet in this place, so far from Otrar or the Khan. Can you get around to the flank?" Jochi looked into the distance before nodding. Jabez smiled as if they merely discussed a wrestling match or a wager. "Then that will be the plan. I will wait until they have tired themselves riding up, then fall like a mountain on their heads. You will come from the flank and cut a wedge through to the center. Your lances will be useful there, I think." Jochi looked down the steep slope. "It is only a shame that we do not have rocks to roll into them," he said. Jabez nodded, surprised. "That is an excellent idea. I would give my second wife for pots of oil to roll down as well, but I will see what I can find." For an instant both men sensed the strain in the other and exchanged a glance that had none of the lightness of their words. "We cannot take so many if they are as good as their weapons and armor," Jochi said. "I will hit the flank, but then pull back and let them follow me far from the main force." "Is that Zubodai's voice I hear?" Jabez asked. Jochi did not smile. "It is my voice, General. I will run them to exhaustion, well away from their reinforcements." Jabez bowed his head to the Khan's son. He didn't mention that almost half of Jochi's Taman were of Chin stock. Though they rode hardy Mongol ponies, they wouldn't have the endurance of men born to the saddle. "Good luck, General," he called as he turned his mount. Jochi didn't reply, already issuing orders to his men. 10,000 of those behind the ridge gathered quickly and rode east to get around the steep slope. It wouldn't be easy to charge over the loose shale, and Jabez honestly didn't know which of them had the hardest task. Khalifa al-Nahan was a worried man as he rode up the hill, his fine gelding already laboring in the heat and dust. He had grown up in those very mountains and knew the ridge he was assaulting. The Shah had given the order, and he had formed his men without hesitation, but his stomach felt hollow. After the first shock of seeing Mongol scouts hundreds of miles from where they should have been, Shah Mohammed had settled into a fury Khalifa knew he could maintain for days or weeks. It wasn't a time to suggest that they wait for better terrain. Khalifa urged his mount on over the broken ground, looking up at the ridge that seemed far above his head. Perhaps it was no more than a scout's camp at the top. By the time he arrived, they might well have galloped away, and then at least the Shah would be satisfied. No one knew how these savage Mongols had made a Qin emperor kneel, and the Shah needed quick victories to reassure his chieftains. Khalifa shook the loose thoughts out of his head as he rode, feeling sweat sting his eyes. The summer had been mild so far, but climbing to the ridge was hard work. He trusted the men around him, many of them from his own tribe of desert warriors. The Shah had spared nothing in outfitting them for war, and though the new armor and shields were heavy, Khalifa felt the confidence they brought. They were picked men, the first into every battle, the breakers of walls and armies. He felt his bow slapping against his thigh, but they couldn't bring arrows to bear while riding up such a slope. Once more he thought of the Shah watching and shook his head against such weak thoughts. They would win or they would be killed. It was all the same to Allah. At the steepest point of the slope, Khalifa knew they were committed. The horses plunged on, but the ground was even softer than he remembered, and progress was painfully slow. Khalifa felt exposed and made his peace with God as he drew the curved Shamsher saber that had served him for many years. With his left hand he raised his shield and rode only with his feet in the stirrups. Like many of his men, he secretly despised the metal footholders that made it hard to dismount quickly. Yet they showed their use on such a slope, when he needed both hands for his weapons. A quick tap on his boot showed him his dagger was still there in the leather sheath, and he leaned forward into the warm breeze that came over the ridge. In time of peace, civilization had no place for butchers like him, but still they were needed and would always be needed when the jeweled cities and green parks were threatened. Khalifa had escaped 2 murder charges by joining the army and assuming a new name. It was what he did best. Sometimes he was paid and other times hunted, depending on how and when he practiced his skills. Riding with his men into the teeth of the enemy was what he loved. The Shah was watching, and if they bloodied their swords, there would be rewards of women and gold for the commanders. "Hold the line straight, Ali, or I will see you whipped," Khalifa roared across his men. He saw dust still rising from the ridge and knew the enemy hadn't run. He could hardly see in the clouds that his own men churned up, but there was only one objective, and his horse was still strong. Above him, Khalifa saw rocks grow in size as they were pushed to the edge. He called out a warning, but he could do nothing. He watched in fear as the boulders came bouncing down, ripping through men and horses in a series of sickening cracks. Khalifa cried out as one came close enough for him to feel the wind of its passage. As it passed, it seemed to leap like something alive, striking the man behind with a great crunch. He could see only 6 of the huge stones scything through his men, but each one took many lives and left the ground littered with pieces of armor and men. They were riding in close ranks, and there was no room to dodge the stones. As quickly as it had begun, the boulders stopped, and a ragged cheer went up from those who still labored on the slope. The ridge was no more than 400 paces away, and Khalifa kicked his mount on, hungry now to bring vengeance to those who killed his men. He saw a dark line of archers ahead and raised his shield instinctively, ducking his head beneath the rim. He was close enough to hear orders called in a strange language, and he clenched his teeth. The Shah had sent 40,000 men up that slope. No force in the world could do more than thin the ranks before they were among them and killing. Firing downhill, the Mongol archers could send their shafts further than normal range. Khalifa could only keep his head down as arrows thumped against his shield. The one time he raised his head, it was immediately rocked back by a glancing blow that yanked the turban from his head and left it dangling. Rather than have it snag, he cut it free with part of his long hair, and it bounded down the hill behind him. At first the shields protected his men, but as they reached the last 100 paces, the air was thick with whistling shafts, and men died in scores. Khalifa's shield was of wood, covered in the dried hide of a hippopotamus, the lightest and best of all the Shah's equipment. It held, though the muscles of his arm were bruised and battered until he could barely hold it. Without warning, he felt his horse shudder and begin to die. Khalifa would have leapt clear, but his feet snagged in the stirrups, and for a breathless moment of panic his right leg was trapped under the dying horse. Another mount crashed into his as it fell, and he jerked free, thanking Allah for his deliverance. He rose on sandy ground, spitting blood and wild with rage. The entire front rank had been brought down by the archers, fouling those behind. Many of his men were yelling, tugging at shafts through their legs and arms, while others lay sprawled and unmoving. Khalifa roared fresh orders, and the men behind dismounted to lead their mounts through the broken dead. The gap closed further, and Khalifa held his sword high, pointing it at the enemy above. 100 paces, and he was lost in his desire to kill. If anything, he was faster on foot, though every step on loose ground sapped his strength. He scrambled up with his sword ready for the first blow. The Shah was watching, and Khalifa could almost feel the old man's eyes on his back. The Mongols poured over the edge, straight down the steep slope. Their ponies slid, with front legs straight and stiff, while the back legs bunched to keep them upright. The desert warriors strained to take the first impact. But to Khalifa's shock, another wave of arrows punched them from their feet before the two forces met. He couldn't understand how the Mongols could draw and loose while guiding their mounts down such a slope, but the volley devastated his men. Hundreds died on foot or leading their mounts, and this time the shafts were followed by the Mongol front line crashing down on them. Khalifa heard their yelling swell until it seemed to echo back from the hills all around. The Mongol horsemen came like a breaking wave, smashing anything in their path by sheer weight. Khalifa was standing behind the bodies of 2 horses and could only watch in astonishment as the charge roared past him, a wedge tipped with lances that struck deep and deeper into the climbing lines below. He was left alive, but they still came. Khalifa couldn't climb further. The way was blocked by thousands of Mongol horsemen, guiding their mounts with just their knees while they loosed arrows at anything that moved. A long shaft ripped through his side, parting the steel links of his armor as if they had been made of paper. He fell, shouting incoherently, and it was then that he glimpsed another force cutting across the face of the slope. Jochi's men hit the flank of the Arab riders below Jebez's charge. Their arrows tore a hole in the ranks, and they followed it with lances and swords, cutting men down while they were held in the press. Khalifa stood to see them, fear and bile rising in his throat. Arrows still whirred by his bare head, but he didn't flinch. He saw the 2 forces meet in the center, and the combined mass drove his men further down so that they almost reached the valley floor. Bodies covered the ground behind them, and riderless horses ran wild, knocking fresh warriors from their saddles in their panic. The Mongol charge from the ridge had passed him by, and Khalifa saw one horse with its reins trapped under a dead man. He ran to it, ignoring the pain in his side as he mounted, throwing his shield aside with a curse when the arrow shafts snagged. The air was thick with dust and the cries of dying brothers, but he had a horse and a sword and had never asked for more. Perhaps 30,000 desert men still lived, struggling below to hold back the twin charge. Khalifa could see the Mongols had gambled their full force in the attack, and he shouted as he rode wildly down the hill toward the ranks. They could be held. They could be broken, he was sure of it. As he reached his men, he bellowed commands to the closest officers. A solid square began to form, ringed with shields. The Mongols threw themselves at the edges and began to die as they met the swords of his tribe. Khalifa felt the battle like a live thing, and he knew he could still turn the losses to triumph. He had his men retreat in order back to the flat ground, harried all the way by the Mongol warriors. He drew them away from the slope they had used to such effect, and when the earth was hard under his mount, Khalifa ordered a charge into them, urging his men on with words of the Prophet. "They shall be slain or crucified, or have their hands and feet cut off on alternate sides, or be banished from the land. They shall be held up to shame in this world and sternly punished in the hereafter." His men were true Arabs of the blood. They heard and became fierce once more, taking the fight to the enemy. At the same time, the Shah moved at last, sending fresh soldiers racing in squares as the Mongols came within range. The lines met and a roar went up as the Mongols were knocked back, defending desperately as attacks came from more than one direction. Khalifa saw the Shah's ranks move wide to surround them, marching steadily in. The Mongol warriors faltered, overwhelmed, as Khalifa barged his horse through to the front rank. A young warrior came at him, and Khalifa braced and took the man's head as he swept past. The Shah's riders advanced, their swords red. Discipline held them, and Khalifa was proud. Once more he sensed uncertainty in the attacking horsemen, and suddenly they broke and ran, leaving the foot regiments in their wake as they galloped clear. Khalifa ordered his lancers forward and was pleased with their formation as they took many of the fleeing men in the backs, hammering them from their saddles. "For the Prophet, brothers!" he roared. "Run these dogs down!" The Mongol warriors were streaming across the plain on their ponies, riding flat out. Khalifa raised his hand and dropped it, and the lines of Arabs dug in their heels to give chase. They would pass along the flank of the Shah's army, and Khalifa hoped the fierce old man would see and give thanks. As he rode, he glanced back to the slope leading up to the ridge. It was black with the dead, and he felt new strength surge in him. These men had dared to enter his land, and they would find only fire and the sword.
This ends Disc 4. Genghis, Bones of the Hills, Disc 5.
Chapter 11. After the initial race east along the valley, both the Tamans and their pursuers settled into a slow gallop that ate the miles. Before the sun set, Khalifa's men tried to close the gap 3 times and were driven back with arrows fired by men turning in the saddle. Unlike the Mongols, the Arab horsemen were not accurate loosing arrows at full speed. Though their mounts were faster over short distances, they were forced to settle in for a long chase. By the time the sun touched the west behind them, they were more than a dozen miles from the Shah's army. The Mongol warriors rode in grim concentration, knowing that to fall behind was to die. Jochi and Jabeh had come together about halfway through the ranks of their men. They didn't know how many of their number had been lost on the slopes under the ridge. The Arabs had fought well at the end, but both generals were pleased with what they had achieved. Genghis would be told of both strength and weaknesses in the enemy, and what they had learned would be vital to the Khan in the days to come. Still, they had to survive the dogged pursuit. Both men knew it was easier to chase than to be hunted. As eagles and wolves had eyes to the front of their heads, so did man. Riding after an enemy kept the spirit strong, just as hearing the enemy always at their backs sapped the confidence of the Tamans. Yet they did not falter. "Will they follow us into the darkness, do you think?" Jochi asked. Jabeh looked back over his shoulder at the mass of riders. Perhaps 30,000 men had come after them, and he couldn't know their quality. He and Jochi had left so many on the slopes that he thought anger would keep the Arabs on their trail for a long time. They had been thrown back in chaos in the battle, and they wouldn't let them go without a chase. As he stared at the enemy, Jabez could admit that the Arabs were excellent horsemen. They had shown discipline and courage. Against that, the two Tamans could only bring the stoic endurance they had learned on the brutal winter plains. They would not fall if they had to run to the end of the world. Jabez glanced back at the setting sun, now just a gold line that cast writhing shadows ahead of his men. He realized he hadn't answered the question and shrugged. They look determined enough, and they have more speed in short bursts. If I were their commander, I would wait for true darkness and then close the gap when we cannot see to drive them back. Jochi rode carefully, conserving his strength. His left arm ached and his legs were stiff, the old scars sending needles of discomfort along his thighs as they stretched. Even so, he struggled not to show his pride at the action on the ridge. His flanking charge had shattered the Arab soldiers, but Jabez hadn't mentioned it. "When it is dark, then," Jochi said, "we should race for a mile and open a gap they cannot cross easily." Jabez winced at the thought of pelting full speed across unknown ground. Their greatest fear was that the Arabs knew the valley would come to a sudden end, perhaps in a blocked canyon. The Tamans could be riding right to their own destruction. Jochi strained to see ahead, but the peaks on either side seemed to go on forever. A pang of hunger interrupted his thoughts, and he reached into a pocket to pull out a lump of dried mutton. In the last light, he eyed the black twist dubiously, but tore off a piece and chewed before reaching out and offering it to Jabez. The general accepted the gift without speaking, pulling it apart with his fingers before passing the rest back. They hadn't eaten since the morning, and both men were starving. "When my father fought the Shisha kingdom," Jochi said, chewing, "the king used clusters of iron nails that could bring down a charging line." "They would be useful now," Jabez replied, nodding. "If we had each man carry just a few, we could let these Arabs ride over a trail of them." "Next time, my friend," Jochi said, "if there is one." The sun set, and a dim gray light crossed the valley, falling through shades to blackness. They had a little time before the new moon rose, its white crescent reversed. Jochi and Jabez gave orders that could barely be heard above the thunder of hooves, and the pace increased slowly. Both leaders depended on the sturdiness of the plains-bred ponies. The scouts were used to riding 100 miles in a single day, and Jochi and Jabez counted on that to exhaust their enemy. Like the men who rode them, the ponies were as tough as old leather. Behind them, both generals heard the rhythm of the Arab horses change to the fast gallop, but they had already widened the gap. Jochi sent an order for the rear ranks to shoot 3 shafts each into the blackness. The decision was rewarded by crashes and yells that echoed from the hills. Once more the pursuers fell back, and the generals settled to a fast canter, ready to gallop at any moment. The Mongol ponies had fought and charged already that day. Many of them were weary and already suffering without water, but there was no way to rest them. "Did you see the flags of the Shah's army?" Jochi asked. Jabez nodded, remembering the host of crescents all along the Arab ranks. The new moon was significant to their enemy, perhaps because it marked the beginning and end of their holy month. Jabez hoped it was not an omen of good fortune for those that rode behind him. The crescent cast a silvery gloom on the armies that streamed through the valley. Some of the Mongol warriors used the dim light to loose arrows until Jochi sent an order to conserve their stock. It was too hard to kill a man with a shield in the dark, and they would need every shaft. Khalifa rode in furious silence at the head of his men. He had never experienced anything like this moonlight chase, and couldn't escape the nagging feeling that he had deprived the Shah of his cavalry wing in territory that had already proved hostile. He had ridden down fleeing armies before, but that was a brief, wild moment after an enemy broke, where a warrior could blood his sword joyfully on the necks of fleeing men, or shoot arrows until his quiver was empty. He remembered such times with great fondness, coming as they did after battles where he had ridden close to death. This was something different, and he couldn't understand the Mongol generals ahead. They rode in good order, and every attempt to bring them down before sunset had been repulsed. Had their nerve gone? They didn't ride in mindless panic. Instead, they seemed to be guarding the strength of their mounts, keeping only just enough ahead that he couldn't bring bows to bear against them. Khalifa gritted his teeth in irritation, his wounded side throbbing. The Shah had chosen this valley as the fastest route west to support Otrar. The crease between mountains was more than 100 miles long and opened out into a great plain close by the village where Khalifa had been born. Every mile took him further from the main army and made him wonder if the Mongols were not deliberately drawing him away. Yet he couldn't rein in and let them go. His blood cried out for vengeance for those they had slaughtered. The moon rose, which brought some respite as he spent hours calculating angles from the red planet Marech to the moon and the eastern horizon. He couldn't decide if the results promised good fortune or not, and the mental game didn't satisfy him. Could the Mongols have planned an ambush so far from the main battle site? Surely it was impossible. As the moon crept higher, he strained his eyes in the gloom for some sign that the Mongols were signaling to another force lying in wait. He could see nothing but their backs, riding as if they were not pursued by a vast army of furious men intent on their deaths. In the dark valley, it was easy to imagine enemies in every shadow. Khalifa's anger sustained him as the cold became biting. He took a single gulp from his water skin and shook it irritably. It hadn't been full at the beginning, and there was only a little left. He felt his men looking to him for orders, but he had no words for them. He would not return to the Shah only to tell him the enemy had escaped. He could not. Jabez and Jochi had spent much of the night in conversation, developing a mutual respect that deepened with the hours in the saddle. Some of the men dozed in turns around them, always with a friend to take the reins in case their mounts began to drift back through the ranks. It was common practice for those who had been herdsmen to ride asleep, though usually at just a walking pace. No one fell despite their drooping heads. The Tamans had slowed as the moon began to descend, and the force at their heels had instantly kicked on to a gallop, closing the gap once more. 4 times they had been forced to match the frantic pace before slowing, but as dawn approached, both armies were trotting, their mounts biting froth at their mouths as they panted and rode on. Jochi saw the first wolf dawn and reached across to nudge Jabez. The moon was just a faint sliver on the hills, and a new day was beginning. Another attack was likely, and the men around them rubbed tiredness from their eyes. The night they had spent seemed to have lasted forever, and at the same time had vanished in an instant. Despite the enemy at their backs, it had been oddly peaceful as the men shared the last of their dried meat and passed skins of warm, sour water between them until they were empty. Jabez was sore and dry-mouthed, feeling as if there was dust in every joint. His lower back ached, and he could only wonder at the enemy who were still there when he looked back. As the light increased, he saw the Arab horses were exhausted from the ride. Their pursuers were lolling in their saddles, but they hadn't fallen or allowed the Tamans to get too far ahead. Jochi was proud of the Chin who rode with his people. They had suffered more than anyone, and so many had drifted back that they formed the rear of the Tamans. Still they went on. Less than half a mile separated the two armies, and that hadn't changed since the darkest hours. As the sun rose in glory, Khalifa passed orders down to his senior men. He had suffered through the night with cold and exhaustion. The end of the valley was in sight, and he knew they had covered more than 100 miles in one ride. When he had been young, he might have laughed at such a challenge, but at 40 his knees and ankles had begun to hurt with every stride of his mount. His men, too, were weary, though they had the grim endurance of desert Arabs. They lifted their heads as the order came to close the gap once more. Surely he could bring the Mongols to battle this last time. There was no sudden surge of speed to alert the enemy ahead. Instead, Khalifa urged his panting mount on slowly, closing the gap to just 400 paces before the Mongols reacted. Khalifa raised his hand then, roaring through the dust in his throat for a charge. His men dug in their heels, and the exhausted horses responded, hitting a ragged gallop. Khalifa heard a horse scream and go down, spilling a man to the ground. He couldn't see what had happened as he closed to 200 paces and drew a long black arrow from the quiver on his back. The Mongols had seen the threat and answered it with a volley of shafts loosed behind them. Even then the accuracy was terrifying, and Khalifa saw men and horses plucked away to be trampled on every side. He snarled in frustration as his arrow feathers touched his cheek. His mount was foundering, and still they managed to widen the gap. He let go, crying out in triumph as his shaft took an enemy high in the back, sending him crashing down. Dozens more were struck, though armor saved some. Those who fell went under the Arab hooves as they writhed in the dust, struck many times until their bones were shattered pulp. Khalifa shouted raucously to his men, but they were finished. He could see from the way they swayed in the saddle that they had reached the end of their strength. Many of the horses had gone lame in the night. They drifted to the rear as their riders flailed uselessly with whips and sword scabbards. He considered ordering a halt, but the effort was too much. Always, he thought he could hang on a little longer, just until the Mongols killed their horses and began to die themselves. His eyes were sore and red from the gritty dust he had ridden through all night, and he could only watch as the enemy drew ahead once more, to 1/2 mile and further. There they stayed as the sun rose higher, and neither side could widen or close the gap. Khalifa put his bow back in the leather sleeve behind his right leg and patted his horse's neck. "Just a little further, Greatheart," he murmured to the plunging animal. He knew that many of the horses would be ruined after such a ride. They had been pushed beyond anything they had known before, and the wind of many would be permanently broken. He heard another thump and cry as a horse fell somewhere behind him, staggering into those around it and collapsing. Others would follow, he knew, but still the rear ranks of the Mongols beckoned him on, and he narrowed his eyes against the choking dust. As the Tumans came out of the shadowy valley onto a plain, their spirits lifted. They could see the morning smoke of villages in the distance, and they followed a road of packed earth into the east. Somewhere ahead lay the cities of the Shah and potential reinforcements for those who still followed. Jabeh and Jochi had no idea how many men the Shah could bring to the field. His cities could have been stripped for the war or left well-manned and bristling for just such a raid into their territory. The road was wide, perhaps because of the huge army that had trampled the earth in passing just a few days before. The Mongol column narrowed to use the hard ground, riding in ranks of 50 across as they came out of the mountains in a whirl of dust. The sun passed noon, and the heat brought horses and men crashing down on both sides, vanishing behind in a welter of hooves. The Mongols sweated, and there was no water or salt to keep up their strength. Jabeh and Jochi began to glance back more and more often in desperation. The Arab horses were better than anything they had faced before in war, certainly better than Chin or Russian mounts. Yet as the heat sapped their strength, the pursuers began to fall further behind until Jabeh ordered a slower pace. He didn't want to lose them or allow them time to halt and regroup. He thought perhaps that they had led the Shah's riders for more than 150 miles, approaching the limits of even the toughest Mongol scouts. The ponies were lathered in strings of soapy spit, their skin dark with sweat and fresh sores where the saddle had rubbed away patches of old callus. Long into the sweltering afternoon, they passed a road fort with open-mouthed soldiers on the walls, shouting challenges to them as they passed. The Mongols didn't respond. Each man was lost in his own world, resisting the weakness of flesh. Jochi spent the hot hours in pain as a raw spot appeared on his thigh, rubbed bloody in the ride. It went numb as the evening came once again, which was a blessed relief. His scars had eased, but his left arm felt weak, and the ache there had become a hot iron in his flesh as he gripped the reins. There was no talking in the Mongol ranks by then. Their mouths were closed as they had been taught, conserving moisture in their bodies as they approached the end of endurance. Jochi looked to Jebeh occasionally, waiting for the other man to judge the best time to break off the ride. Jebeh rode stiffly, his eyes hardly leaving the horizon ahead. To look at him, Jochi thought the young general might well ride to the horizon. "It is time, Jebeh," Jochi called to him at last. The general stirred sluggishly from his daze, mumbling something incoherent and spitting feebly, so that the wad of phlegm struck his own chest. "My Chin warriors are drifting further back," Jochi went on. "We could lose them. Those who follow are letting the gap widen." Jebeh turned in the saddle, wincing as his muscles protested. The Arabs were almost a full mile behind. The lead animals were stumbling and lame, and Jebeh nodded, a tired smile crossing his face as he came fully alert. "At this pace, a mile is only 400 heartbeats apart," he said. Jochi nodded. They had spent part of the dawn judging speed with markers as they passed them, and then took note of the Arab ranks drawing abreast at that point. Both Jochi and Jebeh found the calculations easy and had amused each other estimating distance and speed to pass the time. "Increase the pace, then," Jochi replied. He forced his mount to a canter as he spoke, and the Tamans matched them doggedly. The enemy dwindled with painful slowness as the generals called out the mark. When the first Arab riders passed a pinkish stone 600 heartbeats after the last Mongol, the generals looked at each other and nodded grimly. They had come as far as any scout had ever ridden, and further. All the men were weary and sore, but it was time. Jochi and Jebeh passed orders down the line so that the warriors were ready. Though they had pushed themselves to the limit, Jochi and Jebeh both saw something in the red-rimmed eyes of those around them that made them proud. Jochi had sent orders to the Ming-Han officers of his Chin recruits at the back, and it was one of those men who rode up through the ranks to speak to him. The Chin soldier was covered in dust as thick as paint, so that cracks appeared around his eyes and mouth. Even then Jochi could see his anger. "General, I must have misunderstood the order you sent," he said, his voice a dry croak. "If we turn to face this enemy, my men will be in the front rank. Surely you cannot mean to have us fall back." Jochi glanced at Jebeh, but the Mongol general had fixed his gaze on the horizon. "Your men are exhausted, Sentu," Jochi said. The Chin officer could not deny it, but he shook his head. "We have come this far. My men will be shamed if they are taken from the line of battle at the end." Jochi saw fierce pride in his officer and realized he should not have given the order. Many of the Chin would die, but they too were his men to command, and he should not have tried to spare them. "Very well. You have the first rank when I call the halt. I will send those with lances to you. Show me you are worthy of this honor." The Chin officer bowed in his saddle before returning to the rear. Jochi didn't look again at Jebeh, though the latter nodded in appreciation. It took time for the orders to spread through the Mongol riders. For tired men, it seemed to act like a gulp of irog, so that the warriors sat straighter in their saddles and readied their bows, lances, and swords. While they still rode, Jebeh sent his lancemen to support the rear and waited until they were in position. "We have come a long way, Jochi," Jebeh said. The Khan's son nodded. He felt as if he had known Jebeh all his life after the night ride. "Are you ready, old man?" Jochi said, grinning despite his tiredness. "I feel like one, but I am ready," Jebeh replied. Both men raised their left hands high into the air and circled their fists. The Mongol tamans ground to a halt, and the gasping horses were turned to face the enemy riding toward them. Jebeh drew his sword and pointed it at the dusty Arab riders. "Those are tired men," he roared. "Show them we are stronger!" His mount snorted as if in anger and broke into a gallop, its sides heaving like bellows as they charged the pursuing enemy. Khalifa rode in a daze, drifting in and out of alertness. At times he thought of the vineyard near Bukhara where he had first seen his wife tending the crop. Surely he was there, and this ride was just a fever dream of dust and pain. His men began to shout with dry throats all around him, and Khalifa raised his head slowly, blinking. He saw the Mongols had stopped, and for a moment he took a searing breath in triumph. He saw the rear ranks raise lances, and suddenly the gap between the armies was closing. Khalifa hardly had strength to speak. When he tried to shout, his voice was a feeble whisper. When had he emptied his water flask? That morning? He couldn't remember. He saw the approaching line, and somehow Chin faces were grinning at him. Even then he could barely raise his shield. The approaching lancers carried small shields in their left hands, some part of him noted. Archers needed both hands for the bows and were vulnerable just as they began to draw. Khalifa nodded to himself at the thought. The Shah would value such information. The two armies came together with a numbing crash. The heavy birch lances broke shields and pierced men right through. On the narrow road, the column ripped into the Arab riders deeper and still deeper, tearing them apart. Arrows screamed past his ears, and Khalifa felt something burn his stomach. As he looked down, he saw an arrow there, and he plucked at it. His horse had stopped moving at last, falling to its knees as its heart burst in its chest. Khalifa fell with it, the cursed stirrups entangling his right leg so that his knee tore and his body twisted as he fell. He gasped as the arrow drove further through him. Above his head, he could see Mongols riding like kings. Khalifa could hear nothing but wind rushing in his ears. The Mongols had ridden them down, and he feared for the armies of the Shah. He must be told, Khalifa thought to himself. But then he was gone. "Kill them all!" Jochi shouted above the roaring hooves and men. The Arabs tried to rally, but many could barely lift their swords more than once, and they fell like wheat. The generals smashed through them with their columns, seeming to take new strength from every man they killed. It took hours to turn the dusty road red. As it grew dark, the slaughter continued until they couldn't see to strike, and those who tried to run were brought down by shafts or chased like lost goats. Jebeh sent scouts to look for water, and at last they made camp on the banks of a small lake just 3 miles further down the road. The warriors had to be watchful then, as their mounts would have drunk to bursting. More than one had to strike his pony hard on the nose to stop it taking too much water. Only when the animals had drunk did the men throw themselves into the lake, turning the dark waters pink with blood and dust as they gasped and drank and vomited it back up, cheering the generals who had brought them such a victory. Jochi took the time to commend Sentu for the way he had led the Chin recruits. They had hacked through the enemy with unmatched ferocity, and they sat at fires with tribesmen of both Tamans, proud of the part they had played. Jochi and Jebeh sent aching men back along the road to quarter dead horses and bring them to the fires. The men needed meat as much as water if they were to make it back to Genghis. Both men knew they had done something extraordinary, but they fell into the routines of the camp with just a shared glance of triumph. They had deprived the Shah of his cavalry wings and given Genghis a fighting chance. Chapter 12. The gates of the city of Otrar were barred against Genghis. He stood on a hill overlooking the city, watching dark smoke lift sluggishly over the burning suburbs. He had spent 3 days scouting the land, but even for those who had taken dozens of Qin cities, there was no obvious flaw in the design. The walls had been built in layers of light gray limestone on a granite base, each slab weighing many tons. In the walls of the inner city, 2 iron gates led out to a sprawling maze of abandoned markets and streets. It had been strange to ride through those echoing passageways in sight of the great walls. The governor had known they were coming for months, and apart from a few stray dogs and broken pots, everything of value had been taken. Genghis's scouts had found a number of subtle traps set for them as they searched. One boy of only 13 had kicked open a door and fallen back with a crossbow bolt in his chest. After 2 more deaths, Genghis had given Temugei the task of firing the outer city, and Otrā still choked on black smoke. In the cinders and rubble below the hill, Zubodai's young wolves used pikes to pull down the walls and give the Khan a clear route to the inner city. There was no shortage of information. In exchange for gold, Arab merchants even gave the location of wells within the walls. Genghis had ridden round the entire city with his engineers, noting the thickness of the stone. The clearest weakness was the hill on the city's northern side, overlooking the walls. His scouts had found abandoned pleasure gardens there, rich with flowers and an ornamental lake and wooden pavilion. 2 days before, Genghis had sent warriors to clear the crest, leaving the rest covered in ancient pine trees. If he sighted his wall-breaking weapons where the pavilion had stood, they would have the height to send stones right down the throat of the governor. Genghis looked down on the city, enjoying the sense of having it almost in his grasp. If he had been governor of such a place, he would have had the hill leveled rather than give an enemy any advantage. Yet he could not enjoy it. 30 miles to the east, his own camp was protected by his brother Hassar with just 2 tamans. The rest of them had sallied into the field against Otrā. Before the far scouts had ridden in, he had been confident that the walls could be broken. That morning, his scouts had reported a huge army coming from the south. More than 2 men for every one of his 80,000 were marching toward that position, and Genghis knew he mustn't be caught between Otrā and the Shah's army. Around him on the crest, 12 men drew maps and made written notes on the city. Led by Lian, a master mason from a Qin city, still more worked on assembling catapults and piling clay pots of fire oil. Lian, too, had been confident before the Shah's army had been sighted. Now the decisions would be military, and the mason simply spread his hands when any of his workers asked what the future held. "I'd let the governor of Otrā rot in his city if he didn't have 20,000 to hit our rear the moment we move," Genghis said. His brother Kachiyun nodded thoughtfully as he turned his horse in place. "We can't bar the gates from the outside, brother," he replied. "They would let men down on ropes and pull the beams away. I can stay here while you take the army to meet our enemy. If you need reserves, send a scout and I'll come." Genghis grimaced. The warriors of Jabeh and Jochi had vanished into the valleys and hills with no sign or contact. He couldn't leave the families in his camp without protection, and he couldn't let Otrā go free with so many men. Yet if the scouts were right, he would face 160,000 with only 6 of his 10 tamans. No one had more faith in the fighting ability of his warriors than Genghis himself, but his spies and reports said that this was only one of the Shah's armies. Genghis not only had to crush it, but come through without serious losses, or the next army would end it all. For the first time since coming west, he wondered if he had made a mistake. With such a vast force available to him, it was no wonder the governor of Otrā had been so arrogant. "Have you sent men out looking for Jochi and Jabeh?" Genghis demanded suddenly. Kachiyun bowed his head, though the Khan had asked the question twice already that morning. "There is still no sign. I have scouts riding 100 miles in all directions. Someone will bring them in." I would expect Jochi to be absent when I need him, but Jabeh, Genghis snapped. If I ever needed Arslan's veterans, it is now. Against so many it will be like throwing pebbles into a river. And elephants. Who knows how we can stand against those beasts? Leave the camp undefended, Kachian said. Genghis glared at him, but he only shrugged. If we fail, 2 Tamans would not be enough to get them home. The Shah would fall on them with everything he has left. The stakes are already that high just by being here. Genghis didn't reply as he watched the spars of a catapult being lifted into position. If he had a free month, 2 at most, he could smash his way into the city, but the Shah would never give him such a respite. He scowled in irritation at the choices. A Khan couldn't throw bones with his entire people, he told himself. The risk of being crushed between hammer and anvil was too great. Genghis shook his head without speaking. A Khan could do as he pleased with the lives of those who followed him. If he gambled and lost, it would be a better life and death than raising goats on the plains of home. He still remembered how it had been to live in fear of the sight of men on the horizon. When we were at the walls of Yenqing, brother, I sent you out to bleed a Qin column. We know where the Shah is heading, and I will not wait in patient squares and columns for him to come to us. I want his men under attack all the way to Otrar. Kachian raised his head when he saw the glitter come back to his brother's eyes. He took a scout map from a servant's arms and unrolled it on the ground. Genghis and his brother crouched over it, looking for terrain they could use. With so many men and animals, he will have to split his force here and here, or bring them through this wide pass in one group, Kachian said. The land to the south of Otrar was a rough plain of farms and crops, but to reach it, the Shah had to cross a range of hills that would funnel the Arabs into a long column. How long before they reach the passes? Genghis asked. 2 days, maybe more if they are slow, Kachian replied. After that, they are on open farmland. Nothing we have will stop them. You cannot guard 3 passes, Kachian? Who do you want? Kachian didn't hesitate. Subadai and Jelme. The Khan looked at his younger brother, seeing his enthusiasm kindle. My orders are to thin them, Kachian, not fight to the death. Hit and retreat, then hit them again. But do not let them trap you. Kachian bowed his head, still staring at the map, but Genghis tapped him on the shoulder. Repeat the order, brother, he said softly. Kachian grinned and did so. Are you worried I will not leave enough for you? He said. Genghis didn't answer, and Kachian looked away, flushing. The Khan stood, and Kachian rose with him. On impulse, his brother bowed, and Genghis accepted the gesture with a dip of his head. Over the years, he had learned respect came at the cost of personal warmth, even with his brothers. They looked to him for answers to all the problems of war, and though it made him a remote figure, it was a part of him and no longer a mask. Send for Zubodai and Jelme, Genghis said. If you delay the Shah long enough, perhaps Jochi and Jabeh will support you. They, too, are yours to command. You have half my army, brother. I will be waiting here, Genghis said. He and Kachian had come a long way from the young raiders they had once been, he thought. 10 generals would stand to face the Shah's army, and Genghis didn't know whether they would live or die. Chakahai came out of her gare to see what the sudden shouts meant. She stood in the hot sun with her Qin servants shading her skin, and she bit her lip when she saw the warriors coming out of their homes with supplies and weapons. Chakahai had lived among the Mongols for long enough to know it wasn't just a scouting group that was forming. All the men but Hassar and his second, Samuka, were away at the city to the west, and she bit her lip in frustration. Hosa would be with Hassar, of course, but surely Yao Shu would know what was happening. With a curt order, she started her servants moving with her, seeking out the Buddhist monk as the camp grew noisier all around. She could hear women screeching in anger, and she passed one who was weeping on the shoulder of a young man. Chaka Hai frowned to herself, her suspicions hardening. She passed the gare of Berthe and Weilun before she caught a glimpse of the monk. Chaka Hai hesitated outside, but the decision was made when Berthe came out, flushed and angry. The two wives of Genghis saw each other at the same time, and both stood stiffly, not quite able to put aside the strain they felt. "Do you have news?" Chaka Hai spoke first, deliberately giving the older woman honor. It was a small thing, but Berthe's shoulders became less rigid, and she nodded. Chaka Hai saw how weary she was as she spoke. "Genghis is taking the Tamans," Berthe said. "Khassar and Samuka have orders to leave at noon." One of Chaka Hai's servants made a terrified sound, and Chaka Hai reached out instantly, slapping the girl's face. She turned back to Berthe, who was already staring across the camp at the men gathering in ranks. "What if we are attacked?" Chaka Hai asked. Berthe winced and shook her head. "How many times have I been asked that since the orders came?" she said. She saw the genuine fear in the Xixia princess's eyes and softened her tone. The woman had been given to Genghis as a gift by her defeated father. She had seen chaos in her time and knew the terror that came with it. "Do you think we will be defenseless, sister?" Berthe said. Chaka Hai, too, had looked away, but the term of friendship brought her gaze snapping back. "Are we not?" she demanded. "What can women and children do against soldiers if they come?" Berthe sighed. "You were not raised in the tribes, Chaka Hai. If we are attacked, the women will take up knives and fight. Crippled warriors will mount as best they can and attack. Boys will use their bows. We have horses and weapons enough to hurt anyone who troubles us." Chaka Hai stared in silence, her heart pounding. How could her husband have left her undefended? She knew why Berthe spoke in such a way. Panic would destroy the camp before they even sighted an enemy. Families would be torn between the safety of numbers and the fact that the camp itself would draw danger to it. Left alone to protect their children, many wives and mothers would be considering leaving in the night to find a safe place in the hills. To a mother of young children, the idea was tempting, but Chaka Hai resisted. Like Berthe, she was the Khan's wife. The others would look to them for leadership. Of all the women left behind, they could not run. Berthe seemed to be waiting for a response, and Chaka Hai thought carefully before replying. The children would be frightened as they saw the last warriors leave. They would need to see confidence, though it was all false. "Is it too late for me to learn the bow, sister?" Chaka Hai said. Berthe smiled. "With those bony, narrow shoulders? It is. But find yourself a good knife." Chaka Hai nodded, though uncertainty swept through her. "I have never killed a man before, Berthe." "Perhaps you will not have the chance. The knife is to cut and shape straw warriors to put on the saddles of spare horses. In poor light, an enemy will not see our men have gone." Berthe raised her eyes from her worries, and the two women shared a glance before each one turned away, satisfied. There could be no true friendship between them, but neither had found a weakness in the other, and both took comfort from that. As the sun reached its highest point, Khassar looked back at the camp he had been told to abandon. It was as busy as an ant's nest as women and children scurried between the gares. Even without the Tamans, it was a vast assembly. More than 100,000 people and gares by a small river. Around them, herds grazed, oblivious. Everything they had looted from the Chin was there, from jade to gold and ancient weapons. Temugay and Kokchu had their collection of manuscripts and books. Khassar bit his lip at the thought of the Shah's soldiers finding such a prize undefended. Perhaps 1,000 elderly or crippled warriors would remain, but he didn't hold out hope that those who had lost arms and legs would stop a determined enemy. If they came, the Gairs would burn, but his brother had called him, and he wouldn't disobey. He had 3 wives and 11 young children somewhere in the maze of Gairs, and he regretted not taking the time to speak to them before gathering his men. It was done. The sun was high, and he had been called. Khassar looked at his second-in-command, Samuka. The man was caught between pride at his promotion to lead a Taman and shame at abandoning the camp. Khassar clicked his tongue to catch the other man's attention, then raised his arm and let it fall. His men kicked in their heels and rode with him, leaving everything they valued behind. Jochi and Jabeh rode together at the head of the Tamans. Jochi's mood was light as they wound their way through valleys back into the west. He had lost almost 1,000 men. Some had fallen in the wild charge across the face of the ridge, while more had been cut down or fallen from sheer exhaustion in the long ride that none of them would ever forget. Most of those had been from his Chin soldiers, but those who survived rode with their heads high, knowing they had earned the right to follow their general. Jabeh had lost as many, but they were men he had known for years under Arslan. They had died well, but would still be denied the sky funerals where bodies were taken to the highest peaks to feed hawks and birds of prey. Both generals knew there was no time to honor the dead. Genghis's brother-in-law Palchuk had been among the bodies, found with a great gash across his face from an Arab sword. Jabeh didn't know how Genghis would respond to the news, and spent 2 days resting by the lake in grim silence. Jabeh and Jochi were painfully aware of the threat to the Khan, but the horses were spent. They had been forced to let the animals recover their strength before remounting. Even then it was too early. Many of the animals were still lame, and it hurt the senior men to order the ruined ones killed and the meat distributed. Dozens of warriors carried a rack of ribs or a leg across their saddles, while others rode Arab horses in little better condition. For men who saw horses as the only true spoils of war, the battle in the pass had been a triumph worth telling round the fires for a generation. With each warrior, 2 or 3 of the Arab mounts ran alongside. Many were lame and broken-winded, but their strength could be used, and the Mongols couldn't bear to leave them behind. 18,000 men rode with the generals as they turned away from the main valley and took a more tortuous route. As tempting as it was to hide in their own steps, the Shah could well have left an ambushing force somewhere ahead. The men needed time to recover before facing an enemy once more. Water, at least, was plentiful. Many of the men had drunk until their bellies were swollen. When they were being chased, they had emptied their bladders as the need came, letting the warm water cut through the coating of dust on their mounts. On the way back, they had food in them. The speed had been slowed by dozens at a time dismounting quickly and squatting on the ground before wiping themselves with rags and leaping back on. They were stinking, filthy, and thin, but hardened by the land they had ridden for so long. It was Jochi who saw the scouts riding back from a ridge ahead. In Jabeh, they had found a man who understood the need to know terrain as well as Tsubadai, and they were always surrounded by a ring of riders many miles out. Jochi whistled to catch Jabeh's attention, but the other general had also seen and merely raised his eyebrows in surmise. "Did I not send 2 men that way?" Jochi called. 3 were returning, and even from a distance they could see the other rider was a scout like their own, without armor or anything but a sword to slow him down. Some even rode without that weapon, depending on speed alone. Without a signal, the young generals kicked their mounts forward of the line, hungry for information. The scout was not from their Tumans, though he looked almost as weary and dusty as their own men. Jochi and Jabez looked on as the young man dismounted and bowed, holding his reins in his hands. Jabez raised a hand, and the warriors came to a halt. At first the scout hesitated in the presence of two generals, unsure whom to address first. Jochi's impatience broke the silence. "You have found us," he said. "Report." The scout bowed again, overwhelmed to be speaking to a son of the Khan. "I was about to turn back when I saw the dust of your horses, General. Zubadai sent me out. The Shah is in the field with a great army." If the scout had expected any excitement at this news, he was disappointed. "And?" Jabez asked. The scout began to dip his head and hesitated again, his composure deserting him. "I was sent to bring you in at all speed, General. My Lord Genghis will attack, but I do not know any more. I have been out for 2 days alone, looking for you." "We could hit the rear if we get back into that valley," Jochi said to Jabez, ignoring the scout. Jabez looked back at his men, knowing they were still close to complete exhaustion. A warrior of the tribes could ride all day and still fight, but the horses had clearer limits to their strength. The value of staging an attack on the Shah's rear ranks would be lost if a fresh enemy turned and cut them to pieces. Jabez nodded grimly to Jochi. Genghis would expect them to push on. "The Shah's army will have moved from where we left them," Jabez said. "It could be 100 miles yet, and then a battle to win." Jochi turned his pony in place, preparing to ride. "Then we will have to make good time, General," he said. The scout watched the conversation warily, unsure whether he should say more. He eyed the herds of horses enviously, pony and Arab mount standing together. "If you have a fresh horse for me, I will ride ahead and tell the Khan you are coming," he said. For some reason, both generals shared a grin at his words. "Do you see any fresh horses?" Jabez asked. "If you do, you should take one." The scout looked again at the milling animals, seeing the way they stood to favor sore legs. He glanced at the ranks of dusty, grim warriors with them. Some had their arms and legs bound in strips of torn cloth, showing bloody patches under the grime. For their part, the warriors stared back indifferently, ready for orders. The generals had shown them their own strength in that long ride through the valley. Those who had survived had come out with a confidence they hadn't known before. If they could ride 30,000 Arabs to death, what could they not do? Disappointed, the scout bowed to the generals once more before mounting. He was barely more than a boy, and Jochi chuckled to see his nervousness. With fresh eyes, the general looked over the mass of riders. They had been tested, and they would not fail him. For an instant he saw the pleasure his father took in leading men in war. There was nothing like it. Jochi clicked with his tongue, and the scout looked at him. "Tell my father we are coming. If he has fresh orders, send scouts along the long valley just to the north. You will find us there." The scout nodded earnestly and raced away, filled with the importance of his task. Chapter 13. Shah Alauddin Mohammed seethed as the elephant under him rocked like a ship at sea. The last he had seen of his cavalry, he had been watching it disappear into the east days before. After each dawn prayer, he couldn't resist turning to the sun to see if they were returning, but his hopes sank lower each time. The desert tribes couldn't be trusted, and he was certain Khalifa was resting at some distant town, caring nothing for the betrayal. Alauddin swore there would be a reckoning when the Mongols had been thrown back over their mountains or destroyed. All around the Shah, his army marched stolidly on, heading for the hills that would lead them to Otrar or the Mongol Khan. The sight of the shining ranks never failed to lift his aging heart. In truth, the invasion had come at the right time for him. He had spent almost 12 years bringing kings and chieftains to heel, and when they were at their most rebellious, an enemy had swept in from the north, forcing them to choose loyalty over bickering and petty rivalry. It was hard not to think of Saladin as the army strode on over rocky ground. The great king had captured Jerusalem and sent crusaders reeling. Saladin had faced enemies as fearsome as the Mongol Khan, and more so. Each night, when the army made its camp, Ala ad-Din read lines by lamplight from Saladin's own record of his battles, learning what he could before tucking it under a thin pillow and finding sleep. Next to his copy of the Koran, it was his most prized possession. The curtained howdah was still cool after the night, though the sun would be fierce as it rose. Ala ad-Din broke his fast with a plate of dates and dried apricots, washing them down with a draught of cool yogurt. His men carried dried mutton and flatbread that had long gone stale, but it didn't matter. Otrar was not more than a few days away, and his idiot cousin Inilchuk would entertain him with the best of meats and fruit when they saved his city for him. Ala ad-Din jerked as his servant cleared his throat softly outside the curtains. "What is it?" he demanded. The curtain flicked back to reveal the man standing on a step set in the elephant's belly strap. "The last of the coffee, master." Ala ad-Din nodded and held out his hand for the cup. They had been on the move for almost an hour, and he was surprised to find the black liquid still steaming. He tipped it carefully so as not to dribble the precious drink onto his beard. "How have you kept it hot?" he asked. His manservant smiled to see his master pleased. "I put the pot in a leather bag, master, filled with ashes from the morning fires." Ala ad-Din grunted, sipping. It was bitter and delicious. "You have done well, Abbas. This is very fine." The curtain dropped as his servant stepped down. Ala ad-Din heard him trotting at the side of the great beast for a while. No doubt he was already thinking of what he could scavenge for his master's next meal after the midday prayers. If his men would have allowed it, Ala ad-Din had considered granting a dispensation not to pray as they marched. They lost more than 3 hours a day to do so, and the delays chafed on him. It would be taken as weakness in the faith by those who looked to challenge him, and he brushed off the thought once more. It was their belief that kept them strong, after all. The words of the prophet formed the call to prayer, and even a Shah couldn't resist. He had turned his army from the great valley at last, heading north to Otrar. Ahead was a range of brown hills, and beyond that, his men would fall on the Mongol host with all the ferocity of men bred to the harsh southern deserts. Ala ad-Din closed his eyes in the rocking howdah and considered those he had brought to war. With the loss of Khalifa's riders, he had only 500 horsemen, his own guard of noble sons. Already he had been forced to use them as messengers and scouts. For the sons of ancient families, it was an insult to their blood, but he had no choice. Further back in the column, 6,000 camels plodded, the supplies of the entire army on their backs. Half as fast as the best horses, they could carry immense weight. The rest of the army marched while the Shah and the most senior men rode in comfort. He doted on his elephants for sheer power and strength, 80 bulls in their prime. Looking out from the howdah, Ala ad-Din took pride in the force he had assembled. Saladin himself would have been proud of them. The Shah could see his oldest son, Jalal-ud-Din, mounted on a superb black stallion, still uncut though the animal was vicious. The Shah's heart soared at the sight of the handsome young man who would one day succeed him. The men adored the prince, and it was not hard to dream of his line ruling all the Arab peoples for centuries to come. Ala ad-Din thought again of Khalifa's horsemen and struggled to prevent anger from spoiling the morning. He would have them hunted down when the battle was over, and leave not one of them alive. He swore it silently as his army marched on and the hills grew slowly closer. Subodai's scouts came racing in as he crouched on one knee, overlooking the plains below the hills and the Shah's army. The view stretched for many miles, and he didn't need the young men to tell him the enemy was coming through the wide pass, the one he had chosen to defend. As the scouts dismounted, Subodai waved a hand in their direction. "I know," he said. "Go and tell the other generals. We will hit them here." In the distance he saw the Shah's outriders cutting dusty lines through the scrub crops as they rode north. Subodai tried to put himself in the Shah's position, but it was hard. He would never have brought such an army through a single pass. Instead, he would have gone round the mountains entirely and let Otrar fall. The distances would have delayed the Shah for another month in the field, but the Mongol Tamans would have been forced to meet him on open ground with all advantages stolen away. Instead, the Shah took the easiest route, revealing that he valued Otrar. Subodai was learning everything he could, noting every decision that would help to destroy his enemy. He knew as well as anyone that Genghis was overextended in this realm. It was no longer a matter of bringing vengeance to one city, but simple survival for their people. They had stuck their hands into a wasp's nest every bit as furious as the Qin Empire, and once again the stakes were at their highest. Subodai smiled at the thought. Some of the men fought for new land, for exotic women, even for gold. From his private conversations with the Khan, Subodai knew he and Genghis cared for none of those things. The Sky Father gave a man his life and nothing else. The Khan's people were alone on the plains, and it was a savage loneliness. Yet they could ride and conquer, take cities and empires one by one. Perhaps in time, those who followed them would be as weak and soft as the city dwellers they faced. But that didn't matter to Subodai. He was not responsible for the choices of his sons and grandsons, only for the way he lived his own life. As he knelt on hard gray stone and watched the clouds of dust come closer below, he thought again that he had only one rule, which guided everything he did. "Fight for every breath and step," he muttered aloud, the words a talisman to him. It was possible that the Shah's great army couldn't be stopped, that it would roll over the Tamans of Genghis right to the plains of home. Only the Sky Father knew. Like the Khan, Subodai would still seek out anyone who might ever be a threat and hit them first and harder than they would believe. With that, when he came to the end of his life, he would be able to look back with pride and not shame. Subodai broke off his thoughts as riders from Kachyun and Jelme cantered up to his position. After days in that place, he knew them all by name and greeted them. They dismounted and bowed deeply, honored by a general who remembered such details. "The Tamans are coming, General," one of them said. "Do you have orders for me?" Subodai replied. The scout shook his head, and Subodai frowned. He didn't enjoy being set under Kachyun's command, though he had found him a solid leader. "Tell your officers that we cannot wait here. The Shah could still send men around us. We need to sting him, to force him along the route we have chosen." Subodai looked up with the others as Kachyun and Jelme came riding in, leaping down from their horses and striding to the high crag. Subodai rose and dipped his head to Kachyun. "I wanted to see for myself," Kachyun said, staring out onto the farmland below. The Shah's army was only a few miles away, and they could all see the front ranks through the dust. It came on as a solid block, and the sheer size of it was enough to alarm any man. "I have waited for your orders before moving, Kachyun," Subodai said. Kachyun glanced sharply at him. He had known the young general when he was just another warrior, but Genghis had seen something valuable in him. He reminded himself that Subodai had repaid his brother's trust many times. "Tell me what you have in mind," Kachian said. Tsubodai nodded. "This is a huge army, ruled by one man. The fact that he has chosen to come through this pass shows that he doesn't have our structure of officers. Why did he not trust 2 good men to take columns through the other passes? Know the enemy, and you will know how to kill him. It is all useful to us." Kachian and Jelme looked at each other. As experienced as they were, Tsubodai had a reputation for keeping his warriors alive that was unmatched in the tribes. He spoke without haste, and all the time the Shah's army was drawing closer. Tsubodai saw Jelme glance over his shoulder and smiled. "We hit them with that weakness," he continued. "We have 30 Ming Hans between us, each commanded by a man who can think and act on his own. Our strength is in that and in our speed." He thought again of wasps as he went on. "We send all but 4 out against them, like a swarm. Let the Shah try and crush them with his clumsy hands. We are too fast for them." "And the 4,000 men who stay behind?" Kachian asked. "The best archers," Tsubodai replied. "The very best we have. They will line the pass high in the rocks. You showed the power of our bows at the Badger's Mouth Pass, did you not? I cannot find a better example." Kachian twisted his mouth at the praise. Against Qin cavalry he had once stood with 9,000 men and hammered shafts at them until they had broken. "If I keep the men low enough on the rocks to be accurate," he replied, "the Shah's archers will pluck them down with their own shafts. We don't even know how those elephants will act in war." Tsubodai nodded, unconcerned. "No plan is perfect, General. You must use your judgment to place your men, of course, though they will have more range shooting down than up, no? I have said how I would tackle this Shah and his host. Even so, I will follow your orders." Kachian thought for only a moment. "Pray you are right, Tsubodai. I will send the men out." Tsubodai chuckled, surprising both Jelme and Kachian. "I do not pray to anyone, General. I think if I did, the Sky Father would say, 'Tsubodai, you have been given the best fighting men in the world, generals who listen to your plans, and a foolish, slow-moving enemy. Yet you are still looking for an edge.'" He chuckled again at the idea. "No, I will use what we have. We will take them apart." Kachian and Jelme looked once more at the immense enemy marching toward the pass. 160,000 men were coming with their blood up, but somehow they seemed less terrible after Tsubodai's words. Shah Alauddin Mohammed jerked as his army let out a great shout all around him. He had been playing chess with himself to pass the hours, and the set slipped from the small table in the howdah, scattering pieces. He swore under his breath as he yanked back the curtains at the front, squinting into the distance. His eyes weren't strong, and he could only make out bodies of horsemen coming at his army. Alarm horns sounded across the host, and Alauddin felt a spasm of fear as he turned to look for his servant. Abbas was already running alongside and leapt nimbly to the wooden mounting step. Both men stared across 2 miles to where the Mongols rode. "Will you say nothing, Abbas?" The servant swallowed nervously. "It is strange, master. As soon as they are out of the pass, they sheer off and take different directions. There is no order to it." "How many?" the Shah demanded, losing patience. Abbas counted quickly, his mouth moving with the strain. "Perhaps 20,000, master, but they move constantly. I cannot be certain." Alauddin relaxed. The Mongol Khan must have been desperate to send so few against him. He could see them better now as they galloped toward his marching army. They rode in strange patterns, weaving and overlapping the groups so that he couldn't see where they would strike first. No orders had yet been given, and his men marched stoically on toward the pass, readying their shields and swords. He wished Khalifa's riders were there, but that was merely revisiting empty anger. Alauddin beckoned to 3 sons of chieftains riding behind his elephant. He saw his son Jalauddin riding close, his young face stern with righteous anger. Alauddin raised a proud hand in greeting as the scouts came up. "Take my orders to the front," he told them. "Have the flanks move out to a wider line. Wherever the enemy strikes, we will surround them." "Master," Abbas said, "they are already attacking." "What?" Alauddin snapped. He narrowed his eyes, blinking in surprise at how close the Mongols had come. He could hear distant shouts as his front ranks met the first volleys of arrows with raised shields. Columns of galloping Mongol horsemen were swinging in, passing the front and riding along the vulnerable flanks of his army. Alauddin gaped. Khalifa could have held them, but the man had betrayed his master. He could feel his son's eyes burning into him, but he wouldn't send the guard out yet. They were his shield, and they rode the only horses he had left. "Tell the generals that we do not stop for these. March on and use the shields. If they come too close, make the sky black with arrows." The noble sons raced to the front, and the Shah fretted as the elephant strode on, oblivious to its master's concerns. Subadai rode at full gallop along the flank of the Shah's army. He stood in the stirrups with his bow bent, balancing against the pony's rhythms. He could feel the strike of each hoof, and then there would be a moment of flying stillness as all 4 legs were in the air. It lasted for less than a heartbeat, but he loosed an arrow in that instant and watched it strike a yelling enemy soldier, knocking him off his feet. He could hear the Shah's officers bark commands, strange syllables on the wind. The man himself was well protected in the heart of the army. Subadai shook his head in amazement at the corps of riders trapped in the center. What good did they do there, where they couldn't maneuver? The elephants, too, were deep in the ranks, too far to hit with his shafts. Subadai wondered if the Shah valued them more than his own men. It was one more thing to know. As he thought and rode, thousands of marching men raised their double-curved bows and loosed. Arrows whined at him, and Subadai ducked instinctively. The Shah's bows had more range than anything he had faced in Chin lands. Subadai had lost men on his first pass down the flank, but he couldn't stay out of reach and still make his own shafts count. Instead, he brought his column swinging in, pounding the Arabs with arrows, then galloping away as the reply came snapping back at him. It was a risky maneuver, but he had begun to get a feel for how long he could delay to aim. The Arabs had to hit a fast-moving column, while his men could aim anywhere in the mass. Around him, his Minghans adopted the tactic, each column of 1,000 biting holes in the Arab lines before racing clear. The Shah's army marched on, and though the shields saved many, a trail of broken dead marked their path toward the pass in the hills. Subadai pulled his men in a wider curve than the last 3 strikes, straining his eyes to see the pass. Once the Shah's front ranks reached it, there would be no chance to slip back in and join Kachyun. The Shah's army advanced like a plug being forced into a bottle, and there wasn't much time left before the pass was blocked. Subadai hesitated, his thoughts spinning. If the Shah continued at that speed, he would leave the flying columns behind and punch his way through to Otrar. Kachyun's 4,000 would surely not stop such a mass. It was true that Subadai could continue the attacks on the rear as they advanced, and he knew that was a sound decision. He and his men could snatch thousands from the helpless ranks, and the Shah would be unable to stop them. Even then, there were 2 other passes to go round the army. Subadai could lead the Minghans through and still support Genghis at Otrar. It wasn't enough. Though the Mongol riders had killed thousands, the Shah's army barely shuddered as they closed ranks over the dead and moved on. When they reached the plain before Otrar, Genghis would be left with the same problem Subadai had been sent to solve. The Shah would hit the Khan from the front, while the Otrar garrison waited at his back. Subadai led his men in once more, loosing arrows 1,000 at a time. Without warning, another Ming Han crossed his path, and he was forced to pull up or crash into the young fool who led them. Arrows soared out of the Shah's ranks as soon as they saw him slow, and this time dozens of warriors fell, their horses screaming and bloody. Zubadai swore at the officer who had ridden across his line and caught a glimpse of the man's appalled expression as the two forces separated and swung away. It was not truly his fault, Zubadai acknowledged. He had trained his own Taman for just such an attack, but it was hard to weave trails around the Shah without some confusion. It wouldn't save the man from public disgrace when Zubadai caught up with him later on. The Shah's army reached the pass, and Zubadai's chance to dart in ahead of them had gone. He looked for Jelmay, knowing the older general was riding his own weaving path, but he couldn't see him. Zubadai watched the tail of the great host begin to shrink as the Shah passed to what he thought was safety. If anything, the stinging attacks on the flanks intensified as the Ming Hans had less ground to cover. As the tail shrank, they struck again and again, and Zubadai saw some of the wilder men lead attacks with swords, cutting right into the marching lines. The Arabs screamed and fought, holding them off as best they could, but with every pace the numbers fell in Zubadai's favor. There would be a moment when the flying columns outnumbered those left in the tail, and he decided then to cut it off completely. He sent his freshest men off to pass on the order, but it was hardly necessary. The Mongols had gathered round the last of the Shah's army, harrying them so closely that they had almost stopped. The ground was red around the mouth of the pass, and Zubadai saw limbs and bodies lying everywhere as the carnage grew. 40,000 Arabs were still in the column before the pass when a shudder rippled through them. Zubadai cocked his head and thought he could hear screams in the distance echoing back from the hills. Kachyun's attack had begun. Zubadai's quiver was empty on his back, and he drew his sword, determined to see the Shah's tail wither in the sun. Warning shouts broke his concentration as Zubadai led his men in again, this time directly across the face of the column. He had chosen a spot close to the pass itself, and his heart was hammering as he kicked his mount into a gallop. At first he didn't hear the shouts, but his instincts were good, and he looked up for the source, raising his sword to halt his men before the attack. For an instant, Zubadai swore under his breath. He could see riders, and an awful suspicion followed that the Shah had kept a rear guard to surprise their attackers at just such a moment. The fear passed as quickly as it had come. He saw his own people riding, and his heart lifted. Jochi still lived, and Jabeh rode with him. Zubadai looked around sharply with fresh eyes. Perhaps 30,000 Arabs still struggled to reach the pass, hammered and struck on all sides. The Ming Hans really did swarm around them like wasps, Zubadai thought, but even a bear could be brought down in the end. He wasn't needed there, though he couldn't leave without telling Jelmay. It seemed to take an age before he found his fellow general, bloody and battered, but jubilant as he too readied his men to ride in once more. "Like sheep to a slaughter," Jelmay shouted as Zubadai rode up. Concentrating on the battle, he hadn't yet seen the riders, and Zubadai only nodded in their direction. Jelmay frowned and let his fingers drop to a long shaft that had struck him in the shoulder. It had passed through armor to cut his flesh just below the skin. Jelmay worked furiously at it, trying to pull it free. Zubadai came close and took the shaft, snapping it quickly and throwing the pieces down. "Thank you," Jelmay said. "Is it our missing generals?" "Who else has 2 Tamans in this place?" Zubadai replied. "We could have used them before, but I shall send them around the passes to attack the Shah as he comes out." "No," Jelmay replied. "You and I can do that well enough. Let these latecomers take our leavings and follow the Shah into the pass. I am still fresh, General. I will fight again today." Zubadai grinned and clapped Jelmay on the shoulder. He sent 2 scouts back to carry orders to Jabeh and Jochi before peeling off and calling his men after him. The closest pass was little more than a mile away. In just moments the attack on the rear had ceased, and the last of the Shah's bloody soldiers passed between the hills. As shadow crossed their faces at last, they looked fearfully back at the wild horsemen who rode so swiftly toward somewhere else. No one cheered to have survived it. They were filled with dark foreboding, and as they looked behind at the swath of dead they had left, another army rode closer and closer, ready to begin the killing again. Zuburdai forced his mount over broken ground, heading up into the hills. The second pass was a narrow trail, and the Shah might well have discounted it for so many men. Still, it served a rank of 10 across as he climbed. Zuburdai looked at the farmlands below, seeing a wavering red slash marking the path of the battle, quickly drying to brown. Over it came the tamans of Jochi and Jabeh, and even from that distance, Zuburdai could see they were riding slowly. He saw the tiny figures of his scouts reach them, and the pace picked up. Zuburdai's view was blocked after that, and he didn't see them follow the Shah into the pass. Kachian would be out of arrows, and still the army was too large for the forces of Genghis at Otrar. Yet Zuburdai was pleased with the killing. He had shown the strength of the columns on their own and the best way to act against a slow enemy. He looked ahead to where Jelme rode, urging on his men. Zuburdai smiled at the older man's enthusiasm and energy, still undimmed. Every warrior there knew that they might have another chance to attack if they could get through the hills before the Shah reached open ground. There would be no place for stinging wasps then, Zuburdai realized. With the right timing, they would hit the Shah's right flank with the best part of 20,000 men. Most of their arrows had gone. Shields and swords would have to finish what they had begun.
This ends Disc 5. Genghis, Bones of the Hills, Disc 6.
Chapter 14. In the morning sun, Genghis turned quickly enough to make Hassar jump. When he saw it was his younger brother, the Khan's face grew a fraction less terrible, but the visible strain remained. Genghis had lived on anger and frustration for 2 days, while his men fought and died beyond the southern hills. If the walls of Otrar had been a little less thick, he would have had the catapults working all that time. Instead, it would have been a pointless gesture, and he had waited. The city was not as important as surviving the Shah's army, but inaction had worn his temper to bare bones. "Give me good news," Genghis snapped. Hassar hesitated, and Genghis scowled as he saw it. "Then give me whatever you have," he said. "The scouts report a battle before the pass. The generals have thinned the Shah's army as you ordered, but the army is still mostly intact. Kachian is ready with archers on the high slopes. They will kill many, but unless the army breaks and runs, the Shah will come through. You knew it would be so, brother." He watched as Genghis clenched his left fist hard enough to make the arm shake. "Tell me how to stop 20,000 warriors falling on us from behind, and I will stand in the Shah's path as he comes out," Genghis said. Hassar looked away at the city that mocked their preparations. With the camp stripped of warriors, 5 full tamans waited for orders, and Genghis chafed at every wasted moment. He didn't underestimate the risk he had taken. As well as his wives, his sons Ogadai and Tolui had been left without protection as he tried to wring every advantage from the forces available to him. As the sun had risen on a second day, only Hassar had dared speak to his brother, and he could offer no solution. Hassar knew as well as his brother that if the Shah made it through the hills with his army, the garrison at Otrar would attack as soon as they saw his banners. The tamans would be crushed. Hassar knew he didn't have the brilliance of Zuburdai or even the wits of Kachian, but he could see only one order to give. They could not hold Otrar. All they could do was retreat, drawing all the generals with them. Still, he waited for Genghis. The black smoke of the burning suburbs had dwindled to nothing over the previous days. The air was clean and hot as Genghis looked over his army. The city was silent as they waited for deliverance. "There will be others, brother," Kachyan said at last. "Other battles." "You would have me retreat, Hassar?" Genghis turned to his brother once more. Hassar shrugged. "Better than being killed. If you take the Tamans 10 miles north, this Shah will join the garrison at Otrar, and then at least we will face one army, with no one to attack the rear." Genghis snorted in disdain for the idea. "Miles of plains and mountains that they know better than we do. They would batter us all the way home, and even my generals cannot stop so many. Yet if I can reach this pass, the Shah will not be able to maneuver. Even now it would be hard to reach him before the sun sets, brother. Time is killing us." Genghis fell silent suddenly as a thought struck him. "The man who was your second, Samuka, is he loyal?" Hassar narrowed his eyes, wondering what Genghis was thinking. "Of course," he replied. Genghis nodded sharply, making a decision. "Give him 5,000 men and have him hold this place until I return. He doesn't have to win the battle, just prevent them from entering the field. Tell him I need time and that he must win it for me." Hassar didn't reply at first. Chaghatay's Taman was closer to the city than Samuka's men, but Hassar knew Genghis wouldn't send his son to certain death, as he seemed willing to do with Samuka. "Very well, brother. I will tell him," he said. Genghis was already mounting his horse and turning it to take his place at the head of the army. Hassar rode back to the ranks, cutting across at a gallop to reach Samuka. He found his old second-in-command standing with Hossa, discussing the riding order. Their faces lit up as they saw Hassar, and his heart sank at what he must say. With a gesture, Hassar drew them apart from the other officers and spoke in a low voice. "My lord Genghis orders you to stay behind, Samuka. Take 5,000 of the best archers and hold the city until we return." Hossa stiffened as if he had been struck. Samuka's dark eyes searched Hassar's for a moment. All 3 men knew it was a death sentence. The garrison would cut them to pieces in their desperation to get out of the city. "They will do their best to break through," Hassar went on. "It will be bloody work." Samuka nodded, already resigned. 5,000 men wouldn't be enough to hold 2 gates. As a thought struck him, he glanced to Hossa. "I do not need this one, General. Let him go with you." Samuka smiled tiredly. "He is useless anyway, and I will not need him here." Hossa suffered through a moment of utter weakness. He didn't want to die in a land he barely knew. Samuka had given him a chance to live. Hassar looked away rather than watch the turmoil on Hossa's face. "I will stay," Hossa said. Samuka looked to the skies and blew air out of puffed cheeks. "You are a fool, then," Samuka said. He turned to Hassar and took a deep breath, his manner suddenly brisk. "How long must I hold?" Hassar gave no sign that he had noticed Hossa's struggle. "Perhaps a day. I will relieve you myself." Both Hossa and Samuka bowed their heads, accepting the task before them. On impulse, Hassar reached out and gripped Hossa's shoulder. He had known the Shisha officer for many years, ever since the first raids into Qin territory. "Stay alive, brother," Hassar said. "I will come if I can." "I will be watching for you," Hossa said, his voice rough. His face showed none of the fear that churned in his stomach. Genghis was already at the head of his army, staring coldly across at the 3 men. He waited until Samuka shouted orders to 5 Menghan officers, and they rode clear of the main army. Hassar delayed a while to collect 4 arrows from each warrior of Chaghatay's Taman, passing them on in bundles. Samuka and Hossa would need every one. If they could hold the Otrar garrison even until dark, perhaps Genghis would have justified the waste of men. As the order to remain spread among the 5,000, many heads turned to Khassar. They knew what the orders meant. He sat like a stone and was pleased to see no shouted arguments. They had learned discipline, his people, even unto death. Genghis dug in his heels, and his pony leapt forward. Chagatai and Khassar went with him toward the brown hills where the Shah battled the generals. Behind them, the people of Otrar cheered on the walls, and only the small grim force with Samuka and Hosa rode back, dwarfed by the city. The front ranks of the Shah's army marched out of the pass into bright sunlight, roaring at having survived. Arrows had fallen on them in tens of thousands as they forced their way through. Their shields bristled with spent shafts, and many of the men used knives to cut them to stubs as they rode on toward Otrar. Behind them, there was still screaming in the valley as the Mongols tore at the rear of his army, perhaps hoping the Arabs would panic and break. Shah Ala-ad-Din Mohammed smiled grimly at the thought. There was no shame in dying well, and his men were strong in their faith. Not one of them had run from the bloody swords of the enemy. The Mongol bows had been silent at the back, and that was Allah's mercy at least. The Shah wondered if they had used up their arrows on Khalifa's riders, and in his embattled state of mind he hoped so. It was a better end for the desert thief than betrayal. It had taken a long time to march through the storm of shafts from Mongols perched like hawks on the cliffs. The sun was long past noon, and the Shah didn't know if the devils would continue their assaults into darkness. Otrar was no more than 20 miles north, and he would push his men on until the city was in sight. He would make his camp where the people of the city would know he had come to save them. He heard fresh death cries behind and snarled to himself. The Mongols were everywhere, and though his men had locked shields, it was hard to have an enemy killing where you couldn't see him. Many in the ranks looked back fearfully, but they were the best of those he could summon to war. Every one of them had fought in battles and raids. Only death would stop them reaching the city. From his high position on the elephant's back, Ala-ad-Din was among the first to see Zubodai and Jelme coming out of the mountains on his right side. He cursed under his breath, calling for his noble messengers once more. He cast a quick glance over his army, noting the strengths and regiments to hand, then nodded to the first man to ride close. "Tell my son Jalauddin to destroy the flanking force. He may have 12 elephants and 10,000 men under General Faisal. Tell him I will be watching." The rider pressed fingers to his lips and heart before racing away to pass on the order. Ala-ad-Din turned his gaze away from the right flank, knowing his son would ride them down. The Shah smiled grimly as his army left the mountain pass behind. Nothing could stop him reaching Otrar. Somewhere ahead Genghis rode, but he had left it too late. Even if he was on his way, Inalchuk's garrison would hamstring him. The Mongols were fast and more mobile than Shah Mohammed could believe, but he outnumbered them still, and his men wouldn't run while he lived. It would be a fine battle, and Ala-ad-Din was surprised to discover he was looking forward to seeing the Khan crushed. It was almost with regret that he must kill such a daring enemy. The last year had been more exciting and rewarding than any of the 3 before it. He sighed to himself, remembering the childhood tale of a Shah who feared black depression almost as much as the giddy heights of overconfidence. When he asked his advisers to find him a solution, they had forged a simple ring with the words, "This too shall pass," cut into the gold. There was truth in such simplicity, and the Shah was content as his battered army strode on to Otrar. Zubodai's columns formed into a wide charging line as they came out of the hills. The head of the Shah's army was already in sight, but Zubodai halted his men and made them pass arrows to the front ranks. There were very few. He had enough for 3 quick shots from 500 men before it was down to swords. Jelme came to ride at his side as the ponies surged forward. Jochi and Jebeh are on the tail of this snake, Jelmay said. Can we cut off the head? All things are possible, Subodai shouted over his shoulder. I can hardly believe this enemy has weathered so many attacks without losing formation. It is one thing more to know, General. They have extraordinary discipline, almost as good as our own. Even with a fool for a leader, they will be hard to break. They had just over a mile to ride before they hit the right wing. Subodai calculated the time in his head. At that speed, they could reach the lines in 200 heartbeats. As they bore down on the army spilling out of the pass, Subodai saw a great piece of it break off and face them. He frowned at a line of elephants coming to the fore, jabbed and whipped by their handlers. He felt rather than saw his men hesitate and shouted encouragement to them. The heads are armored. Aim for the legs, he called. Anything that lives can be killed by us. Those who heard grinned as the orders flew across the lines. The archers bent their bows in readiness, testing their strength. The elephants began to lumber forward, picking up speed quickly. Subodai saw foot soldiers running alongside them. The elephants were terrifying as they grew and grew before his eyes. Subodai readied his sword, swinging it lightly along his horse's flank so that it swished the air. He could see the Tamans under Genghis coming from the north and wondered idly how the Khan had left Otrar at his back. "Kill the elephants first!" he roared to his archers. They were ready, and he felt his heartbeat pounding in his chest and throat. The sun was dipping toward the horizon, and it was a good day to be alive. Samuka had arranged his 5,000 in 2 groups at either end of the city, each facing the high gates set into the walls. Hossa commanded the second, and Samuka approved of the cold face the Shisha officer had learned in his time with the tribes. Once both men were in position, Samuka became calm. His men had assembled rough barriers braced against rocks that would protect them from arrows while they held the gate. Samuka sighed to himself. Genghis had left him only one advantage, and he would use it to the best of his ability. He ran a silk banner through his fingers, enjoying the feel of it. He could see dark faces watching him from the high towers of Otrar, and he didn't think he would have long to wait. Genghis wasn't more than a few miles to the south when Samuka heard the garrison's orders echoing inside the walls. He nodded to himself and checked his officers were ready one more time. They were as grim as their general, and no one was foolish enough to think they would survive the battle to come. The iron door in the eastern wall opened slowly. At the same time, ranks of dark bowmen appeared on the walls, thousands of them. Samuka stared up indifferently, judging the numbers. In the days previously, the Mongols had cleared a path to the gate, using pikes to pull down the rubble of charred houses. It had been a good plan at the time, but they had made it easier for the inhabitants to come storming out. Samuka snapped an order, and his men readied their bows, placing arrows carefully at their feet where they could be snatched up at speed. One of the makeshift wooden barriers collapsed, and Samuka heard an officer swear as he sent men to brace it. Samuka smiled tightly. Genghis had placed him there, and he would not be moved easily. He didn't know if the garrison would come at just this one place or try to force Hossa's gate as well, hidden from his sight. Either way, his path was set as he sat his pony just out of range and watched the iron gates pushed back. In the sunlit city beyond, ranks of well-armored men sat on good Arab horses. Samuka squinted at them. They were the ones he had to destroy. Infantry could not reach Genghis in time. For a man who loved horseflesh, it was a bitter order, but Samuka raised his head. "Kill the horses!" he shouted, his voice carrying far. Like an echo, it was repeated, though for such a small force there couldn't have been many who didn't hear him. The Mongol ponies were little use in a crescent formation that couldn't move, but it was comforting to sit his saddle, and Samuka wouldn't have wanted to stand on the ground with an enemy coming at him. Voices roared in the city, and the enemy lunged out. The gateway compressed their ranks so that only 5 at a time could hit the gallop. Samuka raised his left hand, looking for the moment. 100 men bent their bows at the gaps in the barricades. He knew he had to stagger the volleys to conserve the stock of arrows, but he wanted the first one to be terrifying. The garrison had planned well enough, Samuka saw. They widened their rank as they came through the gate, getting as many men out as possible in the shortest time. Samuka watched impassively as they crossed the marker he had left at 100 paces. "Horses first!" he shouted again, and dropped his hand. The crack that followed made his heart race. 100 long shafts soared out, hardly slowing before they hit the emerging horsemen. The first rank collapsed like a burst waterskin, horses and men falling on the dusty ground. Samuka raised his hand again and dropped it almost immediately, knowing the next 100 would be ready. Nothing could resist such hammering blows. Though the Arabs wore armor and carried shields, they fell hard with their horses, then more arrows impaled those who staggered to their feet. The air above the gates filled with whirring shafts as the archers on the walls bent and loosed. Samuka ducked instinctively, though the barriers protected him. Those that shot high dropped on the shields of his men. They were experienced and took the blows with a light hand, soaking up the impacts. Still the riders came out. Samuka sent volley after volley at the lines until there were hills of dead men and horses before Otrar. Some of his men died as arrows from the walls beat past their guard, but it was only a few. Lulls came as the garrison used their own wooden barricades to clear the bodies. It took time, and the Mongols were pleased to wait before beginning the slaughter once more. Even then Samuka despaired as he estimated the arrows remaining. If every shot took a life, it would still come to swords in the end. The brutal exchange went on. If the garrison were willing to ride straight out, Samuka could at least hold them until dark, he was almost sure. His confidence was on the rise when he saw fresh movement on the walls. He glanced up quickly, assuming it was a change of men or arrows being brought up to them. He grimaced at the sight of ropes spilling over the crest and soldiers clambering down, burning their hands in the need to reach the ground quickly. Samuka swore, though he had expected it. Already hundreds were forming up out of his range, and all the time his men sent shafts into the gateway, killing screaming riders as they struggled to break out. Samuka summoned a scout and sent him to Hosa on the other side of the city. If the warriors there were still untouched, he could bring a few hundred around and sweep the new threat away. As Samuka watched, more and more ropes became black with climbing men, and the ranks on the ground grew thicker and more confident. His heart sank as he saw them begin to run toward his position, swords and shields bright in the afternoon sun. Once more he dropped his hand to send arrows at riders urging their mounts over their own dead. He couldn't maneuver until the arrows were gone. If the Otrar officers had decided to take a wide route around him, Samuka would have been forced to cut them off. It was too early to allow them to ride in support of the Shah. Samuka watched them carefully, but in his rage and excitement, the governor had clearly ordered them to sweep the Mongols away. They came at the run, and Samuka had his mobile 500 meet them with arrows as they closed, the shafts tearing through their ranks. More and more climbed out of the city, and Samuka clenched his jaw in anger and frustration as the first garrison soldiers met his. While his men fought savagely, 400 Mongol riders came racing round the city and charged straight at the infantry of Otrar. At first they cut through them, loosing one vicious wave of shafts before they drew their swords and fell to the killing. The garrison buckled under the onslaught, but every Mongol warrior was met by 3 or 4 Arab soldiers. Samuka saw their numbers dwindle as the charge came to a shuddering halt. Assailed on all sides, they fought well, and no one broke. But the Arabs cut them down until just a few dozen remained in the press, hacking desperately at anything they could reach. They, too, fell at last, and Samuka groaned aloud as almost 10,000 of the garrison reformed. He had one last bone to throw, and it would not be enough. Inside the iron gate, he could see lines of fresh cavalry shouting and holding up their shields. They knew they had the victory. Wearily, Samuka pulled the silk banner from where he had stuffed it under a saddle-cloth. The breeze made it flutter as he raised it over his head. He looked up at the hill behind the city and felt a shadow pass over his face before he heard the crack of the catapults. Pottery balls shattered against the gate into otrar, each as large as a man could carry. Samuka held out an arrow with the head bound in oil-soaked cloth and let a warrior light it from a shuttered lamp. He saw 2 more clay pots break in the gate, sending a horseman tumbling. Samuka sighted carefully and let the arrow go. He was rewarded by a rush of flame that enveloped the gate and incinerated all those trying to come through it. The Chin fire oil was terrible to see, the heat so intense that many of the Mongol ponies danced back from it until they were brought under control. The catapults on the hill sent more clay pots over the heads of his men, adding to the inferno until the gate itself began to glow dull red. Samuka knew he could ignore the gate for a time. No one could cross those flames and live. He had intended to join Hossa on the other side while the first one roared in flames, but the plan was ruined by the mass of soldiers who had climbed down. As his men turned their bows on the Arab infantry and crumpled them, Samuka shook his head to clear it. Foot soldiers could not trouble Genghis, he reminded himself. One sharp blast on a scout horn had his men turning their horses to him. Samuka used his sword to point and kicked his mount forward, passing close enough to the fiery gate to feel its warmth on his cheek. Even as he did so, the city vomited fresh soldiers down the ropes to replace the dead, but no enemy remained to face them. It was strange to leave a battle behind. Otrar was not a small city, and Samuka saw blurred figures on the walls as he and his men raced along in their shadow, alone with the rhythm of hooves and the smell of smoke. He didn't know how long the supply of Chin fire oil would last, and he suffered at the thought that a better thinker would have found a way to hold both gates. He heard Hossa's men before he saw them, and Samuka drew his bow from its holder, an extension of his strong right arm. The walls rushed by, and the sound grew until he came upon a scene of bloody chaos. Hossa had struggled to hold the second gate, Samuka saw at a glance. Without the catapults, he and his men had been driven back by waves of soldiers. They roared at the Mongols, berserk to the point of pulling arrows from their own flesh as they marched and leaving bloody footsteps on the ground. Samuka's last 1,000 men hit them from behind, cutting into the Arab regiments in an impact so colossal that they smashed almost through to Hossa's corps of warriors in one sweep. Samuka felt them slowing around him as horses were killed or hemmed in too close by dying enemies. He reached for an arrow, but found nothing and threw down the bow as he drew his sword once more. He could see Hossa fighting for every step as the warriors were pushed back. Samuka grunted and hacked with all his strength to reach him, but more and more men came rushing round the city after him, and he felt as if he were being swallowed in a dark and roaring sea. The sun was dipping toward the west. Samuka realized he had been fighting for hours, but it was not long enough. The second gate was 100 paces away, and no flames burned there. He could see horsemen coming out, and they didn't join the others. Samuka cried out in rage and despair as they streamed away in a ragged column. Even a small number of cavalry hitting the Khan's rear could mean the difference between life and death. Samuka blinked blood out of his eyes as he kicked a man away from his right stirrup. Of the men Hossa had left him, just a few hundred still lived. They had killed many more than their own number, but this was the end. Somehow Samuka had thought he would survive it, despite the odds. The image of his body cooling on the ground was beyond his imagination. Samuka shouted Hossa's name across the swarming heads and hands of men clutching at him. He could feel their fingers tugging at his legs, and he kicked wildly and slashed with his sword as Hossa saw him. Perhaps for a moment the Shishya officer thought he was calling for aid, but Samuka gestured with his sword after the fleeing cavalry. As Hossa turned to follow the gesture, Samuka saw him gashed across the neck, blood gushing as he collapsed. Samuka howled in fury as he brought his blade down on fingers digging into his thighs. Bearded faces clustered so thickly around him that his horse came to a halt, and Samuka felt a sudden calm mingling with surprise. Hassar had not come back. He was lost and alone, and all his men were dying. Hands gained purchase on some part of his armor, and to his horror, Samuka felt himself begin to slip. He killed another man with a wild swing, but then his arm was trapped and the sword torn from his hand. His horse lurched with unseen wounds, and the men around him were so close that he could see their red throats as they yelled. Samuka slid into the mass, still flailing. The setting sun vanished as he fell at the feet of stamping, stabbing men. The pain was worse than he had feared. He told himself that he had done all he could, but it was still a hard death, and the garrison of Otrar was out. Chapter 15. Even over the noise of galloping hooves, Subodai could hear the crackle of feathers at his ear as he drew his bow. He rose from the saddle and sighted on the front legs of an elephant that was coming at him like a landslide. On every side his men copied the action, and when he released, a black blur of arrows snapped out. None of the warriors had to think about their actions. They had trained for it ever since they had been tied to a sheep and taught to ride at 2 or 3 years old. Before the first arrows hit, they had a second on the string. Powerful cords of muscle swelled in their right shoulders as they pulled back again. The elephants bellowed and reared in pain, swinging their heads from side to side. Subodai saw shafts sink into the massive gray legs, catching them in full stride and breaking the rhythm of the charge. Half of the enormous animals stumbled as a leg buckled. Others raised their trunks and showed yellow tusks in enraged challenge. If anything, the speed increased, but the second wave of arrows cracked out, and the elephants shuddered with the impacts. Arrows snagged between their legs, wrenching at wounds. Subodai reached automatically for another arrow, but his fingers closed on an empty quiver. He was almost at the Shah's cavalry by then, and he dropped his bow back into the stiff leather fold on his saddle and raised his sword over his right shoulder, ready to chop down. The men around him loosed one last shaft at the approaching lines, and Subodai stood in his stirrups as he saw the closest elephants rear on their hind legs, wild with pain. Their handlers screamed, beating wildly as they were spun around. His heart seemed to slow as he saw one of them plucked off a broad back and thrown to the ground with appalling force. The elephants turned in agony from the line of galloping warriors, knocking down horses and men. Subodai shouted in triumph as the massive animals retreated blindly into the Shah's ranks. They cut lines through the advancing soldiers as if they waded through thick grass, using their tusks to toss aside fully grown men. Nothing could stop them in their madness. In just moments, Subodai faced broken front ranks, dazed and bloodied by the passing beasts. Some of the Arabs recovered quickly enough to send their own arrows whirring from double-curved bows. Mongol warriors and horses were cut down, but the others showed their teeth and rode. In the last instance before the forces met, Subodai picked his man and guided his pony with knees alone. The Mongol warriors went over the first line into chaos. Subodai took the head of one soldier, then almost lost his seat as another aimed a blow at him, and he ducked under it. As Subodai rose, he held out his blade, and his shoulder wrenched at the impact against armor. His low stance and weight kept him in the saddle as an Arab fell, and Subodai found himself in one of the bloody tracks the elephants had left. He could still see them charging away, tormented and blind to the destruction in their wake. Subodai silently thanked the monstrous animals as he looked around for another enemy. The Shah's ranks had been shocked into immobility by the rampaging elephants. Arab archers scattered, dying as they bawled orders in fear, while the Mongols came in hard, taking wounds without a sound while they hacked and chopped. Good blades were ruined on Arab armor, but their arms rose and fell without respite. And if a shield stopped one strike, they whipped another in above or below, cutting legs and throats. They were faster than those who faced them. Zubodai clashed with a huge bearded Arab fighting in a mindless frenzy. Zubodai could smell the man's sweat as he used his pony's shoulder to knock him off balance. In the instant before he was past, Zubodai saw the curved sword had no guard and let his blade slide, cutting 3 fingers cleanly so that the weapon spun away. The Shah's men were large, and Zubodai wondered if they had been picked for their strength more than skill. Their blows hammered at his warriors, but again and again Mongols ducked or swayed away, cutting back where they could and moving on. Many of the Shah's soldiers took 3 or 4 wounds before blood loss felled them. Zubodai saw hundreds of foot soldiers gather around a horseman riding a black stallion. Even at a distance he could see the animal was very fine. Its rider was yelling orders, and men formed up with him, making a wedge. Zubodai braced for a counterattack, but instead they raised shields and began a fighting retreat back to the main lines. The Mongol general didn't have to give new orders. His Ming Han officers were on their own, and 4 of them sensed the withdrawal and raced to attack. Arrows would have slaughtered the retreating soldiers, but there were none left, and the Arab ranks stayed together in good order, leaving hills of the dead behind them. In the distance, Zubodai heard scout horns moaning across the land. He looked up and saw the Tamans of Genghis riding in. The Khan had entered the field at last, and Zubodai wiped his eyes of sweat, filled with a terrible pleasure. His men had shattered those sent against them, but Zubodai still chafed. The orderly withdrawal had done its work, preventing him from collapsing the lines in on themselves and cutting the head from the Shah's main army. He and his men milled around on the edge of the battle, some still engaged in fighting the last few knots of weary infantry. Zubodai wondered who the young officer had been who had prevented a complete rout. The man had held his soldiers together in the fire of battle, and Zubodai added the knowledge to what he knew of the enemy. The Shah had at least 1 competent officer under his command, it seemed. The Ming Hans reformed in a landscape of broken men, littered armor and weapons. Some of them dismounted to yank precious arrows out of flesh, but only a few were good enough to be used again. Zubodai felt his heartbeat settle and took in the battlefield, judging where he was needed. The Shah's army was out of the passes, and he could see the Tamans of Jebeh and Jochi cutting them bloody in the rear. The sun was deep in the west, and he thought Genghis would hardly have time to attack before the light faded. Zubodai nodded to himself. He could see the last of the Shah's infantry were back on the flank, staring out balefully at the Mongol warriors milling amongst the bodies. Most of the elephants had vanished, though some lay kicking where they had been hit with more arrows from the Shah's own ranks, rather than letting them smash through. Zubodai was tired, and he ached in a dozen places, but the battle was far from over. "Form on me!" he shouted, and those who heard responded. As the Shah's ranks marched past, fresh foot soldiers came under Zubodai's cold gaze. He could hardly believe it, but the Shah's soldiers were so determined to reach Otrar that they pressed on regardless of the attacking forces. Zubodai shook his head. The generals had shown the strength of mobile forces, with the officers acting on their own. Yet the Shah's army lumbered on, holding to a single command no matter what faced them. Zubodai thought the Shah as ruthless as Genghis himself in the way he spent his men. As Jelmeh's men formed with his into columns, Zubodai saw frightened faces turn toward him in the Shah's army. They knew what was coming, even as he made the decision. He watched them bend their bows and make ready. Zubodai reached for the scout's horn at his neck, only to find it in 2 pieces, cut by a blow he couldn't remember. He swore to himself, blind to the grins his words produced in those close by. "With me!" he bellowed. To his left, Jelmeh's men dug in their heels and rode. Genghis had pushed hard for 20 miles to be in that place, changing to fresh mounts when the battle was in sight. He saw the Shah had come clear of the hills, but there was no help for that. He looked along the lines to where his son Chagatai galloped, and further to Khassar. Fully 50,000 men rode at his back, with a great tail of spare horses riding behind them. Yet they faced an army that stretched further than he could see. Zubudai's flags were barely visible on his left, attacking the flanks. Behind the Arab host, dust clouds roiled and raged. Genghis thought Samuka and Hossa would be dead by then, but Otrar was far away, and its garrison couldn't reach the battle that day. He had done all he could, but this was the final fling of the bones. It came to this, and he had no other plan except to hit the Shah's column and envelop it in horns. Genghis snapped an order to a bannerman and heard the fluttering as a gold flag went up. All along the line, thousands of bows creaked. The Shah's army tried to brace for the impact, though their officers urged them on. No one wanted to face these grim warriors again, but there was nowhere to go. They screamed defiance as the gold flag dipped and the air blackened. The Mongol line struck at full speed, roaring, the sheer pace as dangerous as the weapons they carried. The wide Mongol horns spilled around the head of the Shah's army, racing along the flanks and cutting in. The light was already gray as the armies met, the sun sinking over the west. The evening was clear and perfect as the Mongols flung themselves at the host of their enemy. Shah Alauddin Mohammed cried out in shock as a line of Mongols cut right through to him. His mounted guards slaughtered them to a man, but he was surrounded on all sides, and half his army couldn't bring their weapons to bear. The Shah was close to panic as he looked in every direction. It would be dark very soon, and yet the Mongols still fought like madmen. They didn't make a sound, even when life was ripped from them. The Shah could only shake his head at such a display. Did they not feel pain? His son Jalauddin believed they were more like dumb animals than men, and he could have been right. Still, the Shah's army moved, staggering as they fought the desire to run from this enemy. Alauddin saw bright columns of his men being smashed to pieces on the flanks, and always the rumble of the Mongols in the rear drove them on. More and more of the Khan's warriors died as they tried to fight their way to the center. The Shah's soldiers held formation and cut them to pieces as they came galloping through. They couldn't match the Mongol speed, but their shields stopped many of the arrows, and those who came in were hacked and slashed as they went, sent reeling back time and again. As the light faded, Alauddin exulted in the enemy dead as his elephant passed over them. Darkness came, and for a time it was a vision of hell. Men cried out as they struggled in a heaving mass of shadows and knives. The Shah's army seemed to be surrounded by a growling jinn, the thunder of hooves in their ears. Marching soldiers jerked around as they struggled on, terrified that the noise of riders was coming straight at them. Above their heads the stars were clear and bright as the crescent moon rose slowly. The Shah thought that the Mongol Khan might continue right to dawn, and he prayed constantly as he gave his orders, hoping that he would survive the dark hours. Once again his guards had to fight off a stray column of raiding warriors, killing 80 or so men and sending the rest galloping away to be cut down by others. The sons of the ancient houses were enjoying themselves, Alauddin could see. Their teeth flashed as they mimed good cuts to their friends. The army around them was being battered to pieces, but such noble sons wouldn't count those losses. Allah gave and took away as he pleased, after all. Alauddin thought dawn would reveal a bloody tatter of the host he had commanded. Only the thought of his enemy suffering as much kept him resolute. He didn't notice the sound dwindle at first. It felt like he had lived with the thump of hooves in all directions forever. When it began to fade, he was still calling for his sons, for fresh reports. The army marched on, and Otrar would surely be somewhere close before dawn. At last one of the Shah's senior men shouted that the Khan had withdrawn. Alauddin gave thanks for his deliverance. He had known horsemen couldn't attack at night. With hardly any light from the moon, they couldn't coordinate their blows without crashing into one another. He listened to news as his scouts came in, estimating their distance from Otrar and passing on every detail they had seen of the Khan's position. Alauddin prepared to make camp. Dawn would bring an end to it, and the cursed Mongols would have left their arrows behind in the bodies of his men. With Otrar in sight, he would widen his lines and bring more swords to bear on their stinging attacks. In the last hour, they had lost as many men as he had, he was certain. Before that, they had gutted his host. He looked around at the marching lines, wondering how many had survived the fight through the mountains. He had once seen a hunting party follow a wounded lion as it dragged itself away from their spears. The animal had left a trail of blood as wide as itself as it crawled on its torn belly. He couldn't escape the vision of his own army in just such a state, the red smear bright behind them. He gave the order to halt at last, and he could hear the massed sigh of thousands of men allowed to rest. The Shah began to dismount, but as he did so, he saw lights begin to spring up to the east. He knew the pinpoints of an army's fires well, and he stayed on the back of the elephant as more and more sprang into existence until they looked like distant stars. There was his enemy, resting and waiting for the dawn. Around Alauddin, his own men began to make fires with wood and dried dung from the camelbacks. The morning would see an end to it. The Shah heard voices calling the faithful to prayer and nodded fiercely to himself. Allah was with them still, and the Mongol Khan was bleeding too. As the moon crossed the black sky, Genghis gathered his generals around a fire. The mood was not jubilant as they waited for him to speak. Their tamans had slaughtered many of the Shah's men, but their own losses were appalling. In the last hour before darkness, 4,000 veteran warriors had been killed. They had cut their way almost to the Shah himself, but then the Arab swords had gathered against them and dug them out. Jabeh and Jochi had come into the camp together, greeted by Kachian and Khassar, while Genghis merely stared. Zubodai and Jelmeh rose to congratulate the two young men, having heard the story of the long ride as it spread through the camp. Chagatai, too, had heard the news, and his expression was surly as he watched Jelmeh clap his older brother on the back. He couldn't understand why they seemed so pleased. He, too, had fought, following his father's orders, rather than disappearing for days at a time. He, at least, had been where Genghis needed him. Chagatai had hoped to see Jabeh and Jochi humiliated for their absence, but even their late arrival at the Shah's rear ranks was being treated as a stroke of genius. He sucked his front teeth, looking to his father. Genghis sat cross-legged, with a skin of Irog on his hip and a bowl of sour cheese curds on his lap. The back of his left hand was caked in blood, and his right shin was bound tightly, but still seeped. As Chagatai turned his face from the foolish praise of his brother, Genghis cleaned the bowl with a finger and chewed the last of it. Silence fell as he put the bowl aside and sat perfectly still. "Samuka and Hosa must be dead by now," Genghis said at last. "The garrison at Otrar cannot be far away, and I do not know how many survived the fire and arrows." "They won't stop for darkness," Kachian said. "Perhaps they will walk their horses, but they'll still reach the Shah before dawn." As he spoke, Kachian stared out into the night to where they could expect the garrison to arrive. Further still, he could see the fires of the Shah's camp, and even after so much death, there were still hundreds of the pinpoints of light just a few miles away. No doubt Arab scouts were already riding back to join with the Otrar garrison and lead them in. The darkness would hide them well enough. "I have scouts out in a ring around us," Genghis said. "If they attack tonight, there will be no surprises." "Who attacks at night?" Khassar said. His thoughts were with Samuka and Hosa, and he barely looked up from the dry goat meat he forced between his lips. In the light of the flames, Genghis turned a cold gaze on his brother. "We do," he said. Khassar swallowed the meat faster than he had intended, but Genghis went on before he could reply. What choice do we have? We know where they are, and the arrows are all gone anyway. If we strike from all sides, we will not foul each other's lines." Hussar cleared his throat and spoke thickly. "The moon is weak tonight, brother. How could we see flags or know how the battle is going?" Genghis raised his head. "You will know when they break or when you are killed. It is the only choice left to us. Would you have me wait until a garrison of 20,000 men joins them at dawn, fresh men who haven't fought as we have?" In the firelight, he looked around at his generals. Many of them moved stiffly, and Jelme's right arm was wrapped in bloody cloth, still wet. "If I know Samuka, there won't be half that number," Hussar muttered, but Genghis didn't reply. Zubodai cleared his throat, and Genghis's eyes slid over to the young general. "My lord Conn, the flying columns worked well when we had arrows. In the night, each attack would be met by men with shields in solid ranks. We could lose them all." Genghis snorted, but Zubodai went on, his quiet voice calming the others. "One column could cut its way in, but we saw that today. They do not run from us, these Arabs, not easily. Every step brings more and more men onto the flank of the charge until it is overwhelmed." "You have an alternative?" Genghis snapped. Though his voice was hard, he was listening. He knew Zubodai's sharp mind and respected it. "We need to confuse them, Lord. We can do that with a false second attack circling around. They will send men to hold, and we will roll them up from our side." Genghis shook his head, considering. Zubodai pressed on. "What if we had a small number of men drive horses at the Shah's left wing, Lord? Have them take all the spare mounts and make as much noise as they can. When the Shah commits his soldiers there, we attack the right with everything we have. It might make a difference." He waited as Genghis thought it through, unaware that he was holding his breath. "It is a good plan," he began. All the men at the fire stiffened as they heard a scout's horn sound in the night. Almost in response, a roar sounded in the distance, coming toward them. While they talked and ate, the Shah had attacked their fires. As one, the generals surged to their feet, keen to get back to their men. "This is simpler, though, Zubodai," Hussar said as he passed. Zubodai grinned at the insolent tone. He had already planned for such an attack, and the warriors were ready. Chapter 16. As he trotted through the darkness, Jalauddin stared at the fires ahead of him. The men running at his stirrups were exhausted, but he had pressed his father for one more massed charge, knowing that their best chance lay in catching the Mongols asleep. He seethed at the thought of his father's precious guards still barely blooded. The Shah had refused his demands to have them accompany him just when they would have justified their existence. Jalauddin cursed his father and Khalifa, too, for losing the cavalry, then pressed away his anger to concentrate. Just one sweep through the enemy camp could be enough to break them at last. The moon was hidden by clouds, and Jalauddin rode slowly over broken ground, waiting for the uproar that would follow. It came sooner than he expected, as enemy scouts blew warning notes before they were cut down. Jalauddin drew his sword and risked his neck with a faster pace. The running men fell behind as he aimed his mount at the Mongol fires. The Khan had made only a rough camp after days of fighting. Jalauddin saw the left flank was a mass of lights revealing the presence of many men. The nights were cold, and they would be clustered close to the flames. On the right, the night fires were more widely spaced, dwindling to just a few points of light on the furthest edge. It was there that he led his men, racing to take revenge for the battering they had suffered. He heard the Mongols rise against the attack, howling in their mindless anger. Jalauddin shouted a challenge into the night, echoed by his men. The fires came closer, and suddenly there were men on all sides, and the forces met. Jalal-ud-Din had time to shout in surprise before his stallion was cut from under him and he went flying. Subodai waited with Jochi, Jabeh, and Chagatai. It had been his idea to arrange the fires to draw in a careless enemy. Where the lights were thick, he had just a few men tending them. On the dark right flank, veteran Tamans clustered with their ponies far from warmth. They didn't heed the night cold. For those who had been born on the frozen plains of home, it was nothing to them. With a great shout, they charged the Arab ranks coming in. As the two forces came together, the Arabs were sent reeling, smashed from their feet by men who had fought and trained from the earliest years. Their right arms hardly tired as they punched through the enemy and rocked them back. Subodai bellowed orders to advance, and they trotted forward shoulder to shoulder, their mounts stepping delicately over dying men. The moon rose above them, but the attack was broken quickly, and the Arab force sent streaming back to their main camp. As they ran, they looked over their shoulders, terrified that the Mongols would ride them down. Not half of their number made it clear, though Jalal-ud-Din was one of them, humiliated and on foot. He staggered back to his father, still dazed from the chaos and fear. In the distance, the Mongols finished off the wounded and waited patiently for the dawn. Shah Alauddin paced his tent, glaring at his eldest son as he turned. Jalal-ud-Din stood nervously, wary of his father's anger. "How did they know you would attack?" the Shah snapped suddenly. "There are no spies in the ranks, not here. It is impossible." Still smarting from his failure, Jalal-ud-Din didn't dare to reply. Privately, he thought the Mongols had merely prepared for the possibility of an attack, not known of one, but he couldn't seem to praise them while his father raged. "You see why I didn't give you my personal guard?" the Shah demanded. Jalal-ud-Din swallowed. If he had ridden in with 500 horsemen, he didn't think the rout would have been so easy or so complete. With an effort, he strangled the retort. "You are wise, father," he said. "Tomorrow they will take the fight to the enemy." He fell back a step as his father rounded on him and stood close enough for the bristles of his beard to touch his son's face. "Tomorrow you and I are dead," the Shah snarled. "When the Khan sees how many men I have left, he will fall on us and make an end to it." Jalal-ud-Din was relieved when he heard a throat cleared at the entrance to the tent. His father's body servant, Abbas, stood in the lamplight, his eyes flickering from father to son and judging the mood within. Jalal-ud-Din made an impatient gesture for the man to leave, but Abbas ignored him, coming in and bowing to the Shah. Jalal-ud-Din saw he carried a sheaf of calfskin vellum and a pot of ink, and he hesitated before ordering the man out. Abbas touched his forehead, lips, and heart in respect to the Shah before placing the writing materials on a small table to one side. Jalal-ud-Din's father nodded, his fury still evident in his clenched jaw and flushed skin. "What is this?" Jalal-ud-Din said at last. "This is vengeance for the dead, Jalal-ud-Din. When I have put my name to it, this is an order for the assassins to rid my land of this Khan." His son felt a weight lift from his shoulders at the thought, though he repressed a shudder. The sect of Shia fanatics had a dark reputation, but his father was wise to bring them in. "How much will you send them?" he said softly. His father bent over the thick parchment and didn't reply at first as he read the words Abbas had prepared. "I do not have time to negotiate. I have offered a note for 100,000 gold coins to be redeemed from my own treasury. They will not refuse such a sum, even for a Khan's head." Jalal-ud-Din felt his hands grow clammy at the thought of so much gold. It was enough to build a great palace or begin a city. Yet he didn't speak. His chance to break the Mongols had been wasted in the night. Once the Shah had signed the note for gold, Abbas rolled the thick sheets together and bound them with a strip of leather, tying the knot expertly. He bowed very low to the Shah before he left the two men alone. "Can he be trusted?" Jalal-ud-Din said as soon as he was gone. "More than my own sons, it seems," the Shah replied irritably. "Abbas knows the family of one of the assassins. He will see it safe to them, and then nothing will save this dog of a Khan who has shed so much of my people's blood." "If the Khan dies tomorrow, will the gold be returned?" Jalal-ud-Din asked, still thinking of the vast wealth his father had given away in just a moment. He sensed the Shah walk to him and turned his head from looking at the tent's entrance. "Unless Allah strikes him down for his impudence, he will not die tomorrow, Jalal-ud-Din. Do you not understand even now? Did you not see as you came back to my tent?" He spoke with a flat intensity that Jalal-ud-Din couldn't understand, and the younger man stammered as he tried to reply. "See? What? My army is finished," the Shah snapped. "With the men you lost tonight, we have hardly enough left to hold one of his damned generals in the morning. They have reduced us to less than 30,000 men, and even if the Otrar garrison appears at this moment, we have lost. Do you understand now?" Jalal-ud-Din hadn't, and his stomach tightened in fear at his father's words. They had fought for days, and the slaughter had been terrible, but the field of battle was vast, and he hadn't known how bad the losses had been. "So many dead?" he said at last. "How is it possible?" His father raised a hand, and for a moment Jalal-ud-Din thought he would strike him. Instead, the Shah whirled to pick up another sheaf of reports. "Do you want to count them again?" he demanded. "We have left a trail of corpses for 100 miles, and the Mongols are still strong." Jalal-ud-Din firmed his mouth, making a decision. "Then give command to me for tomorrow. Take your noble guard and travel back to Bukhara and Samarkand. Return in the spring with a fresh army and avenge me." For an instant the Shah's furious expression faded. His eyes softened as he stared at his eldest son. "I have never doubted your courage, Jalal-ud-Din." He reached out and gripped his son's neck, pulling him into a brief embrace. As they parted, Ala ad-Din sighed. "But I will not throw away your life. You will come with me, and next year we will bring 4 times as many warriors to root out these godless invaders. I will arm every man who can hold a sword, and we will bring fire and bloody vengeance on their heads. The assassins will have killed their Khan by then. For so much gold, they will move quickly." Jalal-ud-Din bowed his head. In the darkness outside the tent, he could hear the noises of the camp and the moaning of wounded men. "We leave tonight, then?" If the Shah felt the sting of dishonor, it didn't show. "Gather your brothers. Hand command to the most senior man left alive. Tell him—" He trailed off, his eyes growing distant. "Tell him that the lives of our men must be sold dearly if they are to enter paradise. They will be frightened when they find I have gone, but they must hold." "The Mongols will track us, father," Jalal-ud-Din replied, already thinking of the supplies he must take. He would have to gather his father's mounted guard as quietly as possible so as not to alarm those they left behind. The Shah waved a hand irritably. "We will go west, away from them, then cut north and east when we are clear of Otrar. The land is vast, my son. They will not even know we are gone until tomorrow. Gather what we need and come back here when you are ready." "And Otrar?" Jalal-ud-Din said. "Otrar is lost," the Shah spat. "My cousin Inalchuk has brought this disaster on us, and if I could kill the fool myself, I would." Jalal-ud-Din touched his forehead, lips, and heart with his head bowed. His dream of riding at the head of a victorious army had been crushed, but he was his father's son, and there would be other armies and other days. Despite the humiliation and horror of the battles against the Mongols, He thought nothing of the lives given for his father. They were the Shah's men, and any one of them would die to protect him, as they should, Jalal-ud-Din thought. He worked quickly as the moon passed overhead. Dawn was not far away, and he needed to be well clear of the battle and the Mongol scouts by the time it came. Genghis waited in the moonlight, dark ranks of men at his back. Khassar was with him, but neither brother spoke as they stood ready. The scouts had warned them of the Otrar garrison coming in. Even then, it had been barely in time to beat back the night attack on their camp. Behind him, Genghis had given command to Zubodai, the most able of his generals. He didn't expect to get any sleep before the morning, but that was common enough to the warriors around him, and with meat, cheese, and fiery black ayrag, they were still strong. Genghis cocked his head at a sound from the gloom. He clicked with his tongue to alert the closest men, but they too had heard. He felt a pang of regret at the deaths of Samuka and Hosa, but it passed quickly. Without their sacrifice, he would have lost it all the day before. He turned his head left and right, searching for more sounds. There! Genghis drew his sword, and all along the line the front rank readied lances. They had no arrows with them. Zubodai had spent much of the night collecting the final shafts into full quivers, but they would need them when dawn came. Genghis could hear walking horses ahead, and he rubbed tiredness from his eyes with a free hand. At times it seemed as if he had been fighting all his life against these dark-skinned madmen. With Jelmay, he had chosen a spot to wait just under a low rise. Even in the moonlight he wouldn't be seen, but his scouts kept moving, leaving their horses and running in the dark to keep him informed. One of them appeared at his stirrup, and Genghis dipped his head to hear the soft words, grunting in surprise and pleasure. When the scout had gone, Genghis nudged his horse close to Khassar. "We outnumber them, brother. Samuka and Hosa must have fought like tigers." Khassar nodded grimly. "It's about time. I am tired of riding against their vast armies." "Are you ready?" Genghis snorted. "I have been waiting forever for his garrison, brother. Of course I am ready." The two men parted in the darkness. Then the Mongol line surged forward over the rise. Against them, the remnants of the garrison of Otrar were making their way south to join the Shah. They came to a shocked halt as the Mongol lines appeared, but there was no one to save them as the lances came down. Shah Ala-ad-Din reined in as he heard the sounds of battle echo back from the hills. In the moonlight he could see distant smudges of fighting men, but he couldn't guess what was happening. Perhaps the cursed Mongols had attacked again. With only 400 surviving riders, he and his sons had abandoned the army and ridden hard. The Shah glanced at the east and saw dawn was coming. He tried to fill his mind with plans for the future, numbing it to regrets. It was difficult. He had come to smash an invader and instead seen his best men bleeding out their strength. The Mongols were tireless killers, and he had underestimated them. Only the thought of Abbas riding to the assassin's stronghold in the mountains gave him satisfaction. The men of shadows never failed, and he only wished he could see the face of the Khan as he felt their soot-blackened knives plunging into his chest. Kokchu could smell fear in the camp, thick in the warm night air. It showed in the lamps that hung from posts at every intersection in the maze of Gers. The women and children were afraid of the dark, with imagined enemies all around them. For Kokchu, the simmering terror was intoxicating. With the maimed warriors, Genghis's brother Temugay and Yaoshu, he was one of very few men left among thousands of frightened women. It was hard to hide his arousal at their flushed faces. He saw them prepare as best they could for an attack, stuffing clothes and armor with dried grasses before tying them to spare mounts. Many of them came to him each day, offering whatever they had so that he would pray for their husbands to come back safe. He guarded himself rigidly at those times, forcing himself to remember that the warriors would return and ask their wives about the time alone. As young women knelt and chanted before him in his gare, their pathetic offerings lying in the dust, he sometimes placed his hand on their hair and grew flushed as he led them in their entreaties. The worst of them was Genghis's sister Temujin. She was lithe and long-legged, an echo of her brother's strength in her frame. She had come 3 times to ask for his protection over Palchuk, her husband. On the 3rd time, the smell of sweat was strong on her. While small voices screamed warnings in his head, he had insisted on placing a charm on her skin, one that would extend to all those she loved. He felt himself growing hard at the memory, despite his misgivings. How she had looked to him with hope in her eyes. How she had believed. Having her in his control had made him reckless. He had told her of a most potent charm, one that would be like iron against enemy swords. He had been subtle in his doubts, and in the end she had begged him for its protection. It had been hard to hide his excitement then as he bowed to her need. She had removed her clothes at his order, standing naked before him as he began the chant. He recalled the way his fingers had shook as she closed her eyes and let him daub her body in a web of sheep blood. Kokchu stopped his meandering path and swore to himself. He was a fool. At first she had stood proud and still, her eyes closed as he drew lines with a finger pressing into her flesh. He had marked her in wavering red until her stomach and legs were crisscrossed with patterns. His lust had been overwhelming, and perhaps he had begun to breathe too hard, or she had seen his flushed face. He winced at the thought of her feeling him press against her thigh as he leaned close. Her eyes had snapped open from the trance, looking through incense smoke and suddenly doubting him. He shuddered as he recalled her expression. His hand was lingering over her breasts, marking them in shining blood, the scent of which filled his nostrils. She had left in a rush then, gathering her clothes even as he protested the charm was unfinished. He had watched her go, almost at a run, and his stomach had clenched at what he had dared to do. He didn't fear her husband, Palchuk. There were few men who would even dare to speak to the shaman, and Kokchu didn't doubt he could send the man away. Was he not the Khan's own spirit talker, the one who had brought Genghis victory after victory? Kokchu bit his lip at the thought. If Temujin told Genghis her suspicions, of a hand too intimately on her thighs and breasts, no protection in the world would save him. He tried to tell himself she would not. In the cold light of day, she would admit she knew nothing of the spirits or the manner of calling them. Perhaps he should consider daubing one of the maimed men in the same way, so that the news of the ritual would get back to her. He considered it seriously for a moment, then cursed his lust again, knowing that it had put everything in danger. Kokchu stood at a crossroads, watching 2 young women lead ponies by the reins. They bowed their heads as they passed, and he acknowledged them graciously. His authority was absolute, he told himself, his secrets safe. Many of the women in the camp wouldn't have men coming home to them. He would have his pick of them then, as he consoled them in their grief.
This ends disc. Genghis, Bones of the Hills, Disc 7.
Chapter 17. Before dawn lit the plain, the remains of 10 Tamans left the ashes of their fires and assembled. Not one was intact, and the worst were reduced to just a few thousand men. Those warriors too injured to fight remained at the makeshift camp, bloodied and bandaged, or simply left to die with their companions. The shamans who might stitch and heal them were all far away. Many of them asked for a clean death and were given it with a single blow from a sword, in all honor. In the gloom, Genghis listened to a tally of the dead as a fresh breeze across the plain made him shiver. There were too many names to hear them all, but he bowed his head as each officer was recalled, especially senior men like Samuka and Hosa. 23,000 had been killed, maimed, or lost in the battles against the Shah. It was the worst tally he had ever known, and a terrible blow for the nation. Genghis felt a slow rage building whenever he looked for faces, and found them missing in the ranks. His sister's husband Palchuk was among the dead, and he knew there would be rivers of grief when he returned at last to the camp. Genghis looked up and down the lines as they formed. As well as his own Taman of 10,000, he noted the banners of Khassar and Kachiun, Jebeh and Zuburdai, Chagatai, Jelmeh, and Jochi. He had given orders for broken Tamans to fill the places of the dead, and 8 Tamans had formed out of the ashes. From the youngest boys of 14, they were veterans. He knew they would not fail him. Genghis reached down to touch his lower leg and grimaced at the sick feeling and wetness he found. He had taken the wound the day before, but he couldn't remember how it had happened. He couldn't stand on it, but he had tied the foot into the stirrup so that he could still ride. Some of his warriors had lost part of their armor to arrows or sword blows, suffering gashes that they bound with strips of dirty cloth. Others had taken a fever through the wounds and poured with sweat in a dawn breeze that couldn't cool them. They sat their horses in grim anger, waiting for dawn and the first sight of the enemy. No one had slept the night before, and they were all bone-tired, but there was no give in them, no weakness. They had all lost friends or relatives. The days of battle had burned away everything but a cold desire to avenge the fallen dead. When there was enough light to see, Genghis stared out at the Shah's army. He heard distant horns blow an alarm as the Shah's scouts caught sight of the host waiting for them, but the Arabs were sluggish in their movements. The sight of the Mongol army unnerved them, and Genghis could see them mill aimlessly, all order gone. He gave the command to trot, and his Tamans moved with him. His entire front rank of 2,000 men weighed lances in their hands, feeling the strain on tired, torn muscles. The rest readied swords, and the distance closed. Genghis saw 2 men running out ahead of the forming lines, holding banners of white cloth. He wondered if they meant to surrender, but it didn't matter. The time for mercy was long gone. Many of those who had died had been known to him, and he had only one answer to give, only one they would approve if their spirits still saw the world below. The men with white banners were killed as the Mongol line swept past them, and a low moan came from the rest as they saw and tried to brace for the charge. 40 elephants were brought to the front, but Zuburdai ordered his archers to shoot for the legs and sent them rampaging back into the Arab army, causing more destruction than they ever could have against mounted men. The great line of lances hit almost as one, and Genghis shouted the order for horns. His son Chagatai swept forward on the right, while Jochi matched him on the left. The Mongol warriors began the slaughter as the sun rose over the east. They could not be held. They could not be thrown back. Chagatai's Taman pinched in against the right flank, their speed and ferocity carrying them to the very center of the Arabs. In the chaos and noise there was no calling him back. Jochi's wing spilled along the left flank, carving dead men out of living lines. Across the battlefield he saw Chagatai had plunged too far into the mass of terrified men. He could see him only a few hundred paces away before the Arab ranks seemed to swallow him. Jochi cried out. He dug in his heels and let his men like a spear thrust into the jerking body of the Arab army. The front ranks were hit so hard by Jebeh and Zuburdai that they bowed right back into a bloody cup. No one had taken command, and in the chaos, the Tamans of Chagatai and Jochi sliced through them until the brothers were separated by just a few struggling, panting men. The Arabs broke, terrified by the Khan's warriors. Thousands threw down their weapons and tried to run, but none of the generals hesitated. Those who turned their backs were cut down without mercy, and by noon the army of the Shah was a morass of desperate, flailing groups. The slaughter continued without pause. Some of the Shah's men knelt and prayed aloud in shrieking voices until their heads were taken by galloping men. It was butcher's work, but the Mongols were willing. Many of them broke their swords in huge swings and had to pick up one of the curved sabers that littered the ground. Lances were snapped in Arabs too dazed to step out of the way. In the end, just a few hundred remained. They had no weapons and held their arms high to show empty palms. Genghis grunted a final order, and a line of lancers accelerated. The Arabs cried out in terror, then were silent as the riders rolled over them and returned, dismounting to hack the dead men into small pieces until their fury and spite were spent. The Mongol Tamans didn't cheer the victory. From the first light there had been no fight in the Arab army, and though they had taken a savage pleasure in the killing, there was no more glory in it than a circle hunt. The ground was soft with blood as individual warriors looted the dead, cutting fingers for rings and stripping the bodies of good boots and warm clothing. Flies gathered in great swarms so that the Mongols had to bat them away from where they landed on lips and eyes. The buzzing insects crawled intimately over the dead, already beginning to corrupt in the heat. Genghis summoned his generals, and they came to him, bruised and battered, but with satisfaction in their eyes. "Where is the Shah?" he demanded of each one. They had found camels laden with tents of silk, and Jabez's men had discovered a cache of jewels and already gambled or exchanged half of them. When Genghis asked Zubodai, the general shook his head thoughtfully. "His horsemen are gone, Lord Khan," he replied. "I did not see even one." Genghis swore, his weariness vanishing. "Get the scouts out looking for tracks. I want him hunted down." Those scouts who heard jumped back into their saddles and raced away while Genghis simmered. "If he left last night, he has had almost a day to get away. He must not escape. The Arab merchants talk of armies 5 times the size of this one, more. Have your men join the scouts. Nothing is more important than this. Nothing." Riders went in all directions, and it wasn't long before 2 men of Jochi's Taman came racing back. Genghis listened to the report and paled. "Zubodai! Horses traveling west," he said. Zubodai stiffened. "His cities are in the east," he said. "He will turn north and south. May I ride to protect the camp, Lord?" Genghis swore under his breath. "No. Take your Taman and get after the Shah. If he reaches a city and finds fresh reinforcements, we are all dead." Jabez was at the Khan's side when he gave the order. He had seen the Shah's army when it was bright and strong. The thought of facing as many again was sickening. He turned to Zubodai and raised his head. "With my Lord Khan's permission, I will come with you," he said. Genghis waved a hand, and Zubodai nodded as he dug in his heels. Zubodai shouted an order to the closest officer, but didn't pause as the man raced to gather Zubodai's young wolves. As the news spread, Jochi came riding up to his father. He bowed low in the saddle as he reined in. "Is the camp in danger?" he asked. Genghis turned his pale gaze on the young general, noting the tiger skin draped across his pony. All of them had family there, but he bristled anyway. It had been his order to leave the camp undefended. There had been no other choice. "I have sent Jabez and Zubodai to hunt the Shah," Genghis replied at last. "They are good men, the best you have," Jochi replied. His father's face was cold, but he went on carelessly, thinking of his mother. "May I take my Taman and bring the families back here?" Genghis considered grudgingly. He didn't like the thought of Jochi announcing the victory to the women and children. No doubt the young man was already thinking of a hero's welcome. Genghis felt his stomach twist at the thought. "I need you at Otrar," he said. "Give Chagatai the order." For an instant, Genghis saw anger flash in Jochi's eyes. The Khan leaned forward in his saddle, his hand dropping to his sword hilt. Even in that he felt swelling bitterness as Jochi carried the wolf's head sword on his hip. The lapse was quickly masked, and Jochi bowed his head and trotted away to speak to his younger brother. Chagatai was at the center of a riotous group of young warriors. He didn't see Jochi approach at first, and was in the middle of laughing at some comment when he stiffened. The men with Chagatai took their lead from him, and Jochi walked his pony through their hostile stares. Neither brother spoke a greeting. Jochi let his hand drop to the tiger skin at his pommel, his fingers toying with the stiff fur. Chagatai waited for him to speak, raising one eyebrow so that his companions chuckled. "You are to take your Taman back to the camp and bring them to the land around Otrar," Jochi said when he tired of the game. Chagatai frowned. He didn't want to nursemate women and children while Otrar trembled for the first sight of them. "Whose order is this?" he replied. "Whose authority?" Jochi controlled his temper at the insolent tone. "Genghis bids you go," he said, turning his mount to ride away. "So you say. But who listens when a rape-born bastard speaks?" Chagatai spoke, knowing he was surrounded by his own men, all waiting for such a barb that they could repeat with relish at the campfires. Jochi stiffened in the saddle. He should have left the grinning fools, but nothing in the world brought him to anger as easily as his younger brother's blustering arrogance. "Perhaps he feels you are a fitting companion for the women after the way you knelt to me, brother," he replied. "I cannot know his mind." With a tight smile, Jochi held his mount to a walk. Even with armed men at his back, he wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing him urge his pony to a trot. He heard the sudden rush of hooves, and his hand fell automatically to the wolf's head hilt before he snatched it away. He couldn't draw a blade on Chagatai in front of so many witnesses. It would be the end of him. Jochi glanced back as unconcernedly as he could. Chagatai was closing the gap between them, with his tail of followers trotting behind. His brother was red-faced with rage, and Jochi had barely opened his mouth to speak again when the young man launched himself from the saddle, taking Jochi down hard. As they hit and rolled, Jochi lost his temper and struck out, his blows thumping uselessly. They came apart, and both of them leapt up with murder in their eyes. Even then old habits were strong, and they didn't reach for their swords. Chagatai came at Jochi with his fists high, and Jochi kicked him as hard as he could between the legs. Chagatai collapsed in agony, but his fury was so all-consuming that to Jochi's amazement he struggled to rise and staggered into him again. By then his companions had dismounted, and they pulled the two generals apart. Jochi wiped a smear of blood from his nose and spat contemptuously on the ground at Chagatai's feet. He watched as his brother recovered some semblance of calm, and only then did he glance over to Genghis. The Khan was pale with rage, and as his eyes met Jochi's, he dug in his heels and trotted closer. Not one of the warriors dared look up as they froze in his presence. His temper was legendary in the families, and the youngest men were suddenly aware that their own lives might hang on a word or a gesture. Only Chagatai seemed unaffected. As his father approached, he stepped forward and tried to backhand Jochi across the face. His brother ducked instinctively and was off balance when Genghis kicked Jochi hard between the shoulder blades, sending him sprawling. Even Chagatai became still at seeing that, though his sneer remained. Genghis dismounted slowly, his fists tight on the reins until he forced them open. When he turned to his sons, his anger was clear enough to make Chagatai step back. It was not enough. Genghis placed his hand on Chaghatai's chest and pushed him flat to join Jochi on the ground. "Are you children still?" Genghis said. He shook visibly at the young fools who dared to brawl while their men looked on. He wanted to take a stick and beat sense into them, but the last thread of his control held him back. If he thrashed them, they would never again command the respect of his warriors. Sly whispers would follow them the rest of their lives. Neither Jochi nor Chaghatai responded. Finally aware of the danger they were in, they chose to say nothing. "How can you command—" Genghis stopped before he destroyed them both, his mouth working soundlessly. Kachiyun had galloped across the makeshift camp as soon as he heard, and his approach allowed the Khan to break off his glare. "What would you do with young fools like these?" Genghis demanded of Kachiyun. "With all the enemies we still face, with our own camp in peril, they fight like boys." His eyes pleaded silently with Kachiyun to find a punishment that wouldn't be the end for them both. If it had been Jochi alone, he would have ordered his death, but it had been Chaghatai he had seen leaping off his horse to roll his brother in the dust. Kachiyun's face was stern, but he understood the Khan's dilemma. "It is almost 20 miles to Otrar, Lord Khan. I would have them make the journey on foot before dark." He looked at the sun, judging the time. "If they cannot, perhaps they are not fit to lead their men." Genghis breathed out slowly in relief he couldn't show. It would do. The sun was merciless, and such a run could kill a man, but they were young and strong, and it would serve as a punishment. "I will be there to watch you come in," he said to the dumbfounded pair. Chaghatai glared at Kachiyun for the suggestion, but as he opened his mouth to object, Genghis reached down and picked him up in one smooth motion. His father's fist rested just under his chin as he spoke again. "Remove your armor and go," he said. "If I see you fighting again, I will make Ogadai my heir. Do you understand?" Both brothers nodded, and Genghis stared at Jochi, incensed that he had thought the words were also for him. His temper flared again, but Kachiyun deliberately chose that moment to call the men into ranks for the ride to Otrar, and Genghis let Chaghatai go. For the benefit of all those who could hear and repeat the words 1,000 times, Kachiyun forced a smile as Jochi and Chaghatai began to run in the vicious heat. "You won such a race when we were boys, I remember." Genghis shook his head irritably. "What does that matter? It was long ago. Have Hassar bring the families back to Otrar. I have debts to settle there." Shah Ala-ad-Din Mohammed reined in as he saw the thin trails of cooking smoke rising from the Mongol camp. He had ridden slowly west before taking a wide route north around Otrar, covering many miles since the first gray light of pre-dawn. As the sun rose to burn off the morning mist, he stared at the filthy gares of the Mongol families. For an instant, the urge to ride among the women and children with his sword was overwhelming. If he had known the Khan had left them so vulnerable, he would have sent 20,000 to kill them all. He clenched his fists in frustration as the light grew. Warriors clustered on the edges, the heads of their ponies peacefully snuffling the dusty ground for grass. For once there were no warning horns blown from the cursed Mongol scouts. With a snarl, the Shah began to turn his mount away from the camp. They bred like lice, these Mongols, and he had only his precious 400 to see him safe in the east. The sun was rising, and his guards would soon be seen. One of his men shouted something, and Ala-ad-Din turned his head. The sun's light revealed what the shadows had hidden, and he grinned suddenly, his mood lifting. The warriors were no more than straw dummies tied to the horses. The Shah strained his eyes as the light grew, but he couldn't see a single armed man, Around him the news spread, and the noble sons laughed and pointed, already loosening their swords in the scabbards. They had all taken part in punishment raids on villages when the taxes had been late. The sport was good in such places, and the desire for revenge was strong. Jalal-ud-Din didn't share the men's laughter as he rode to his father. "Would you have the men waste half a day here with our enemies so close?" In response, his father drew a curved sword. The Shah glanced at the son. "This Khan must be taught the price of his arrogance, Jalal-ud-Din. Kill the children and burn what you can." Chapter 18. Slowly, almost ritually, Chaka-Hai wrapped her hand in a length of silk, tying it to the hilt of a long dagger. Berthe had told her to beware of the shock of impact, that a woman's hand could be jarred loose or sweat enough to slip. The process of winding the silk around her fingers and biting one end to hold a knot was somehow calming as she looked out through the gares at the Shah's riders. The knot of terror in her stomach was not under her control. She, Berthe, and Weylun had done what they could to prepare the camp. They had been given little warning, and the more elaborate traps were still unset. Still, they had weapons, and Chaka-Hai murmured a Buddhist death prayer as she readied herself. The morning was cold, though the air seemed heavy and promised another day of heat. She had hidden her children as best she could in the gare. They lay in perfect silence under piles of blankets. With a vast effort, Chaka-Hai put her fear for them aside, leaving it in a separate place so that her mind was clear. Some things were fate, what the Indian Buddhists called karma. Perhaps all the women and children would be killed that day. She could not know. All she desired was the chance to kill a man for the first time, to fulfill her duty to her husband and her children. Her bound right hand was shaking as she raised the blade, but she enjoyed the feeling of holding the weapon and took strength in it. Genghis would avenge her, she knew, unless he too had been killed. That was the thought she tried most to crush as it reared in her mind. How else could Arabs have come to the camp if not over a dead nation and the body of her husband? If Genghis still lived, he would surely have moved mountains to protect the camp. For a Mongol, the families were everything. Yet there was no sign of the Khan on the horizon, and Chaka-Hai struggled against despair, seeking a calm that came and went in flashes. At last she took a deep breath and felt her heart settle to a slow, heavy thump, her limbs strangely cold as if her blood had chilled in her veins. The riders were trotting toward the city of Gares. Life was just a restless fever dream, a short breath between longer sleep. She would reawaken and be reborn without the agony of memory. That, at least, was a blessing. The herds of Mongol ponies stirred nervously as the Shah rode in with his men. He could see ripples running through the animals, and in the strange silence he felt a sense of foreboding. He looked to the others to see if they too had a premonition of danger, but they were blindly eager for the hunt and leaned forward in their saddles. Ahead, threads of cooking smoke lifted lazily into air. It was already growing warm, and the Shah felt sweat trickle down his back as he reached the first gares. His guards spread themselves into a wide line as they rode into the maze, and the Shah felt his nerves tighten. The Mongol homes were high enough to conceal anything behind them. Even a mounted man couldn't see what lay beyond the next, and that made him uneasy. The camp seemed deserted. If not for the cooking fires, Ala-ad-Din might have thought the place empty of life. He had intended to ride through in one great sweep, killing anyone who ran across his path. Instead, the lanes and paths were silent, and the Arab horses drove deeper and deeper without seeing a living soul. Far above his head, an eagle circled, its head twitching back and forth as it searched for prey. He hadn't appreciated the sheer size of the Mongol encampment. Perhaps 20,000 Gers were in that place, or even more, a true city sprung from nothing in the wilderness. They had claimed the land on the banks of a nearby river, and Allah-ud-Din could see drying fish tied to racks of wood as he passed. Even the flies were quiet. He shrugged to himself, trying to throw off the dark mood. Already some of his men were dismounting to enter the Gers. He had heard the older men talk of threatening the children to make the women more pliable. The Shah sighed in irritation. Perhaps Jalal-ud-Din had been right. Once they were in the Gers, the morning would be lost. The Mongols couldn't be far behind, and he didn't intend to be caught in that desolate place. For the first time, he wished he had simply ridden past the camp. Allah-ud-Din watched as one of his son's friends ducked low to push open the door to a Ger. The entrance was almost too small for his massive shoulders. The Arab soldier stuck his bearded face through the opening, squinting into the gloom. Allah-ud-Din blinked as the man suddenly shuddered, his legs quivering as if he had begun a fit. To his astonishment, the soldier dropped to his knees, then fell flat into the Ger, his body still twitching. As he took a breath to give orders, Allah-ud-Din caught a movement out of the corner of his eye and brought his sword round in a sweeping blow. A woman had been creeping up on him, and the tip caught her across the face, gashing her jaw and breaking teeth. She fell back with blood pouring from her mouth, then, to his horror, leapt at him and sank a dagger into his thigh. His second blow took her head off cleanly, then the silence shattered into chaos all around him. The Gers erupted, and his warriors were instantly fighting for their lives. Ignoring the pain from his wound, the Shah spun his horse in place and used its bulk to shoulder down a woman and young boy who raced toward him, screaming and brandishing heavy knives. His men were veteran cavalry, used to defending their mounts from men on foot. Yet the Mongol women seemed to have no fear of death. They ran in close and cut either the horse or a man's leg before vanishing behind the nearest Ger. Allah-ud-Din saw more than one hacked down, then stagger in before death took them, using their last breath to plunge a blade into flesh. In heartbeats, every man of his 400 was fending off more than one, sometimes 4 or 5 different women. Horses bolted wildly as their haunches were cut, and men cried out in fear as they were pulled from their mounts and stabbed. The Arab guards held their nerve. More than half of them rode without care to surround the Shah, and the rest drew into close formation, each man watching for attacks on the others. The women darted at them from the side of every Ger, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. The Shah felt hemmed in, but he couldn't ride free and let the Khan tell the world he had run from women and children. One Ger had collapsed as a horse crashed into it, and he saw an iron stove broken open. He snapped an order to his manservant Abbas, watching eagerly as the man tore a great strip of felt and lit it from the scattered fire. The attacks became more desperate, but his men had the rhythm by then. The Shah could see some wild fools had dismounted to rape a young woman on the ground, and he rode furiously to them, using his horse to knock them aside. "Have you lost your minds?" he roared. "Get up! Up! Fire the Gers!" In the face of his fury, they drew a knife across the throat of the struggling woman and stood abashed. Abbas already had one Ger aflame. The closest guards took up pieces of the burning material in their hands, riding away with them to spread the terror as far as they could. Allah-ud-Din coughed as he breathed in thick gray smoke, but he exulted at the thought of the Khan coming back to a field of ashes and the cold dead. Jalal-ud-Din was the first to spot the running boys. They darted through the Gers near the river, weaving between paths, but always coming closer. Jalal-ud-Din could see hundreds of the devils running bare-chested with their hair flying. He swallowed nervously when he saw they carried bows like their fathers. Jalal-ud-Din had time to shout a warning to his men, and they raised their shields and charged down the paths at this new threat. The Mongol boys held their ground as the Arabs thundered toward them. Jalal-ud-Din's men heard a high voice shout an order, then the bows bent and arrows were flying in the breeze. Jalal-ud-Din yelled a curse as he saw men knocked down, but it was just a few. The boys were as accurate as the adults, but they didn't have the power to batter shafts through armor. The only deaths came from an arrow in the throat, and those were good odds. As Jalal-ud-Din drew close, the boys scattered before his men, vanishing into the labyrinth. He cursed an arrangement that meant they had to turn only one corner to be lost to view. Perhaps that was how the Mongols had intended it when they laid out their camps. Jalal-ud-Din cantered around a gare and found 3 of the boys in a huddle. 2 loosed a shot as soon as they saw him, the arrows passing wide. The other took a heartbeat longer and released his shaft just as Jalal-ud-Din's horse crashed into him, shattering the boy's ribs and tossing him away. Jalal-ud-Din roared in pain, looking down in disbelief at the arrow that had ripped along his thigh under the skin. It was not a bad wound, but he raged as he drew his sword and killed the dumbfounded pair before they could react. Another arrow whirred past his head from behind, though when he spun his mount round he could see no one. In the distance, smoke rose in thick billows as his father's men set fires. Already the sparks would be landing on other gares, burying themselves deeply in the dry felt. Jalal-ud-Din was completely alone, yet he sensed movement all around him. When he had been a very young boy, he had once been lost in a field of golden wheat, the crop taller than he was. All around him he had heard the scuttling, whispering movement of rats. The old terror surfaced. He couldn't bear to be alone in such a place, with creeping danger on all sides. Yet he was not a boy. He roared a challenge to the empty air and hammered along the closest path, heading for his father and where the smoke was thickest. The Shah's men had killed hundreds of the Mongol women, yet they still came and died. Fewer and fewer of them managed to draw blood from the guards, now that they were prepared. Alauddin was astonished at their ferocity, as fierce as the men who had ravaged his armies. His sword was bloody, and he burned with the need to punish them. He breathed heavy smoke and choked for a moment, delighting in the destruction as the fire spread from gare to gare. The center of the camp was aflame, and his men had developed a new tactic. As they saw a Mongol home burn, they waited outside the door for the inhabitants to come rushing out. Sometimes the Mongol women and children cut their way through the felt walls, but more and more were slaughtered as they rushed armed and mounted men. Some were already on fire and chose to die on swords rather than burn. Chaka Hai ran on bare feet toward a warrior with his back to her. The Arab horse seemed huge as she approached, the man on its back so far above her that she couldn't see how to hurt him. The crackle of flames hid the sound of her steps as she raced across the grass. Still he didn't turn, and as he shouted to another man, she saw he wore a leather tunic decorated in plates of some dark metal. The world slowed as she reached the hind quarters of his mount, and he sensed her. He began to turn, moving as if in a dream. Chaka Hai saw a glimpse of flesh at his waist between his belt and the leather armor. She darted in without hesitation, ramming the blade upwards as Berthe had told her to do. The shock of it thrilled along her arm, and the man gasped, his head snapping back so that he stared at the sky. Chaka Hai yanked the blade and found it had wedged in him, trapped in flesh. She pulled at it in a frenzy and didn't dare look at the Arab as he brought his sword arm up to kill her. The blade came loose and she fell backwards, her arm covered in his blood. The Arab slumped and fell almost beside her, so that for an instant their eyes met. She struck out again in panic, but he was already dead. She stood then, her chest heaving as she was filled with dark pleasure. Let them all die in such a way, with their bowels opening and their bladders darkening the ground. She heard galloping hooves and looked up dazedly as another Arab stallion came to smash her from her feet. She couldn't move in time, and the exhilaration of the kill left her to be replaced by a vast weariness. Facing the Arab soldier, she saw Yao Shu before he did. The Buddhist monk shot across the face of the horse, aiming a heavy stick at a foreleg. She heard a crack, and the animal went down hard. As she watched in a daze, it turned right over in front of her, crushing the man on its back. Chaka-Hai could only stare at the kicking legs, seeing that one of them hung at a vicious angle. She felt Yao Shu's hands pulling her between gares, and then the world came back in a rush, and she began to retch weakly. The little monk moved as jerkily as a bird, looking for the next threat. He caught her staring at him and only nodded, raising the stick he had used in salute. "Thank you," she said, bowing her head. She would reward him if they survived it, she promised herself. Genghis would honor him before them all. "Come with me," he said, letting his hand rest briefly on her shoulder before he led the way through the gares away from the fire. Chaka-Hai looked at the blood staining the wrap on her right hand and felt only satisfaction at the memory. Genghis would be proud of her if he still lived. Alauddin turned his head as he heard a series of short, hard sounds. He didn't understand the words, only that men were coming. His stomach twisted in panic that the Khan had tracked him down already. He bawled new orders for his men to leave the gares and face the enemy. Many of them were lost to him in an orgy of destruction, their faces wild with fanatic madness. Jalauddin heard as he raced in, and 2 more of his sons repeated the orders, shouting until they were hoarse. The smoke was thick, and at first Alauddin could see nothing, hear nothing but approaching hooves. The sound echoed through the encampment, and his mouth went dry. Surely there were thousands coming for his head. Out of the smoke, horses came at full gallop, the whites of their eyes showing clearly as they ran. They had no men on their backs, but in that confined place they couldn't stop for the Shah's men. With Jalauddin, Alauddin was fast enough to dodge behind a gare, but others reacted too slowly. The horses ran like a river bursting its banks through the camp, and many of his guards were knocked down and trampled. Behind the Mongol mounts came the maimed men. Alauddin heard their battle cries as they raced by in the host of horses. They were both young and old, many without limbs. One of them turned to kill the Shah, and Alauddin saw the man carried only a heavy stick in his left hand. His right was missing. The Mongol warrior died swiftly under Jalauddin's sword, but some of them held bows, and the Shah shuddered at the song of arrows in the air once more. He had heard it too often over the previous month. The smell of blood and fire was in the air, too thick to breathe as more and more gares took flame. Alauddin looked for his officers, but they were all defending themselves. He felt surrounded, helpless in the confining maze of gares. "With me! To your Shah! With me!" he roared, digging in his heels. He had barely been able to hold his horse in place. Released, the animal moved like it had been shot from a bow, careering across the camp and leaving the smoke and terror behind. Jalauddin repeated his order, and the survivors followed, as relieved as their master to be away from the fighting. The Shah rode blindly, standing high on his stirrups for some sign that he was heading the right way. Where was the river? He would have given a second sun for an elephant's height to let him see his way out. Even as his men fought free of the stampeding horses and the maimed men, he saw lines of children, boys and girls alike, rushing along the gares on either side. Arrows flew at his men, and knives were thrown, but none fell, and he didn't stop until the river was in sight. There was no time to look for a fording place. The Shah plunged into the freezing water, the shock of it numbing him as spray spattered on all sides. "Allah be thanked it is not too deep," he thought as his horse surged across to the far bank. He almost fell from the saddle as the animal struggled up through mud worn smooth by the river. At last he had firm ground under him, and he rested, panting and looking back at the burning camp. Kokchu cowered in the shadow of a gare as Arab warriors raced past, unaware of him. The maimed warriors pursued them with guttural yells, and they were fearsome to behold. Kokchu had tended many of their wounds and cut limbs from screaming men as helpless as babies. But those who had lived had nothing left to lose. Men who couldn't walk could yet ride, and many of them gave their lives willingly, knowing that they would never again have a chance to fight for the Khan. Kokchu saw one who was missing his right leg to the knee. His balance was all wrong, but when the Arabs slowed on the narrow paths, the warrior caught a straggler and threw himself at him, sending them both to the ground. The warrior held on tightly, desperate to kill before his enemy regained his feet. They had fallen next to Kokchu, and the shaman saw the warrior's gaze fall on him, desperate for help. Kokchu stood back, though he fingered his knife nervously. The felled Arab plunged a knife into the warrior's side and ripped it back and forth with savage strength. Still the man fought on, his arms iron-strong from years supporting his weight. One of them was around the Arab's throat, and it tightened convulsively, the fingers crushing. The Arab choked and stabbed in a frenzy as he grew purple. Kokchu darted forward and used his knife to slit the Arab's throat, gashing the warrior's fingers as he did so. Blood poured as both men died together, but Kokchu stepped in, his fear vanishing in rage at a helpless enemy. As the Arab fell back, Kokchu jammed in the knife again and again, keening mindlessly to himself until he was chopping at dead meat. He rose, panting, his hands on his knees as he sucked great lungfuls of warm air. In the gloom of a nearby gare, he saw Genghis's sister Temujin staring at him and wondered what she thought she had seen. She smiled then, and he relaxed. He couldn't have saved the maimed warrior, he was almost sure. The flames around Kokchu seemed to heat his blood, perhaps also the wildness that came from feeling death pulse under his hands. He felt strong as he took 3 strides to the gare and pushed his way in with her, yanking the door closed behind them. The thought of her golden skin taut with lines of dried blood filled his mind, maddening him. She wasn't strong enough to resist as he pulled her dell from her shoulders, exposing her to the waist. The lines he had drawn were still there, pathetic proof of her faith. He began to devour them, licking off the bitter taste. He felt her hands striking at him, but they were distant and brought no pain. He told himself she felt the same passion as he pushed her back on the low bed, ignoring the desperate cries that no one else would hear. Part of him screamed that it was madness, but he was lost for a time as he moved in her, his eyes like black glass. Tsubodai and Jabeh had seen the smoke from afar and arrived at the camp in the early evening, their horses lathered and exhausted. Almost 10,000 gares had been burned, and the stink of it was sour on the breeze. Even then there were hundreds of women and children roaming the camp with leather buckets, pouring river water on anything that still smoldered. Dozens of the Shah's guard lay dead on the ground, to be kicked and abused by children as they passed by. Tsubodai came across the bodies of 5 girls lying sprawled between a gare. He dismounted and knelt with them for a while, saying quiet words of apology that they couldn't hear. When he rose, Jabeh was there, and both men shared a complete understanding. The Shah would not escape them, no matter where he ran. Chapter 19. The nation had gathered around Otrar, holding it in a fist. In normal times, the idea of the Khan's sons running a race would have been an event for the warriors. They would have wagered fortunes on which brother would be first to touch the walls of the city. In the end, when Jochi staggered in with Chagatai some way behind, their arrival went almost unnoticed. The nation waited for news that the camp was safe, and every man there had parents, wives, or children. Jochi's Taman hadn't met his eyes when he caught sight of the tiger skin draped across his horse. The beast's dried head had been roughly hacked from it, the sole sign that Genghis hadn't forgotten his sons fighting in front of the ranks. Jochi had fingered the torn skin in silence for a time, then turned away. When the first riders came a day later, the Tamans reeled at the news, everything they had feared. For a time, they were left with hope that their families might have been spared, but Hassar arrived with the survivors and the dead. Warriors ran to each cart as it came in, searching for their wives and children. Others waited in silent agony as the weary women passed them, desperate for a face they knew. Some were rewarded by a sharp cry and an embrace. Most were left standing, alone. It took more than a month to collect every fallen warrior on the path back through the hills in the south. The Arabs were left to rot, but those who had fought for Genghis were brought in and treated with honor. Their bodies were stripped of armor and wrapped in soft white felt before being taken on carts to the highest peaks they could see and laid out for the hawks and eagles of that realm. The women who had died were tended by their sisters and mothers, with Chakahai, Berthe, and Weilun overseeing the grim work. Genghis had come to view the dead face of his sister when she was brought in. She had been found naked, with her throat cut in one great slash. His grief had been terrible to see. It was one more crime to bring to the feet of the Shah. His mother had aged overnight at the news, so that Weilun seemed constantly dazed and had to be taken by the arm wherever she went. She had lost a son many years before, and ancient wounds bled again, leaving her ruined with tears. When Genghis turned his gaze on Otrar, those who saw knew the city would be reduced to dust in a hot wind. The catapults had been destroyed on their hill, deliberately set on fire as the Otrar garrison broke out and raced away to their own destruction. 12 good men had been found around the charred timbers, cut down as they held their posts to the last. Genghis had merely grunted when that news reached him and set his Chin artisans to making more with Korean lumber. The end of summer was quiet as they rested and recovered, with simmering rage always close to the surface. The city waited for them, and no one came to the high walls anymore, still marked with soot from the burning oil Samuka had sent against them. Hosa and Samuka had been found among the heaped dead and been honored for the enemies they had taken with them. The storytellers wove their tale into ballads for the evenings, while the empty flesh was taken with the rest, with no more ceremony than the lowest warrior of the tribes. In the distance, the peaks were covered with the dead, and birds of prey hung like a dark cloud above them, feasting. Winter in that place was a weak thing compared to the bitter cold they knew in the north. Genghis couldn't know the mind of the governor of Otrar, but the onset of colder months seemed to bring agitation to the city, while the Mongols waited for the catapults to be rebuilt. There was no sense of urgency in the tribes. They didn't need to move to live, and one place was as good as any other. The city would fall, and if the inhabitants suffered as they waited, that too was well-deserved. As the days grew shorter, Genghis could sometimes see distant figures on the walls, pointing and talking. Perhaps they could see the frames growing on the hill outside the city. He didn't know or care. At times he was almost listless. Even after the catapults were finished, he didn't give the order, preferring to stay in his gare and drink through a black depression. He didn't want to see accusation in the eyes of those who had lost their families. It had been his decision, and he tortured himself with grief and fury, sleeping only when the drink made him pass out. The gates of Otrar opened without warning on a day of gray clouds and threatening rain. The Mongol army sent up a storm of sound, beating spears and bows on shields, showing their anger in the discordant clashing. Before Genghis or his remaining generals could respond, a small group of men came walking out, and the gates closed swiftly behind them. Genghis was talking to Hassar when he heard the howl of the warriors. He walked slowly to his horse and climbed stiffly into the saddle, staring at Otrar. Just 12 men had left the protection of the walls. As Genghis watched, he saw his warriors riding hard at them, their swords bared. He might have stopped them, but he kept his mouth firmly shut. The 12 Arabs bore one of their number trussed between them, his feet dragging on the dusty ground. They cowered back from the warriors swirling around them and held up their free hands to show they were unarmed. To the Mongols, that too was a provocation. Any man fool enough to venture among them without a blade or bow just excited their lust to kill. Genghis watched impassively as the warriors galloped along the face of the men's progress. Closer and closer they rode until one of them clipped an Arab with his horse's shoulder, sending him spinning. The small group paused in sudden terror, and Genghis could see them calling to their fallen companion as he tried to struggle up. More warriors forced them on, yipping and urging as they might a lost sheep or goat. The man was left behind, and warriors dismounted to finish him. The sound of his screams echoed from the walls of Otrar. The group of Arabs moved on, glancing back in horror. Another was knocked down with a blow from a sword hilt, so that a flap of his scalp was torn and blood covered his face. He, too, was left behind in a welter of kicking, stabbing men. Genghis sat his horse in silence as he observed their progress. 2 Mongol women approached one of the Arabs and pulled him away from the others. He yelled something in his strange language and held both hands out and open, but they laughed at him and held him back from his companions. When they had passed, the man began to scream, and this time he did not die quickly. The sounds grew in intensity, going on and on. When there were just 6 left of the group, Genghis held up his hand, sitting straight-backed in the morning sun. Those who had watched for his signal pulled away from the bloodied Arabs and allowed a path to the Khan. The group staggered on, pale with what they had seen. When they reached Genghis, they fell to the ground, abasing themselves before him. Their prisoner writhed in the dust, the whites of his eyes showing. Genghis watched coldly as one of the Arabs lifted his head and spoke in the Chin language, his words slow. "My lord, we have come to discuss peace," he said. Genghis didn't reply and only looked back at Otrar to where the walls were once again black with small figures, watching. The man swallowed the dust in his throat and tried again. "The city council has voted to hand over our governor to you, Lord. We were led into war against our will, and we are innocent. We beg you to spare us and take only Governor Inalchuk, who is the author of our troubles." The man settled back to the dust now that the words were spoken. He couldn't understand why he and his companions had been attacked. He wasn't even sure if the Khan had understood his words. Genghis gave no sign of it, and the silence lengthened. The governor had been gagged as well as tied. Genghis heard the moan of muffled words and gestured to Hassar to cut the gag. His brother wasn't gentle, and the blade sliced across Inalchuk's lips as the cloth parted, making him cry out and spit blood. "These men have no power over me," Inalchuk said through his pain. "Let me negotiate for my life, Lord Khan." Genghis had learned only a few words of Arabic and couldn't understand. He waited patiently while an Arab merchant was brought, one of those who spoke many tongues. The merchant arrived looking as nervous as the others lying in the dust. Genghis gestured for the governor to speak again and listened patiently to the translation into the Chin language. It occurred to him that he had better set Temugay to training more men in the task if he intended to stay long in Arab lands. It was hard to make himself care. When he understood Inalchuk, Genghis chuckled cruelly, waving away a fly that buzzed around his face. "They have tied you like a sheep for slaughter and delivered you to your enemy, yet you say they have no power over you?" he said. "What other power is there?" As the interpreter stumbled through the reply, Inalchuk struggled into a sitting position and touched his bound hands to his bleeding face, wincing. "There is no council in Otrar, Lord. These are mere traders of my city. They do not speak for one appointed by the Shah himself." One of the Arabs began to spit an answer, but Khassar lunged at him, kicking him onto his back. "Be silent!" Khassar snapped. He drew his sword, and the battered Arabs followed the movement with nervous eyes. No interpretation was needed, and the man didn't try to speak again. "Spare my life, and I will have 6,000 oka of silver delivered to you," Inel-Chuk declared. The interpreter hesitated over the sum, and Genghis looked over to him. Under that yellow gaze, the shaking Arab merchant lowered himself to the ground with the others. "Lord, I do not know the word in the Chin tongue. It is a term of weight used by gold and silversmiths." "No doubt he offers a great deal," Genghis replied. "He has set the value of his own life, after all." The interpreter nodded where he lay. "The weight in silver of many men, Lord, perhaps 100 or even more." Genghis considered, glancing up at the walls of Otrar that still loomed over his army. After a time he cut the air with his hand. "These others will be given to the women to use as they see fit. The governor will live for now," he said. He caught Khassar's surprise out of the corner of his eye, but didn't respond to it. "Fetch Temugay to me," Genghis went on. "They are watching us on the walls of Otrar. I will give them something to see." His brother Temugay came quickly at the summons, barely glancing at the bloody dust or the governor, who still sat with his eyes darting from man to man. "How much silver do we have in the camp, Temugay?" Genghis asked. "Perhaps 100 carts of it, my lord Khan," Temugay replied. "I have accounted for every coin, but I would have to bring my records if—" "Bring me the weight of a man in that metal," Genghis said. He sensed Inel-Chuk staring at him and smiled slowly. "And one of the moving forges Tsubodai brought back. I want the silver to run like water before sunset. Do you understand?" "Of course, Lord Khan," Temugay replied, though he didn't understand at all. He hurried away to do his brother's bidding. The population of Otrar crowded onto the walls of the city to see what would become of the governor they had sent out to the Mongol army. They had suffered through the battle between the garrison and Samuka's men. When the garrison had broken out at last, their mood had been jubilant. The Shah was coming to relieve the city, and they would be saved. Instead, the Mongol army had come back unchallenged from the south to surround them. They didn't know if the Shah still lived, but how could the Khan sit outside their walls if he did? It had taken months for the merchants to form a council, and days of secret talks before they had surprised Inel-Chuk in his bed and trust him to be handed over. The Mongols had no grudge against the citizens of Otrar, only the man who had provoked them. Families stood together on the walls and prayed that they would be saved. Before the sun set, Genghis had Inel-Chuk brought to within arrow-shot of the walls. It was a dangerous thing to do, but he guessed rightly that the people within wouldn't dare risk a shot at the one man who could choose to spare them. Just 100 yards from the iron gates, he had Inel-Chuk kneel with his hands freshly tied in front. The sight of the smoking forge hadn't been lost on the governor of Otrar. It, too, had been wheeled close to the walls of his city, and he could smell the tang of hot metal on the breeze. He doubled his offer, then doubled it again, until Genghis told the interpreter to hold his tongue or lose it. They made a strange group standing alone before the city. 3 burly men worked the forge bellows under Temugay's direction. Genghis stood by the prisoner with Khassar, but the rest of the Mongol army stood back in silent ranks, watching. At last the forge workers nodded that the silver coins were molten, held in a cauldron of black iron. One of them dipped a stick into the liquid within. It charred on contact, while drops of silver hissed and spat. Two of the men ran long wooden poles through the cauldron handles and lifted it clear of the iron box and the white heat of charcoal and bellows. Inalchuk moaned in terror as he saw them bring it out, heating the air to a haze above the simmering contents. 100,000 oka of silver, Lord, he said, sweating. The interpreter glanced up but did not speak, and Inalchuk began to pray aloud. As the carriers came forward, Genghis stared into the bowl of liquid silver and nodded to himself. "Say these words to him in his own tongue," he said to the interpreter. "I have no use for silver or gold." Inalchuk looked up in desperate hope as the interpreter spoke. "What is he doing, my friend? In the name of Allah, tell me if I am to die." The interpreter held his breath for a moment, staring in sick fascination at the silver as it slopped against the sides of the iron and coated them. "I think that you are," he admitted. "It will at least be quick, so prepare your soul for God." Oblivious to the exchange, Genghis went on. "Accept this gift from me, Governor of Otrar," he said. "You may keep what you can hold." Genghis turned to Hassar, his face cold. "Have him hold out his hands, but be careful you are not burned." Hassar knocked Inalchuk down with a blow to his head that left him dazed. He mimed holding out his hands, and the governor began to yell, refusing. Even a sword held to his throat wouldn't make him raise his hands. In growing anger, Hassar took him by the elbow and shoulder and snapped a bone with his knee, as if breaking a stick. Inalchuk screamed, still struggling. Genghis nodded, and Hassar walked round to break the other arm. "Do as they want, brother," the interpreter snapped. "You may live." Inalchuk heard through his madness and, sobbing, held out the bound hands, one supporting the other as it hung limp. Genghis nodded to the forge men, and they tipped the cauldron, slopping silver toward the edge. A flood of bubbling metal covered the governor's hands so that for a moment it looked as if he held shining rain. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. His fingers were welded together in the heat, the flesh dissolving. He fell backwards, jerking away and landing on his face, drool spilling from his mouth as his lips made a paste of dust. His eyes were blank as Genghis came to stand over him, looking with interest at hands that seemed twice their usual size. "You brought me to this dry land," Genghis told the shuddering figure. "I offered you peace and trade, and you sent me the heads of my men. Now I have given you your precious silver to hold." Inalchuk said nothing, though his lips worked soundlessly. "Do you have no words to thank me?" Genghis went on. "Is your throat too dry? Accept this drink from me to slake your thirst. Then you will know a small echo of the pain you have caused." The interpreter was silent in horror, but Inalchuk was past hearing. The Khan didn't bother to watch as the forge men brought up their pot and poured the rest of the metal over the governor's face. His oiled beard ignited, and the open mouth filled, but Genghis only stared at the people on the walls. Many of them turned away, understanding at last that death would come for them. "The catapults are finished, Hassar," Genghis said, still staring up at the city. "You will begin breaking the walls tomorrow at dawn. I want each stone removed from every other. Otrar will not be rebuilt when we have gone. This city will be swept from the face of the world with every living thing in it." Hassar shared the depths of his brother's hatred. He bowed his head. "Your will, my Lord Khan." The old man listened at a tiny grill set high in the wall of the cell. He could see only bare outlines in the gloom, but he heard the sounds of a young body stirring as it rose from drugged sleep. He was patient as he waited. How many times had he guided a boy through the ritual of awakening? He had shown the garden to his new recruit, with its glory enhanced by the drug in wine, sweetened almost to a syrup. He had shown him paradise, and now, in the darkness, he would see hell. The old man smiled to himself as he heard a voice cry out below in horror. He could imagine the shock and confusion, recalling how he had felt himself so many years before. The smell of dead flesh was strong in that little cell, the bodies greasy with loose flesh as they lay over the young warrior. The old man heard him whisper and sob as he struggled with the limp limbs covering him. It would seem as if only moments had passed since he sat in a place so beautiful that it was almost painful. The old man had perfected the garden and chosen the women well, down to the last detail. They were exquisite creatures, and the drug had inflamed the young man so that every light touch on his skin had driven him almost to madness. Then he had closed his eyes for an instant and woken with the stinking dead. The old man strained his eyes to see into the gloom. He could see flailing movement as the boy cast around him. He would feel soft matter under his hands in the darkness, perhaps feel the movement of maggots in the meat. The boy moaned, and the old man heard him vomit. The stench was appalling, and the old man pressed a pouch of rose petals to his nose as he waited. The moment was always delicate, but he was a master of his art. The boy was naked in that place of the slippery dead. The old man saw him plucking at shreds of glistening skin where they had clung to his own. His mind would be fragile, his heart racing to the point of death. The old man thought only the very young could survive such an experience, but even they were haunted by it forever after. The boy yelled suddenly, his attention caught by a shifting mass of rotting flesh. The old man smiled at his terrified imaginings and readied the shuttered lamp at his feet where no stray glow could spoil the lesson. Below him, the boy prayed to Allah to deliver him from his stinking pit of hell. The old man threw open the door to the cell, his lamp shattering the gloom, so that the boy was blinded and fell back with hands over his eyes. To the old man's pleasure, he heard the spatter of hot urine as the boy's bladder gave way. He had judged the moment well. Tears streamed below the clasped hands. "I have shown you paradise," the old man said, "and I have shown you hell. Shall I leave you here for 1,000 lifetimes, or shall I take you back to the world? Which one awaits you depends on how well you follow me. On your soul, speak truly. Will you dedicate your life to me to spend as I see fit?" The boy was 15 years old. As he knelt and wept, the last traces of sticky hashish faded from his young body, leaving him shaking and weak. "Please, anything you ask, I am yours," he said, sobbing. Still, he didn't dare open his eyes in case he found the vision gone and was left alone once more. The old man pressed a cup to his lips and let him smell the resin that was said to give courage. The boy gulped at it, the purple wine running down his bare chest and arms. The old man grunted in satisfaction as the boy slumped back, his senses spinning away. When the boy awoke, he lay on clean sheets in a bare stone room, somewhere in the fastness that was the old man's sanctuary from the world. Alone, he wept at what he had seen, unaware that he was still observed. As he swung his legs over and tried to rise, he was filled with determination never to see the demons of the dead room again. He shuddered to remember the way the bodies had moved and stared at him, each memory more vivid and terrifying than the last. He thought he would have gone insane if the garden had not remained also in his mind. Its peace had protected him even in hell. The wooden door to the room opened, and the boy took a deep breath as he stood before the man of power who had brought him out of that place. The old man was short and burly, his eyes fierce in a face as dark as mahogany. His beard was oiled and perfect, but his clothes were simple as always, suited to one who refused all the tawdry trappings of wealth. The boy threw himself full length on the cool stone, prostrating himself for his deliverance. "You understand at last," the old man said softly. "I have taken you by the hand and shown you both glory and failure. Which will you choose when the time comes?" "I will choose glory, master," he said, shaking. "Your life is just a bird's flight through a lit room. You pass from infinite darkness into endless night, with only a short time in between. The room does not matter. Your life does not matter. Only how you prepare for the next." "I understand," the boy said. He could feel the oily touch of dead limbs on his skin even then, and he shuddered. Pity those who do not know what comes after death. You can stand strong among them, for you have seen both heaven and hell, and you will not falter. The leader of the assassins raised the boy to his feet with a gentle hand. "Now you may join your brothers. Men like you who have been allowed to press their eye to a crack in the walls of reality. You will not fail them or me when you bring a perfect death to the feet of Allah." "I will not, master," the boy replied, more certain than he had ever been in his young life. "Tell me whom I must kill. I will not fail." The old man smiled, always touched by the earnest faith of the young warriors he sent out into the world. He had been one of them once, and when the nights were dark and cold, he still sometimes ached for the garden he had been shown. When death took him at last, he could only hope the real thing was as wonderful as the one he had created. Let there be hashish resin in paradise, he thought. Let him be as young and lithe as the boy before him. "You will travel with your brothers to the camp of the Mongol Khan, he who calls himself Genghis." "Amongst the infidel, master," the boy stammered, already feeling unclean. "Even so. Your faith will keep you strong. For this, and only this, you have trained with us for 5 years. You have been chosen for your skill with languages. You may serve Allah well with his gift." The old man rested a hand on the boy's shoulder, his palm seeming to radiate heat. "Get close to the Khan, and when the moment is right, tear his life from him with a single thrust to the heart. Do you understand the price of failure?" The boy swallowed painfully, the pit fresh in his mind. "I will not fail, master. I swear it."
This ends Disc 7. Genghis, Bones of the Hills, Disc 8.
Part 2. Chapter 20. There was no breeze in the summer heat. The air was still, and the sun emptied the streets for hours around midday. The city of Al-Mashan wasn't much more than a walled fortress, ancient and dusty, though a shining river ran along its flank. There were no women and children out on the river banks that day. Al-Mashan was shut tight, packed with people and animals from the farms all around. The marketplaces smelled of fear and cesspools that oozed their filth through to the surface and couldn't be emptied. In the distance, the city merchants could hear a whispering thunder growing all the time. Those on the ground could only look up to guard the posts on the walls and pray for deliverance. Even the beggars had ceased their calls for alms. "Be ready," Ibrahim called to the men at the gate below. He stared out over the wall, his heart thumping in his chest. Al-Mashan was surrounded by thin soil, too poor to farm well, yet they had never depended on crops for their wealth. In the heat haze, a black line of riders approached at frightening speed. They were the reason Ibrahim's beloved city was packed with strangers. Merchants and trading caravans had raced inside the walls for safety. Ibrahim had levied a tax on all of them, fully half of the goods they sought to protect. None of them had dared complain. If they survived the Mongol attack, Ibrahim knew he would be an extremely wealthy man, but he was not confident. His little city had stood for 700 years on the banks of that river. Its merchants had traveled as far as Chin lands and Spain, bringing back treasures and priceless knowledge, yet never so obviously that they excited the interest of kings and shahs. The elders of Al-Mashan paid their taxes on time, while they made fortunes on the backs of infidel slaves. The little city had built its walls and granaries on those profits, becoming a hub for the sale of flesh. Farmland wouldn't have brought Ibrahim the wealth he already enjoyed, or even a small piece of it. He strained his eyes against the brutal glare, his splayed hands gripping dark stones that had been part of a fort more ancient than anyone could know. Before even that, the city had once been just a place for slave traders to rest by the river before heading south or east to the great markets. Al-Mashan had risen from the ground and claimed them for its own. Ibrahim sighed to himself. From what he had heard, the Mongols didn't understand trade. They would see only an enemy city. His turban soaked up sweat, but he still wiped his hand across his face, leaving a dark patch on the cool white cloth of his robe. Ahead of the Mongol riders, a lone Bedouin raced, looking back over his shoulder as he galloped. Ibrahim could see he rode a fine black horse, the animal's size and speed barely keeping him ahead of his pursuers. Ibrahim drummed his fingers on the rough stone as he considered whether to open the small door set into the gate. Clearly, the desert warrior thought he was running to safety, but if the gates remained closed, perhaps the Mongols wouldn't attack. If the man was allowed to enter, how long would Al-Mashan withstand the assault that would surely follow? Indecision racked Ibrahim as he turned and looked down. The souks and bazaars still chattered with news of the Shah's defeat, and he was desperate for fresh news, but not at the cost of his city. No. Ibrahim decided to keep the gate closed and let the man die. His mind filled with anger at the thought of the infidels snatching a Moslem right before the city, but Ibrahim had many families looking to him for their safety. Perhaps the Mongols would pass by once they had shed blood. Ibrahim would pray for the man's soul. The Mongol line had come close enough for Ibrahim to see individual mounts. He shuddered at the sight of the fierce warriors who had undone Shah Ala-ad-Din Mohammed and broken his great host in sight of Otrar. Yet he saw no catapults or carts, no sign of the great raiding nation that had spilled out of mountains to the east. Perhaps 3,000 men rode toward his city, but mounted men alone couldn't trouble Al-Mashan. The stone under his hands reflected the wealth of centuries of slaving. The walls kept that wealth safe, as well as those who lived there. Ibrahim's heart was bitter as he watched the Arab rider rein in before the city gate. The man gestured desperately, spinning his horse in place as he yelled to those who watched. "Let me in!" he yelled. "See those behind me?" Ibrahim felt the gaze of other men rest on him. He stood very straight as he shook his head. The Mongols were just half a mile away, and he could hear the rumble of their hooves. Al-Mashan was independent and always had been. He couldn't risk the anger of this foreign Khan. The Arab below gaped, darting a glance back at the warriors running him down. "For the love of Allah!" he roared. "Would you leave me to be killed? I have news you must hear." Ibrahim clenched his fist, shaking. He saw the man's horse was laden with saddlebags. Was he a messenger? What news could be so important? The Mongols, the infidels, were just heartbeats away. Ibrahim could hear the snorting mounts and the guttural calls of their men as they bent their bows. He cursed to himself under his breath as he looked away. What was one life in comparison to a city? Al-Mashan would survive. Below his feet, Ibrahim heard raised voices, and he stepped back from the parapet to peer below at the source. To his horror, he saw his brother smash a guard across the face with his hand. The man fell, and though Ibrahim cried out in anger, his brother lifted the locking bar, and a beam of solid sunlight lit the gloom below. Before Ibrahim could shout again, the door closed, and the panting Bedouin was safe inside. Red with rage, Ibrahim raced down the stone steps to the street below. "You fools!" he roared. "What have you done?" The guards wouldn't meet his eyes, but his brother only shrugged. The door in the gate shook suddenly, making them all jump. The bar rattled under an impact, and above, someone fell back from the wall with an arrow in his shoulder. Ibrahim winced as, outside, Mongol warriors howled their frustration. "You have killed us all," Ibrahim said in fury. He felt the cool gaze of the man who had entered Al-Mashan and ignored it. "Send him back out to them, and they may yet spare us." His brother shrugged. "Inshallah," he murmured. Their fate was in God's hands. He had acted, and the man was inside their city. The noise from outside increased in volume, making them all sweat. The messenger was panting at his narrow deliverance. He stood for a moment with his hands on his knees, and Ibrahim saw that he had brought the saddlebags with him. "My name is Yusuf al-Ghani," he said as he recovered. He hadn't missed the exchange between the two brothers, and his eyes were very cold as he addressed Ibrahim. "Do not fear for your city. The Mongol animals have no siege weapons. Your walls are safe from them. Be thankful that you didn't earn Allah's displeasure with your cowardice." Ibrahim crushed his rage and frustration to reply. "For you alone, my brother has put us all in danger. We are a trading city, and only our walls keep us safe. What news is so important that you risked your life to come to Al-Mashan?" Yusuf smiled, showing very white teeth in his sun-darkened face. "I have news of a great victory, but not for your ears. Take me to the Shah, and I will raise his heart." Ibrahim blinked in confusion, looking to his brother and back to this confident young man. "Shah Mohammed is not in Al-Mashan, brother. Is that what you thought?" Yusuf grinned, unabashed. "Do not play games, my friend. He will want to hear what I know. Take me to him, and I will not mention how you nearly let me die before your walls." Ibrahim spluttered in confusion. "Truly, he is not in Al-Mashan. Is he coming here? Let me have drinks and food brought for you. Tell me what you know, and I will pass it on when the Shah arrives." The messenger's smile faded slowly as he understood, replaced by a great weariness. "I had hoped he would be here," he muttered to himself. Ibrahim watched as the young man tapped the fingers of one hand on the leather saddlebags, as if the contents had grown too hot to hold comfortably. "I must leave," Yusuf said suddenly. He bowed to Ibrahim, though the gesture was formal and stiff. "My words are for the Shah alone, and if he is not in this place, I must travel to the next city. Perhaps they will not make me wait until the very last moment to let me in." Ibrahim would have replied, but the noise at the gate ceased as suddenly as it had begun. With a nervous glance at his idiot brother, he raced back up the stone steps to the walls. The other men followed him, and together they gazed out. The Mongols were riding away. Ibrahim breathed in relief and thanked Allah for his city. How many times had the council complained of the cost when he had reinforced and repaired the crumbling walls? He had been right, and 1,000 times right. The Mongols couldn't assault his home without their stone-throwers, perhaps not even then. Al-Mashan scorned their swords and bows. Ibrahim watched in delight as the enemy warriors rode clear without looking back. "They are clever," Yusuf said at his shoulder. "It could be that they seek to lull us. I have seen it before. Do not trust them, master." Ibrahim's confidence had grown, and he was expansive as he replied. "They cannot break our walls, Yusuf. Now will you take cold drinks in my house? I am curious to know the messages you carry." To his frustration, the young man shook his head, his attention still on the Mongol riders. "I will not stay here, not when the Shah is close by. He must be told. Greater cities than this one depend on me reaching him." Before Ibrahim could reply, the man leaned over the parapet, looking down. "Did they kill my horse?" he asked. Ibrahim's brother cleared his throat. "They took it," he said. Yusuf swore as he went on. "I have a good mount, a mare. You could have her." "I will buy her from you," Yusuf replied. Ibrahim's brother bowed his head, though he was relieved at the offer. "She is very strong. For the Shah's man I will give you an excellent price," he said. Ibrahim could only stand with his fists clenched as his brother sent a man to bring his second-best mare to the gate. The young messenger strode back down the stone steps, and Ibrahim was forced to follow with the others. He couldn't help glancing at the bulging saddlebags once more, silently considering whether the contents would be worth cutting a man's throat. As the thought formed, Yusuf seemed to sense it and smiled again. "There is nothing of value in my bags, master," he said. He reached up and tapped his head. "My messages are all in here." Ibrahim colored, flustered that the young man had guessed his thoughts. When the mare came, the messenger inspected the animal with the eye of one who knew horses. At last he was satisfied and paid Ibrahim's brother more than he had asked, honoring him. Sourly, Ibrahim watched the young man check the belly strap and reins. Above their heads the guards called that the way was clear. "I would pay well to hear those messages," Ibrahim said suddenly. To his surprise, the messenger hesitated. "In gold," Ibrahim went on, sensing the first weakness. "Very well, master," Yusuf replied. "I need funds to continue my search for the Shah, but it must be quick." As Ibrahim fought to hide his pleasure, the messenger passed the reins to a guard and followed him to the nearest house. The family within made no protest when Ibrahim told them to leave. In just moments he was alone with the messenger, almost quivering to hear the news. "The gold you promised," Yusuf said softly. In his excitement, Ibrahim didn't hesitate. He took a full pouch from under his robe, still warm and damp from his skin. The younger man hefted it, glancing at the contents with a wry smile before making it disappear. "This is for you alone, master," Yusuf said, his voice almost a whisper. "My poverty forces me to speak, but it is not for all ears." "Tell me," Ibrahim urged. It will go no further. Bukhara has fallen, but the garrison at Samarkand achieved a great victory. The Khan's army was shattered in the field. For this year alone they are weak. If the Shah returns to lead his loyal cities, he will have all their heads. If he comes, master. That is why I must find him quickly." "Allah be praised," Ibrahim whispered. "I see now why you cannot delay." The messenger pressed his hands to his forehead, lips, and heart in the ancient gesture. "I am the Shah's servant in this, master. The blessing of Allah on you and your honorable house. Now I must ride." Ibrahim moved quickly then, striding with more confidence back to the gate. He felt the eyes of all his men on him, and even his foolish brother stared as if he might discern what the messages had been. Once more the small door in the gate opened to let in sunlight and air to that stifling place under the walls. The messenger bowed to Ibrahim and then led his mount through the gap. The door was shut and barred behind him, and he dug in his heels, riding hard across the dusty ground. It was sunset before Yusuf caught up with the Taman of Zubodai and Jebeh. He rode into the makeshift camp they had made, acknowledging the calls of warriors. He was 19 years old and more than pleased with himself. Even Zubodai smiled at the young Arab's confidence as he dismounted with a flourish and bowed before the two generals. "Is the Shah there?" Zubodai asked. Yusuf shook his head. "They would have told me, General." Zubodai pursed his lips in annoyance. The Shah and his sons were like wraiths. The Mongols had chased the man and his guards right through to the end of summer, and still he evaded them. Zubodai had placed his hopes on him going to ground in the city on the river, its walls too high for an assault. "He is a slippery fish, that old man," Jebeh said, "but we will catch him in the end. He cannot get past our lines without someone seeing him, even with the men he has left." Zubodai grunted. "I wish I could be so certain." He had the wit to send his men on a false trail. We almost lost him then, and it is much harder to track just a few. He rubbed his arm where one of the Shah's guards had surprised him. It had been a well-laid ambush, but the guards had been vastly outnumbered. Though it took time, Zubodai and Jebeh had slaughtered them to the last man. They had checked the face of every dead Arab, but they had all been young and strong. Zubodai bit his lip at the memory. He could hide himself in a single cave and scrub out his tracks. We could have ridden past him already. "They know nothing in the city, General," Yusuf said. "The Shah didn't stop for supplies anywhere near here. The slavers would have heard and told me." He had expected to be congratulated on the success of his subterfuge, though it had been Zubodai's idea. Instead, the two generals were back to their discussions as if it had been nothing. He didn't mention the pouch of gold he had won with a few lies. They had noticed the new mare he had brought back, and would consider that enough of a reward for his work. The Mongol generals didn't need to know everything. "The scouts report a dozen villages and towns further west of here," Jebeh replied after glancing at Yusuf. "If he has passed through, someone will remember an armed group and an old man. He cannot run forever." "He has managed this far," Zubodai snapped. He turned to Yusuf, who still stood there, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "You did well, Yusuf. Now leave us." The young man bowed deeply. It was a good thing they paid well, these Mongols. If the Shah could evade them until winter came again, Yusuf would be a rich man. As he walked back through the camp, he nodded and smiled to some of the warriors he knew. They were quiet as the evening came, as wolves were quiet when there was no prey in range. He saw them sharpening their swords and repairing arrows, slow and steady in their work. Yusuf shuddered delicately. He had heard of the attack on their women and children. He wouldn't like to see what happened when they finally caught the Shah and his sons. Jalal-ud-Din rubbed his eyes, furious at his own weakness. He could not let his three brothers see his air of confidence fade, not when they looked to him every day with fear and hope. He winced in the darkness at his father's laboring breath, in and out in a slow wheeze that seemed to go on forever. Every time it ceased, Jalal-ud-Din listened in despair, not knowing what he would do if the silence stretched and stretched around him. The Mongols had brought the old man down, just as if they had struck him with one of their shafts. The pursuit across plains and mountains had never allowed the Shah to rest and recover. Damp ground and torrential rain had meant they all suffered colds and aching joints. At more than 60 years of age, the old man was like a bull, but the damp had seeped into his lungs and torn the strength right out of him. Jalal-ud-Din could feel tears spring fresh to his eyes, and he rubbed them too hard, digging the heels of his hands into the sockets so that the pain would ease his anger. He had never been hunted before. In the first month, it was like a game to him. He and his brothers had laughed at the Mongols on their trail, coming up with ridiculous plans to lose them. As the rains had come, they had laid false trails, split their force, then split it again. They had ordered men to their deaths in ambushes that barely seemed to slow the implacable enemy who streamed after them. Jalal-ud-Din listened as his father's breath crackled in the dark. His lungs were full of thick muck, and he would wake soon, choking on it. Jalal-ud-Din would pound him on the back as he had so many times before, until the old man's skin lost its waxy look, and he could rise for one more day on the run. "Curse them all to hell," Jalal-ud-Din whispered. The Mongols must have had men who could follow the path of a bird in flight. 4 times Jalal-ud-Din had risked turning his father back to the east. On each occasion they had seen a distant line of scouts spread wide and watching for just such an attempt. On the last, they had been forced to run to exhaustion, losing themselves at last in a city market. Jalal-ud-Din had barely escaped with his life, and his father's coughing had started 2 nights later, after sleeping on wet ground. It had hurt the brothers to send the last guards away. It was just too easy to track large groups of men, or even the last few dozen who had stayed doggedly with the Shah they had pledged to serve. Now only Jalal-ud-Din remained with his 3 younger brothers to tend their father. They had changed their clothes and horses too many times to recall. They had only a little gold left for food and supplies, and when that was gone, Jalal-ud-Din truly didn't know what would happen. He touched a small pouch of gems hidden under his robe, taking comfort from the glassy click as he rolled them against each other. Away from the moneylenders in the great cities, he wasn't sure how he could sell even one safely. It was infuriating. He and his brothers couldn't live off the land the way the Mongols could. He had been born to silk, with servants to answer his slightest whim. His father choked in the gloom, and Jalal-ud-Din reached to him, helping him sit up. He couldn't remember the name of the small town where they had stopped. Perhaps the Mongols were riding into the outskirts even as the Shah heaved for breath. Jalal-ud-Din shook his head, despairing. One more night on the ground would have killed his father, he was sure of it. If it was Allah's will that they be taken that night, at least it would be in dry clothes, with a meal inside their shrunken bellies. Better that than to have the wolves fall on them as they slept in fields like lambs. "My son," his father called, his voice querulous. Jalal-ud-Din pressed a cool hand to his father's forehead, almost recoiling from the heat there. A fever was raging through him, and he wasn't certain the old man even knew him. "Shh, father. You will wake the stable boys here. We are safe for the night." His father tried to say something else, but a coughing fit broke the words into meaningless bursts of sound. The Shah leaned over the edge of the bed to hawk and spit weakly into the bucket. Jalal-ud-Din grimaced at the sound. Dawn was close, and he hadn't slept. couldn't sleep with his father needing him. The Caspian Sea was more than 100 miles west of that shabby little town in the middle of moonlit fields. Jalal-ud-Din had never traveled beyond it. He could hardly imagine the lands or the people there, but he would be hiding among them if the Mongol line continued to sweep them further and further from home. He and his brothers were desperate to break through those who herded them, but how could it be done? He had even left 3 men hidden under wet leaves so that the Mongols would pass them by. If they had survived, they would have brought help as winter came, surely. Every noise in the night was terrifying to the Shah and his sons, and there were no smiles anymore at the enemy who would not stop, would not ever stop until they ran them into the ground. Shah Alauddin Mohammed sank back exhausted onto the straw pallet Jalal-ud-Din had found for him. His sons would sleep in the filthy stable, and still it was better than anything they had known for months. Jalal-ud-Din listened to his father's breathing become quieter and silently cursed the old man for his illness. They seemed to travel a shorter distance each day, and Jalal-ud-Din doubted the Mongols moved as slowly. As his father slept, Jalal-ud-Din considered going to ground as he had all through the hot months. He had needed the horses while there was a chance of breaking through, but if they sold or killed the animals and entered a city as a group of travelers, how could the Mongols ever find them? They were only men, for all the fiendish skill of their trackers. He had urged the Shah to stop at the ancient slave city of Al-Mashan, but the old man wouldn't hear of hiding like beggars. The very idea seemed to wound him. It had been hard enough to stop his father announcing their presence to the city elders and defying the Mongols from the walls. To stop was to die. Jalal-ud-Din was certain of it. The army chasing his father brought terror with them, and few cities would sacrifice their own families for the Shah and his sons. The moment the Mongols surrounded a city, Jalal-ud-Din knew he would be handed over or murdered in his sleep. He had few choices left. Jalal-ud-Din stared through the darkness at the man who had given orders all his life. It was a hard thing to accept that the Shah was too frail to know best how to avoid the animals on their trail. Though Jalal-ud-Din was the oldest son, he didn't feel ready to scorn his father's will. "We will stop, father," he whispered suddenly. "We will hide the horses and ourselves in a town. We have enough money to live simply while you recover your strength. They will pass us by. Let them be blind, Allah. If it is your will, let them pass us by." His father couldn't hear through his delirium, the fever working its way into his lungs and leaving less and less each day to draw breath. Chapter 21. On the outskirts of the town of Nur, Genghis strolled with his wives and brothers behind a cart drawn by camels. Though the days were short in winter, the breeze barely carried a chill. For those who had known ice and snow every year of their childhood, it was almost a spring day. His mind was clear and calm for the first time in months, and he looked with pride as little Tolui managed the animals with a slap of the reins. His youngest son was barely 14, but the wedding ceremony had come at the demand of the girl's father. 2 years older than Tolui, she already nursed a baby boy in her ger and was pregnant with another child. It had taken a word from Berthe to Genghis to make the marriage happen before one of the girl's relatives was reluctantly forced to declare blood feud on the Khan's son. The girl was already showing her second pregnancy, though her family had tried their best to conceal it with voluminous robes. No doubt her mother was looking after the firstborn boy, Genghis mused as he walked. Tolui and the girl, Sorhatani, seemed besotted with each other, if careless with the laws of the tribes. It was not uncommon for young girls to get themselves pregnant, though Sorhatani showed unusual spirit in binding Tolui to her without her father's consent. She had even come to Berthe to ask that Genghis name the first son. The Khan had always admired that sort of brazen courage, and he was pleased with Tolui's choice. He had called the boy Mönke, meaning eternal, a fitting name for one who would carry his blood. As Genghis walked, he considered declaring all children legitimate, whether they were born after marriage or not. It would save trouble in the future, he was certain. "When I was a boy," Genghis said a little wistfully, "a young man might have traveled for days to reach his bride's tribe." Khassar snorted at the idea. "I have 4 wives, brother. If I had to do that each time I wanted a new one, I'd never get anything done." "I am amazed any of them put up with you," Berthe said, smiling sweetly. She made a gesture with her little finger to Chaka-Hai, causing her to giggle. Genghis grinned at his first wife. It lifted his spirits to see her smile, standing tall and strong, her bare arms tanned from the sun. Even Chaka-Hai's pale skin had taken a golden hue in the hot months, and both women glowed with health. He was pleased to catch Berthe's wink as she noticed him looking her over. She and Chaka-Hai seemed to have reached an understanding after the Shah's attack on the families. At least he didn't have to watch them too closely when they were together, in case they erupted like cats in a bag. It was peace of a sort. "The nation does need children, Berthe," he replied. Khassar chuckled lasciviously in response, making Berthe and Chaka-Hai roll their eyes at each other. Khassar had fathered 17 children that he knew of, and was justly proud of having 14 of them live. With the exception of Temugay, Genghis's brothers had done their part in swelling the nation with squalling brats to run wild among the Gers. Temugay, too, had married, but the union had produced no children as yet. Instead, his youngest brother filled his days with the administration of tribal disputes. Genghis glanced at him, but Temugay was ignoring Khassar and watching Tolui step down from the cart. For once, Genghis felt mellow toward his youngest brother. Temugay had created his own little empire within the nation, with a staff of 80 men and women working for him. Genghis had heard he even taught them reading and writing. It seemed to work, and Genghis was pleased his brother didn't come to him with the problems he faced each day. In contrast to the long strides of his warrior brothers, Temugay walked in short, fussy steps and wore his long hair tied in a chin style. He washed far too often, and Genghis could detect a scent of perfumed oil about him as the breeze blew. There had been a time when Genghis had been ashamed for him, but Temugay seemed content, and the tribes had slowly accepted his authority. The bride's family had made their small camp to the west of Nur, setting out their gers in the traditional style. Genghis saw Tolui hesitate as armed men came racing out to intercept him. The blue robe and gold tunic his son wore were unmistakable even at a distance. Genghis smiled as the men of the family put on their show. They seemed unaware of the thousands who had come to witness the union and waved their swords as if genuinely affronted. Tolui bowed deeply to Soratani's father. Genghis couldn't help but wince. Tolui was the son of the great Khan, after all. With Soratani already a mother, her father would hardly have sent Tolui away for showing less respect. Genghis sighed to Berthe, knowing she understood. Tolui was a good son, though he seemed to lack the fire of his father and uncles. Perhaps it was growing up in the shadow of Jochi and Chagatai. Genghis slid a glance to his right, where those 2 young men walked with Ogadai. His 2 oldest sons hadn't put aside their differences, but that was a problem for another day. The bride's father relented at last, letting Tolui into his gers to greet his wife-to-be. Genghis and his wives walked closer to the family gathering as Kokchu blessed the land and threw drops of black irag into the air for the watching spirits. "He is a fine son," Kachyan said, clapping both his brother and Berthe on the back. You must be proud of him." "I am," Genghis replied, "though I doubt he could lead. He is too soft to hold men's lives in his hands." "He is young yet," Berthe said immediately, shaking her head in reproof, "and he has not had your life." "Perhaps he should have. If I had left the boys to survive in the winters of home instead of bringing them here, perhaps they would all be Khans." He could sense both Jochi and Chagatai listening, though they pretended not to. "They will be yet, brother," Hassar said. "You'll see. The lands we have taken need men to rule them. Give him a few years and set him up as Shah of one of these desert kingdoms. Leave a Taman to support him, and he'll make you proud, I do not doubt it." Genghis nodded, pleased at the compliment to his boy. He saw Temugay turn with sudden interest at Hassar's words. "That is a good thought," Temugay said. "In the Qin lands, we often had to take the same city more than once. Some resisted even after a second raid and had to be destroyed. We cannot just ride over them and expect them to remain defeated." Genghis grimaced slightly at that "we." He didn't recall Temugay riding against cities, but on such a day he let it pass. His youngest brother went on blithely. "Give me the word, and I will have good men left behind in every city we take from this absent Shah to rule in your name. In 10 years or 20 you will have an empire to match the Qin and Sung combined." Genghis recalled an old conversation with a Tong leader in the Qin city of Baotou. The man had suggested something similar then, all those years ago. It was a difficult concept for him. Why would a man want to rule a city when the plains were open and empty? Yet the idea intrigued him, and he didn't scorn his brother's words. The bride's family couldn't possibly have fed so many, but Temugay had ordered every stove in the camps lit for the wedding feast. Vast mats of felt were unrolled on the dusty ground, and Genghis sat with his brothers, accepting a skin of irog and a steaming bowl with a dip of his head. Around them the mood was light, and songs began to issue from the throats as they celebrated the union of his youngest son. In that place, with the town of Nur having surrendered only 2 days before, Genghis felt more relaxed than he had for many months of war. The destruction of Otrar had not lanced the corruption from his rage. Instead, it had grown. He had pushed them all hard, but with the Shah still alive, Genghis felt driven to wreak devastation on the man's lands. A line had been crossed in the attack on the women and children, and in the absence of the Shah himself, Genghis had punished his people in the only way he knew. "I do not like the idea, Temugay," he said at last. His brother's face fell before Genghis went on. "But I do not forbid it. I do not want these Arabs to come creeping back when we have passed by. If they live, it will be as slaves." He struggled not to let anger surface in him as he went on. "Ruling a city would be a good reward for old warriors, perhaps. A man like Arslan might be renewed by the challenge." "I will send scouts to find him," Temugay replied instantly. Genghis frowned. He had not meant Arslan himself, yet he still missed the old man and couldn't find a reason to object. "Very well, brother, but send for Chen Yi and Bao To as well, if he is still alive." "That little criminal?" Temugay said, spluttering. "I didn't mean to give power to just anyone. He has the city of Bao To already, brother. I can name 12 men more suited to the work I have in mind." Genghis waved a hand impatiently. He hadn't wanted to begin the discussion, and now it threatened to overwhelm him and spoil the day. "He understood the sort of thing you mean, Temugay, which makes him valuable. Offer him gold and power. He may still refuse, I do not know. Do I have to repeat myself?" "Of course not," Temugay said. "We have spent so long at war it is hard to think of what must come after, but—" "You haven't spent much time at war," Hussar said, poking him with an elbow. "You have spent your time with sheaves of paper or playing the Conn with your servant girls." Temujin colored instantly and would have replied, but Genghis held up a hand for peace. "Not today," he said, and both men subsided, glowering at each other. Near the city, Genghis saw a group of his warriors surge to their feet. He rose instantly, suddenly wary as 3 of them trotted through the lively crowd toward him. Whatever disturbed their meal hadn't yet spread to the rest, and more than one family cursed aloud as the warriors jumped over or darted around them. Many had brought dogs to the feast, and those animals barked excitedly. "What is it?" Genghis demanded. If one of the young idiots had started a fight on his son's wedding day, he would have his thumbs. "There are people coming out of the town, Lord," the warrior replied, bowing low. Without another word, Genghis, Kachyan, and Hussar strode through the crowd to the edge facing the city. Though they were on foot, they were all well armed in the habit of men who always had a blade or a bow in easy reach. The men and women coming out of Nur didn't look dangerous. Genghis watched curiously as perhaps 60 men and women walked across the ground between the wedding ceremony and Nur. They were dressed in bright colors that were the match of Tolui's marriage robe, and they didn't seem to be carrying weapons. The wedding crowd had fallen silent, and many more men had begun to drift toward their Conn, ready to kill if the need arose. By the time the group drew close, they faced a line of fierce veterans, men Genghis had honored with the invitation. The sight of such warriors made them falter in their steps, but one of them called to the others in their strange language, clearly steadying their nerves. When they were close enough to speak, Genghis recognized some of the town elders who had surrendered to him. He brought Temujin forward to interpret. His brother listened to the leader from Nur, then nodded to himself before speaking. "They have brought gifts to the Khan's son on his wedding day," Temujin said. Genghis grunted, half tempted to send them back to their homes to leave him alone. Perhaps because of the conversation he had just had, he relented. Enemies were to be destroyed, of course, but these had declared for him and done nothing to make him suspicious. He was aware that having an army encamped around a town made peace talks run surprisingly smoothly, but in the end he nodded. "Tell them they are welcome, just for today," he told Temujin. "They can give the gifts to Tolui when the feast is over." His brother spoke a guttural stream, and the group relaxed visibly as they joined the Mongols on the felt mats and accepted tea and airog. Genghis forgot about them as he saw little Tolui come out of his father-in-law's ger and grin at the crowd. He had taken tea with the family and been formally accepted by them. He led Sorhatani by the hand, and though her robe showed a bulge at the front, no one commented on it with Genghis watching. Kokchu was ready to dedicate the union to the Sky Father and Earth Mother, bringing blessings on their new family and asking for fat, strong children to fill their gers. As the shaman began to chant, Chaka Hai shivered and looked away from the man. Berthe seemed to understand and laid a hand on her arm. "I cannot look at him without thinking of poor Temujin," Chaka Hai murmured. At the name, Genghis's mood soured on the instant. He had lived with death all his life, but the loss of his sister had been hard. His mother hadn't even left her self-imposed seclusion for the wedding of her grandson. For that alone the Arab cities would rue the day they had ever scorned his men and forced him to come to their lands. "This is a day for new beginnings," Genghis said wearily. "We will not speak of death here." Kokchu danced and spun as he chanted, his voice carrying far on the breeze that dried their sweat. The bride and her family remained still with their heads bowed. Only little Tolui moved as he set about his first task as a husband. Genghis watched coldly as Tolui began to erect a gare from the piles of wicker lattice and thick felt. It was hard work for one who was barely a man, but his son was quick-fingered, and the dwelling began to take shape. "I will avenge Temujin and all the rest," Genghis said suddenly in a low voice. Chaka Hai looked at him and nodded. "It will not make her live again," she said. Genghis shrugged. "It is not for her. The suffering of my enemies will be a feast to the spirits. When I am old, I will remember the tears they have shed, and it will ease my bones." The light mood of the wedding had vanished, and Genghis watched impatiently as the bride's father stepped in to help little Tolui raise the central pole of the gare, white and new. When it was complete, his son opened the painted door to usher Sorhatani into her new home. In theory, they would seal the marriage that evening, though it was clear that particular task was already accomplished. Genghis wondered idly how his son would procure a bloody rag to show her virginity had been taken. He hoped the boy would have the sense not to bother. Genghis put aside a skin of irog and stood, brushing crumbs from his dell. He could have cursed Chaka Hai for spoiling the day, but it had been a short break in the bloody work he faced. He felt his mind begin to fill with the plans and stratagems he needed, settling into the cold rhythms that would take cities and scour the sands clean of all who resisted them. Those with him seemed to sense the change. He was no longer the devoted father. The great Khan stood before them once more, and not one of them met his calm gaze. Genghis looked around the camp at those who still lay and ate or drank, enjoying the warmth and the occasion. For some reason their indolence annoyed him. "Get the warriors back to the camp, Kachin," he ordered. "Have them work off the winter fat with a long ride and archery practice." His brother bowed briefly, striding away and scattering men and women with barked orders. Genghis breathed deeply and stretched his shoulders. After Otrar, the Shah's city of Bukhara had fallen almost without a blow being exchanged. Its entire garrison of 10,000 had deserted and still lurked somewhere in the hills, terrified of him. Genghis clicked his tongue to make Jochi look up. "Take your Tuman to the hills, Jochi. Find that garrison and destroy them." When Jochi had gone, Genghis felt a slight relief. The Shah was held in the far west by Zubodai and Jebeh. Even if he evaded them and returned, his empire would be reduced to ashes and rubble. "Temujin, have your scouts ride to Samarkand and bring back every detail they can learn of the defenses. I will lead the attack with Chagatai and Jochi when he returns. We will make dust of their precious cities." Jalauddin stood with his back to the door of the rooms they had rented in the town of Khudai, shutting out the noise and stench of the souk. He hated the grubby little place on the edge of a great expanse of sand where nothing but lizards and scorpions lived. He shuddered. He had known beggars before, of course. In the great cities of Samarkand and Bukhara, they bred like rats, but he had never had to walk among them or suffer their diseased hands tugging at his robe. He hadn't stopped to press coins into their palms, and he still seethed at their curses. In other days he would have ordered the town burned for the insult, but for the first time in his life Jalauddin was alone, stripped of power and influence that he had barely noticed before it vanished. Jalauddin jumped when a knock sounded right by his head. He cast a desperate glance around the tiny room, but his father was lying down in the other, and his brothers were out buying food for the evening meal. Jalauddin wiped sweat from his face with a sharp gesture, then opened the door wide. The owner of the house stood there, peering suspiciously inside, as if Jalauddin might have sneaked half a dozen others into the tiny hovel he had rented. Jalauddin dipped with the owner, blocking his view. "What is it?" he snapped. The man frowned up at the arrogant young tenant, his breath pungent with spices. "It is noon, sir. I have come for the rent." Jalal-ud-Din nodded irritably. It seemed a mark of distrust to pay each day rather than by the month. He supposed the town didn't see too many strangers, especially since the Mongols had come to the area. Still, it rankled for a prince to be treated like a man who might run from his debts in the night. Jalal-ud-Din found no coins in his pouch and had to cross the room to a rickety wooden table. He found a small pile there, placed and counted the night before. It wouldn't keep them for more than another week, and his father was still too ill to be moved. Jalal-ud-Din took 5 copper coins, but he wasn't quick enough to prevent the owner from coming inside. "There," Jalal-ud-Din said, pressing the money into his hand. He would have ordered him out, but the man seemed in no hurry to leave, and Jalal-ud-Din was aware that his manner was wrong for one reduced to such poor lodgings. He tried to look humble, but the owner remained where he was, passing the greasy coins from one hand to another. "Is your father still unwell, sir?" the man said suddenly. Jalal-ud-Din took a step to stop him seeing into the other room as he went on. "I know a very good physician. He is expensive, but he was trained in Bukhara before he returned to his family here, if you can pay." Jalal-ud-Din looked again at the small pile of coins. In his hidden pouch he had a ruby the size of his thumb joint. It would buy the house he stood in, but above all else, he didn't want to bring attention on his family. Their safety lay in anonymity. In the back room he could hear his father's wheeze, and he nodded, giving in. "I can pay. I will need to find a jeweler first, one who will buy." "There are many such men, sir. May I ask if there are other claims on the jewel you wish to sell?" For a moment Jalal-ud-Din didn't understand what he was being asked. When he did, he flushed in outrage. "It is not stolen. I inherited it from my mother. I want an honest man who will give me a good price for it." The owner dipped his head, embarrassed at the insult he had given. "My apologies, sir. I have suffered through hard times myself. I recommend Aboud. He has the red stall in the souk. He deals in gold and valuable items of all kinds. If you say his brother-in-law sent you, he will give you a fair price." "And then a doctor," Jalal-ud-Din continued. "Have him come this evening." "I will try, sir, but there are few men as educated in Khudai. He is very busy." Jalal-ud-Din wasn't used to bargaining or paying bribes. A long moment went by, and the owner of the house had to glance deliberately at the pile of coins before understanding dawned. The young prince swept the pile off the table into a hand and gave it to the man, trying not to recoil as their hands touched. "I will tell him it is a favor to me, sir," the man replied, beaming. "He will come at sunset." "Good. Now get out," Jalal-ud-Din replied, his patience dissolving. This was not his world. He had hardly even seen coins before manhood, and then only to use for gambling with his father's officers. He felt tainted by the trade, as if he had indulged in some intimacy. As the door closed again, he sighed to himself, despairing. Chapter 22. The jeweler Aboud weighed the man before him almost as carefully as he had the ruby he had brought. Both of them made him suspicious, though his brother-in-law had a nose for profit that equaled Aboud's own. The man who claimed to be a merchant's son had no experience of trade. That much was obvious. The way he had gawked and stared at the stall-holders as he made his way to Aboud's place of business was very odd indeed. What sort of man had never before visited a souk? Then his arrogance brought the hairs on Aboud's neck standing upright, every instinct warning of danger. He had survived 40 years of trading in 3 cities, and he trusted his senses. The man had sword-hardened hands for a start. He looked more like a soldier than a merchant, and strode through the market as if he expected others to get out of his way. Aboud had watched in amusement as they failed to do so, and the young man had stumbled over 2 market bullies selling chickens. If not for the sword on his hip, they might have followed their jeering with blows. The sword, too, was very fine. Aboud itched to hold the blade, and could only wonder at the stupidity of a man carrying such a thing in the souk. Judging by the worked silver of the scabbard, it was worth even more than the ruby he had laid on the stall's outer bench for all to see. Aboud had covered the gem with his hand and beckoned him inside before the fool got them both killed, but the sword might achieve that anyway. Lives were cheap in Khudai, and such a blade would be worth the risk to a few young devils with knives. It would feed their families for a year if they sold it to the right man. Aboud sighed to himself, wondering if he should warn his customer. The chances were that he would be offered the sword himself before the day was over, perhaps with blood still on it. None of his thoughts showed as he brought Jalal-ud-Din to the rear of his little stall. He had a table there, away from the prying glances of the market. He tapped a chair for Jalal-ud-Din as he sat himself and held up the gem to a candle, looking for flaws before weighing it with great delicacy on a tiny pair of brass scales. Was it stolen? He didn't think so. A thief wouldn't have tumbled it onto the cloth so openly. The man owned it, certainly, but still the itch of worry wouldn't leave Aboud. He knew the reason he was successful lay in his ability to read desperation in those who came to him. He had already been told about the man's need for a doctor. He suspected he could have the gem for a fraction of its worth, but laid it down as if it scorched him. There were too many things wrong about the man and his ruby. Aboud told himself he should send him away. He would have if the gem had been less perfect. "I cannot sell such a jewel in Khudai," he said reluctantly. "I am sorry." Jalal-ud-Din blinked. Was the old man turning him down? "I don't understand," he said. Aboud spread his hands. "My business is in taking a cut on fine items of gold. Khudai is a poor place, and no one here is likely to give me more than I could give you. I would have to send the jewel with a caravan to Bukhara or Samarkand, or perhaps Ashgabad or Mashhad in the south." He rolled the gem with a finger as if it were just a bauble. "Perhaps Kabul would have a buyer. But the cost of taking it so far would equal the profit I could make. As I say, I am sorry, but I cannot buy it." Jalal-ud-Din was at a loss. In his entire life he had never bargained for anything. He was not a fool, and he recognized the man was probably toying with him, but he had no idea what to offer. In a sudden flush of anger, he thought of snatching it up and leaving. Only the thought of his father's physician arriving at sunset held him in his seat. Aboud watched him closely, hiding his own delight at the young man's transparent emotions. He couldn't resist twisting the knife, and he pushed the jewel across the table as if ending the meeting. "May I have tea brought?" Aboud suggested. "I do not like to turn a man away without even refreshment." "I must sell this," Jalauddin said. "Can you not recommend someone else who will take it tonight and give me a good price?"
"I will send for tea,"
Aboud replied, as if the question hadn't been asked. He ignored the warning voices that had troubled him at the beginning. I must sell this? Let Allah bring him a queue of fools like this one, and he would retire to a palace blessed with cool breezes. As his servant boy brought tea in a silver pot, Aboud took note of the way the customer checked the sun outside. His naivete was intoxicating.
"You are in need, my friend," Aboud said. "I would not like it said that I took advantage of that need. Do you understand? My reputation is everything."
"I understand, of course," Jalauddin replied. The tea was very good, and he sipped the hot drink in confusion, wondering what to do. The old jeweler leaned forward and dared to pat him on the arm as if they were friends.
"My brother-in-law told me your father is ill. Should I turn away a good son? Never in this life. I will make you an offer for the gem, enough to pay the physician at least. If I keep the ruby, perhaps I will find a buyer in years to come. No? My business is not all about quick profit. There are times when I must think of my soul."
Aboud sighed audibly. He thought he might have overdone it with the last sentiment, but the young man brightened and nodded at him. "You are very kind, sir," Jalauddin said, his relief painfully obvious.
"Will we not all be judged?" Aboud said piously. "My stall has not been profitable of late, with all this talk of war."
He paused then, observing a tightening in the young man's face.
"Have you lost someone, my friend? Allah gives and He takes away. All we can do is endure this life."
"No, it is nothing," Jalauddin said. "I have heard of great battles in the East."
"Indeed, these are hard times."
The prickle of warning was back in force, and once more Aboud considered sending the man away. The ruby gleamed on the table, and his eyes were drawn to it again.
"For you, my friend, I will offer you 4 gold coins. It is not what the gem is worth, nor half of it, but it will cover your debt to the physician. I cannot offer more."
He settled back for the negotiation, but to his amazement Jalauddin stood up. "Very well. You are a good man," he said. Aboud covered his startled confusion by rising as well and taking the outstretched hand. Could it be possible? The stone was worth 40 times what he had offered. Aboud hid his delight as best he could as he passed 4 small coins over. The sword's scabbard shone brightly in the gloom, and he had to drag his eyes away from it. He owed the fool something.
"My friend, I will give you a piece of cloth to wrap that blade you carry. There are thieves in the souk, though it grieves me to admit it. They may have already marked your arrival here. If you have friends, let me send for them to walk with you back to your place of lodging."
Jalauddin nodded uncertainly. "That is kind, sir. More than I could have hoped in such a place." Aboud chuckled.
"I have sons myself. I will pray for your father's quick recovery."
It took almost until sunset for Aboud's servant boy to fetch 3 men from his brother-in-law's house. They were as haughty and strange as the one with the gem, and Aboud wondered if he should set a watch on their house. If they had other gems to sell, he didn't want them going to one of his competitors. They would pick such innocents clean to the bone. Yes, it would be good to have forewarning if there was going to be trouble. Something about the four young men told him that trouble was very close indeed. Jalaluddin was elated as he strode back through the crowds with his brothers. It was almost sunset, and the doctor would be on his way. He had traded and come away with gold in his pouch. It was a giddy feeling, and he didn't see his brothers' nervous expressions at first. They walked quickly beside him, and the sight of their stern faces was enough to warn off a pair of skinny young men who loitered near Abu's stall, staring rudely. As they closed on the tiny house where they had taken rooms, Jalaluddin noticed the tension in his brothers at last. "What is it?" he muttered. They exchanged glances. "The Mongols, brother. We saw them in the markets. They are here." The physician pressed his long fingers into the Shah's belly, manipulating the organs beneath. Jalaluddin watched in distaste as his father's skin wrinkled and sagged as if it were no longer attached to the flesh. He couldn't recall seeing his father so exposed and vulnerable at any time in his life. The doctor seemed coolly professional, but Jalaluddin was used to dealing with physicians of the court. Each of those had established a reputation before the Shah accepted them. Jalaluddin sighed silently. For all he knew, this man was a charlatan. The doctor massaged his patient's flesh, peering closely and listening to the tortured breath. Jalaluddin's father was awake, though his eyes were yellow around the iris and his face was pale. Jalaluddin could only watch as the man pulled his father's lower lid down and tutted to himself. The doctor murmured quick orders, and his servant boy began to boil water and crumble herbs into it. It was a relief for Jalaluddin to pass his father into the care of another, and for the first time in months he didn't feel completely helpless. At least the inspection ended, and the doctor rose. "His liver is weak," he said to Jalaluddin. "I can give you something for that, but his lungs are the most urgent problem." Jalaluddin didn't point out that anyone could have made such a diagnosis. He was paying gold for this man's attentions, and he hung on every word. The physician took him by the arm to the brazier, where dark leaves leaped and bubbled in their liquor. "Have your companion sit him up and drape a cloth over his head. These herbs give off a powerful scent that will help him to breathe." Jalaluddin nodded to his brothers, and they helped their father up. The wheezing became instantly worse. "How quickly will it work?" Jalaluddin asked. The doctor blinked. "Not quickly at all, young man. Your father is very ill indeed. He must sit over the fumes until the liquid has gone cold at dawn, noon, and evening. Give him beef broth for strength, and make sure he drinks as much water as he can hold. In a week I will come back to you and judge how far he has improved." Jalaluddin winced at the thought of spending a week in the cramped rooms. Would the Mongols have passed on by then? Surely they would. He blessed his decision to hide in the town. Unless the Mongols destroyed it out of sheer spite, they were as safe in Khudai as anywhere. With rolled blankets to support him, his father drooped over his outstretched legs. Jalaluddin watched as another blanket was laid in the Shah's lap to protect him from the heat. With metal tongs, the physician's boy lifted the steaming pot from the brazier and set it in front of the old man. The wheezing became slightly muffled as Jalaluddin's brothers placed a cloth over his head. The Shah coughed twice at the acrid fumes, but then he settled into it, and the wheezing did seem to ease. The doctor listened closely before nodding to himself. "I can leave you enough of the herbs for a few days. After that you must buy your own supply in the markets." He smiled slightly. "Ask for Bordi or Pala. They will not know its Latin name. For his liver, Silmarin, the milk thistle, will suit us well. Have him drink it with a little honey." "Thank you," Jalaluddin replied. He tried not to show his relief, but the doctor seemed to sense it anyway.
"Do not worry too much for your father. He is old but strong. A month of rest and he will be back to his old self. I see you have no brazier of your own."
Jalal-ud-Din shook his head. His brothers had been buying food from the hot coals of cellars in the souk.
"I will lend you this one, though you will have to get your own charcoal."
Jalal-ud-Din bowed his head and watched as the physician gathered his materials and measured out portions of the bitter herbs, sealing them in waxed paper packets. It was left to the servant boy to hold out his hand for payment, and Jalal-ud-Din flushed at having to be reminded. He pressed 4 gold coins into the boy's hands, noticing how clean they were in comparison to the urchins of the street. As the money changed hands, the doctor straightened subtly, relaxing.
"Excellent. Do as I have told you, and all will be well, inshallah."
He swept out of the tiny rooms into the bright sunshine, leaving the sons with their father. "We have no more gold," Jalal-ud-Din's youngest brother said suddenly. "How can we buy the herbs and charcoal?" Jalal-ud-Din winced at the thought of returning to the market, but at least he had a friend there. 6 smaller rubies still remained, though at the speed he was burning through them, he doubted they would last. Still, he and his brothers were safe. In a month, the Mongols would certainly be gone, and with their father's strength returned, they could head east at last. Let him just reach a loyal garrison, and he would bring hell and destruction on the head of the Mongol Khan. Far to the south, there were many men of Islam who would ride to his banner against the infidel. He had only to send word to them. Jalal-ud-Din prayed silently as his father choked and labored over the fumes, the skin of his neck red with heat and steam. There had been many insults to him, but they would yet be repaid.
This ends.